BSides. I am the cavalry. My name is David Botts, and I am here with Mr. Josh Corman, and we are delighted to bring you this very carefully curated track. We are going to be talking about a number of topics today. Yesterday, we can't go back in time, but let's talk about today and tomorrow. We're going to be talking about a number of topics, some of which might lead to a level of discomfort. So, but that's okay. We encourage you to sit in your discomfort a little bit and say, this conversation is making me think big thoughts. And that's good. We want you to think big thoughts, societal impacts, personal impacts, family, neighborhood, community, all of these things. We'd like you to think about that because this is intended to help you think about not just the future, but also your future, your family, your neighborhood, your community, the place where you live. That is, the goal is for you to be thinking about all of these things. We have put together, we've assembled a variety of different people talking about different specific issues regarding the overall theme of I Am the Cavalry. And if you don't know what I Am the Cavalry is, I will say it very poorly compared to my co-chair, Mr. Josh. No one is coming to save you. Nobody. If you're waiting for somebody to come and save you, you will be sorely disappointed because they're not coming. Nobody's coming. Do you know who can save you? You and your neighbor and your neighbor's neighbor and the people you bring along with you to help protect you and your household and your neighborhood. That's who can save you. Okay. So we put together a series of discussions to have some big thoughts. So today and tomorrow, we'll wrap it up, and at the end of the day tomorrow morning, so we've got I forget if that's a 90-minute or 2-hour block, Mr. Josh is going to bring it all home and talk about Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and wrap it into a very elegant package. So we encourage you, if you can, to hang in for today and tomorrow. Just hang in. We're going to be talking about some really interesting things and community things that are important. I am delighted. Please step on stage. A delight. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Emma Stewart and Munish Walther-Puri. And they're going to be talking about their own bios, so I'm not going to bore you by talking about this twice. But I tell you, both of these people are amazing, and you're going to learn more about the electric grid and AI than possibly maybe even you wanted to know. But you should know this. And one of the things that's going on this morning is within the theme of I Am the Cavalry, we're going to be talking about certain externalities that may affect how each of us respond to the current emerging threat landscape that all of us live in. So please put your hands together and join me in welcoming these two fabulous presenters. Over to you.
Okay, making sure I've turned this on, because that's my first problem with electricity, apparently. Hi there. Thank you, everyone, for having us here today to talk about this. As David introduced, this is obviously a talk in I Am the Cavalry. So we're talking about what's been going on with the electric grid and how that applies to lessons learned, what the most emerging threats are. When we started to put this together, we actually had a slightly different theme. And then in talking with Josh and working out where the direction of this was going, we really came up with sort of new direction for this presentation and to talk with you all about how AI is actually impacting what our biggest threats are to the electric grid. I've been here a couple years and given where are we going in the electric grid talks. That's usually this is where we're going. And you'll see in some of here, like the direction has changed drastically in the last year in a way that I never even fully understood myself was going to happen. And so that's really what we're going to talk about, and also what we think people could be doing when they're out working with, say, small electric entities and others to help improve this, and what we need to think about now when we're out there. So, tale of two grids is the idea here. And so you have me. I am Emma Stewart. I have worked in power grid my whole career. If you want to know how long that is, and I make this joke a lot, that picture on the bottom right is me in my first utility job many, many years ago. It is an actual Polaroid from when Polaroids were really a Polaroid thing and not like a new fashion item. So like it's, so that's, if you want to know how long I've been doing this, that is how long. But I've worked in power grid my entire career, everything from working in a few national labs over areas like hydrogen, defense, electric grids, cybersecurity. Again, always focused on how the electric grid works and things that we're adding to it, doing to it, using with it as well. I've also done all sorts of things to do with, at one point I wanted to be a race car engineer. I just like to throw that in, and then I changed my mind because I decided it'd probably be a more lucrative industry for me to work in power than to work in race car design. So off I went into doing that. But I also have Manish here, who...
Hi, everybody. My name is Manish Waltherpuri, and I'm here primarily, this is my first time on the stage, so I'm here primarily as Emma's hype man. If any of you are fans of rap music, there's always like the primary performer, and then there's the person off to the side who just sort of throws in stuff. That's my role. I'm a lot of style, a little bit of substance. I've worked in risk pretty much my entire career in some way or another. I started my career in nuclear policy, doing now what's now known as OSINT. I've worked in geopolitical risk, terrorism, fraud, and of course cybersecurity, critical infrastructure, and supply chain. One of the best opportunities I had to really understand these kinds of challenges at scale was also one of my most meaningful roles, where I was the first director of cyber risk for the city of New York at New York City Cyber Command. So I will give the disclaimer that I'm speaking here, even though I'm no longer employed there, I'm still speaking from my experiences here and not on behalf of that organization or the city of New York. And I've gotten to know Emma because she's, along with many people in this community, and I am Cavalry, Josh, and Dave actually was one of the key people while I was at the city, who have helped me understand the complexity around energy. And we'll get into that, but I hope to share some of that with you as Dr. Stewart's hype man. So glad to be here.
I was going to say, you also put my name on the abstract and then told me I was presenting.
That is true.
Fine,
that is how that happened. That is precisely how that happened, yes.
Well, so in the last few years, we've talked a lot about the word cyber poverty comes up a lot, talking about people that have and have nots in the cyber community. Interestingly, I called this Here We Go Again, because in the electric grid, we're also seeing this. This has always been a thing. We've always had energy poverty also. But now we're witnessing, and this was a quote from the new Emerald AI CEO recently that I really liked, where he's basically saying we're witnessing the birth of two energy systems, where essentially we have got one that's integrating massive amounts of load. We're able to serve things on big data. We're doing huge amounts of work for that. Then we also have a grid that's basically failing the basic needs of humans at this point. We have lots of power outages caused by many things. And there's also a huge risk that these huge loads that we're adding to the system and prioritizing getting on there for supporting AI are becoming a threat to the average human experience on the electric grid as well. So I thought this was a really great quote to explain sort of why this talk fits into we're witnessing two grids being birthed at this point, and we're not sure which way it's going to go, but it's not necessarily going the best direction. So and I've now lost my microphone, so hold on. I will just hold this, it's much easier. So when you walk around Black Hat, for example, just now, or walk around this, any of the talks that you're seeing about AI, a lot of what people are talking around is defending from AI or defending with AI. So that's the two sorts of worlds we're hearing about. And if you walk around the show floor of Black Hat, for example, that's all you'll see everywhere. But what we really want to talk about was just defending AI itself, in particular looking at the infrastructure on which it relies. Because if you look at all the people that are developing these real-time threat-based, how we're going to respond to all of the threats, they're depending on AI and therefore on the infrastructure on which it is based. So when you have models that are running in cloud-based infrastructure that's on a data center, that funnily enough also needs water and power itself to be running, we need to actually defend that infrastructure for it to be useful as an emergency solution. We also are looking at defending the infrastructure that everyone else is relying on from the AI infrastructure, in that all of these things that are the giant large loads, they're essentially there and causing problems already on our electric system. So we need to also help defend the infrastructure that everyone else is relying on to serve their everyday need from the AI infrastructure itself. So that's kind of the theme here, is this is a cyclical problem. We're relying on AI for things that are relying on the electric grid. We're using AI to support the electric grid, and then we're also potentially going to destroy the electric grid by integrating lots of things that might hurt it. So it's kind of a cyclical problem that we're in.
So if you can, the next time you hear AI, add on and the infrastructure upon which it relies, and see how that sentence ends. See how the story goes. See if they're talking about it. They probably aren't.
So just a quick overview. We're talking about the new frontier for the cavalry, essentially, is the AI and load growth that's happening on the system. When we talk about electric, we can no longer separate these two things at this point. AI needs load needs AI. That's it. But we have two grids. One is focused on the load growth. The other is ignoring the basic needs of every human at this point. Our threat models are cyclical. We're dependent, like I said. But what can we do? We are going to cover what do we think we can do about these things. You've seen some talks already on things like cyber-informed engineering. There are things that we can be doing to make this more secure. But the urgency, and one of the reasons I'm having this talk here, is this is now. This isn't 5 years from now. This isn't even 2027. This is happening immediately at this point. Yeah. So we have to look at ways to solve these problems as a community now at this point. So 2023, just to explain where things have gone. I gave this talk, hopefully it's showing up okay, just on where the electric grid was going and where it had been. This was from my slide. It's now on a dark background because I had to be more hackery. I gave this talk where I talked about things going from, 20 years ago we had the dumb grid, it got smart, it got clean. Over the last 20 years, we've moved through different problems every few years and come up with solutions. Interdependency, we think we're doing great, then we spoke too soon. Now we have cybersecurity as a common word, then we had shields up. Sort of moving on to where we are now. When I gave this in 2023, I was actually talking about we have huge infrastructure investments happening in the electric grid. There was, I think, $1.2 trillion was going into upgrading our infrastructure at that point. And I'd said, now what? We have lots of money. What are people going to do with it? So move on. Now we're here. I have a now what now. This is my slide for now, 2 years later. Giant large loads everywhere, AI everything, and energy abundance. And to understand, this is a complete shift in understanding of how we plan the electric grid. For 20 years, the one thing I should have had in this flowchart, we actually planned for things like energy efficiency. One of our ways to help grow and help the world continue moving forward was to make things more efficient. So we actually used less energy in our system. We're in the opposite space now, where basically if you listen to anyone from Department of Energy or from the US government, we're saying energy abundance, we must grow, we're going to use more, we're going to have lots of energy for everyone, it's going to be affordable, it's going to be great, but there's just going to be tons of it everywhere. And that's new for me as well. And that's not how we planned the system. We planned it for a series of, margins, essentially, that were not this. This is not what we planned for. So here we are. This is a fundamental shift in our understanding of the electric grid. So just for anyone that wants to understand why I'm saying these things, I had to do an electric grid primer for just a couple basic concepts for people that don't deal with this every day, because I've been told I sometimes have a habit of just saying big electric grid words and then people stare at me. So as most basic level in the long-term planning of the electric grid, it's balancing load and generation. We have the loads, we have the big spinny generators, we balance those out to maintain the frequency of the system. So essentially they must be equal for the system to be stable at this point. You must serve load and generation together. On the short term, when we talk about load and generation matching on the big numbers over a long time frame, we're talking about the capacity of the system. And so when we say load growth, mostly we're talking about capacity growth of how much we serve. When we talk about problems with things tripping off, say somebody's talking about we hacked a system and managed to trip off this big generator, the problem they're talking about that causes a cascading failure is really around frequency, which is a short-term event caused by the loss of generation or the loss of load at the same time. So that's why we're talking about giant loads, because these are now giant concentrated things sitting together that can cause that imbalance instantaneously by tripping off or doing something weird. So again, giant spinny interconnected system. That's the basics.
Technical term.
It's a technical term. I have a PhD in this, you know, so it's, geez. Would you like to?
Nope, can't. The three things that we want to lay out for you, and really is going to lay it out, is the thinking about the demand here. So there's the type of demand, what that demand is like, its behavior, and who supplies that demand, and the nature of that. Those are the three elements. So while it is all about demand, there's some different aspects of there that are pretty important when you think about AI specifically.
Okay, and just to explain a little bit more why this is interesting, especially for the I Am the Cavalry efforts. Again, this is the same picture from a few years ago of the spread of the different types of utilities in the country. We have 3,000 of them for electric, many more for water. They are split in ownership between investor-owned, meaning the sort of big money efforts, publicly owned, like your munis, and then we have cooperatives that are not-for-profit. While the investor-owned cover the most of the customers in the country, the publicly owned and cooperatives cover most of the land in the country. When you're trying to build a big data center, for example, one thing you actually need is land, because it's kind of annoying when they build them on your golf course. But you need land, and that's why a lot of them have been moving out into these areas, and why it's critically important for these smaller utilities to actually be thinking about it and knowing what to do from a cybersecurity perspective, because they are going to have them all over their space. So to explain that, I'd like to give some numbers, and Manish loves this because I apparently am now describing things in terms of the size of Scotland. So it's a unit of measure because
It's a unit of measurement.
because we are in the US, and in the US we like to measure things in weird numbers, like hands on horses or something, I don't know. And don't use the metric system.
So this is a post-imperial measurement.
Yeah. So Virginia, I happen to live in Virginia, but the entire state of Virginia serves about 20 gigawatts of load. They were predicting by 2030, which feels like it should be a really long time away, but it's not, as it turns out. In 5 years, they will be growing by about 35 gigawatts of load, meaning there'll be 1.7 the size they are currently being added to their system, which is huge. Which, and I did the math, is nearly 6 Scotlands. So 6 times the size of Scotland being added to the state of Virginia in load, meaning that they also need 6 times the size of Scotland in generation to be added to that system to be able to keep the system stable. They also need water and land. I was looking at what the largest data center that's been integrated. Again, data centers are used for training AI, they're used for other things, but this is like data center in Texas. The biggest one I've seen was 1.2 gigawatts. That was about 5% of the load in Texas, and that was a single site. So these things are enormous, and 1.2 gigawatts is about a quarter of a Scotland. So
We're sort of joking, but not really,
Yeah.
about measuring it in terms of a country or people. So think about this capability displacing or a trade-off of serving that group of people. You hear it a lot, 85% is controlled, owned, and operated by the private sector. But what the last slide and this slide show you is that it's not just about who controls it, but who it's serving, and what the trade-off is if you're serving one group versus the few and the many. And you heard Josh talk about that yesterday too.
So explaining that a little as well, if you have a data center and you're a co-op, for example, and do you know how utilities make money? They serve load. So basically a load is a giant income for anyone. And Carl, please stop laughing in the back, please. But
You're allowed to snicker because we're going to talk about dropping big loads. So now is the time in the talk where you can laugh about that. We're going to keep saying it. So if you didn't get the chance earlier, you'll get one later. Don't worry.
we may have rehearsed this and had some problems laughing, so
Yes.
it's okay.
We do serious work, but we do not take ourselves seriously.
Thank you. So, yeah, now I'm crying laughing already. Please keep talking. So, to follow up that. So imagine we have a utility, a small utility sitting out there. They have a giant load sitting attached to them. They are getting the electrons through their site. So if something varies at that site drastically, say the AI training model steps up its load by 50% at that given point, it's that small utilities whose electrons are impacted. It's not the business model that's the problem. It's that if they have a dynamic event, they're the ones that lose all the power, and that's where their hospital loses the power, the water loses the power. Everyone is screwed at that point because of this one single item that's bigger than the whole utility itself. But they don't own it. They don't control it. They also don't know when somebody has decided they're going to train a model to create pictures of people with 3 boobs. Like, they don't know when that's going to happen. So, like, that's a problem right now for forecasting these things as well. So,
Yeah.
Okay, so overall, chip to grid risk. Everything from down at the chip level that's in these sites up to the electrons that are flowing onto the electric system that are caused by these things ramping up and down. I hope everyone feels guilty now. Every time they use something weird for AI, you should now all feel very guilty. That's it. I just want everyone to be guilty for all your useless applications that are just generating the pictures that are used in this presentation also. So, you know, there's that. But yeah, it's interlinked risk where small repeated failures can lead to a systemic crisis essentially now. Again, traditional planning is failing because we've gone from this being a sort of thing that was happening. I also gave a presentation at Black Hat last year that was around where are we going in the next year, talking about data centers. I didn't predict how many there would be. So I predict a lot of things really well. Didn't predict how this was going to turn in the last year at all. And then there's new models for fast-moving risks. We need better models for threat models for this happening. We need to work out both from a physical standpoint and from a cyber standpoint, we need better threat models for these risks. And again, it's a cyclical threat. It's going in circles. We are in defense of and from AI. So just to lighten the mood, how many power outages have we had in the US caused by a cyber attack?
Does anybody know the answer?
And Megan's not allowed to answer because she knows this. Anyone?
How many people think more than 10? How many people think 5 to 10? How many people think less than 5?
Ah, good.
How many people think 0?
Okay, 0. We haven't had any. That's that. We have had no power outages or lights out event caused in the US by a cyber attack at this point. That's good. By cyber attack, I mean a cyber attack on the actual electric infrastructure. The only one I would refer to in that way is maybe Colonial didn't really cause the lights to go off, the Colonial pipeline attack. It caused the gas to go away. And again, it wasn't an attack on the OT infrastructure, it was an attack on the IT, which somebody hit the big red button and they lost the gas. So, you know, there's that.
Squirrels.
But squirrels are terrible. Again, how many news reports in the past 4 days have claimed cyber attacks are a leading cause of power outages in the lead up to Black Hat? Anyone? 17. I went
17.
and Googled. So 17 have said this. So again, we also have challenges with people sort of talking about these in this particular way and not understanding, in particular, what we're actually dealing with at this point. So I read 17 reports and then I stopped. There's probably more. Walk around the show floor, you'll see lots of things. So, you know. So who's afraid of the big large lords? Me. I'm a power engineer. Usually, and Josh rolls his eyes at me for this quite a bit, but someone will say to me things, it's an okay eye roll, it's fine. David does it too. But when people sometimes talk about like things like vulnerabilities that can cause a major cyber event, they'll go from, hey, we've got this vulnerability in this inverter, that was one I talked about last year, other things, it's going to take down the whole power grid. And it's a massive leap into saying that. And I'll usually be like, there's things that will protect us. You know, the protection systems will action. Something will happen. I'm not usually as concerned. You'll see me kind of be like, you know, it'll be bad, but not that bad. This will be bad. This is my, where I'm actually starting to flag, I think this is a problem because it's concentrated risk.
Let me calibrate something here just from my perspective that I want to share with you. People like Dave and Emma are the people that I go to when I generate nightmare fuel, and I go, is this real? How real is this? Calibrate this for me. Where should I worry about this? When I worked for the city of New York, I had a lot of things to worry about. I needed to prioritize, very honestly. Like, what should I worry about today? What can we do something about? All that. What are the things we can worry about? What are the things we can control? And within that environment, and even more broadly, of course, energy was super essential. One of the things that was hard to calibrate was the speed. So Emma just talked about it. She got the trajectory right of where things were going, but the speed at which that happened was way accelerated. And all the other things that come with that cognitive understanding are not accelerated. people's preparedness, the partnerships, the policy, the money to support these things is not also accelerated.
Well, the money is.
On the other side, not on this side. And so, again, when you think about those three things, there's a different kind of demand that's coming from AI, number one. It behaves differently. You'll hear Emma talk about volatility, behaves differently. And then the rural utilities, to a certain extent, I mean, keep me honest here, need and want to participate in supporting that because it's revenue for them. And they need that to be a going concern. And so calibrating these three against what we're actually concerned about is very, very concerning.
I'll also add that they're also being handed like grants money from these entities that want to install their data center there because they have the land or the water rights or something. They have options now for actually doing cyber controls in these locations because they have income that can actually help support it now and they can grow. But making those right choices is a challenge because who are they going to, they still need people. They still need choices in technology. They still need to choose the right things, but they're not catching up in that they still don't have the cyber teams to do the work that they're going to need to do to secure these things that are going to impact them. So
They could just use AI, right?
or they could use AI. Yes, that's the solution. That is also that's the problem. So yeah, or they can use an AI-based solution that they don't know where it's actually being trained, and if it ends up being the data center that's connected to them and they have a problem, they're hosed. So
Interesting.
yeah, that's kind of where
That's where we're going.
cycle of crap that we're in right now. So
Negative feedback loop, right?
yeah.
Well, positive depending.
Okay.
And again, I don't despise AI. I like the, sorry, and Patience over here is my AI friend, and she is looking at me, and I'm saying I don't actually hate it. I like it. I think it's interesting. I think it's a really cool technology that's moving the world forward in a really interesting way. But I think the work that Patience and our team does is amazing. So I'm not just blaming you for it. It's, you know, I do blame you often for that. So, but I think it's great. I just think responsible use of these things is really important for the system and planning for it as part of the threat model. Like if you lose that use of your algorithm or use of something that you were using to control your system because it was on a data center that was based on it, you're in trouble. Yes, you could move that load to somewhere else, but what if they have an outage? So, you know, there's a lot going on. Moving forward. Okay, so some rural and smaller entities are becoming the epicenter for this growth. Because why? We need land, efficiencies, modernization. There's not that much guidance for them adopting it safely. But for example, I've got a bigger slide on this later, but south of Virginia, there's one utility, one co-op that's building 50 new substations currently to encourage that growth because they want them to come there. It's part of the data center alley going down Virginia, but they want people to come there because that's a business model for them. So they're no longer these kind of side players of, oh, these small utilities don't have that much of a contribution, it will be okay. Our definition of critical is now changing because now they're becoming more critical to the system. So here's my Virginia example. As I think as people know, I say Virginia a lot just because I live there, but 70% of the internet traffic goes through Northern Virginia. Increasingly, the hyperscaler of loads that were there are starting to move to the rural areas because they're just losing the ability to build. We're running out of land in these areas just now. Rappahannock is the small utility I'm talking about. Their public load prediction in 2023, going back 2 years, was that they would, by 2040, need to add about 3.3 gigawatts of generation. Again, let's go back to that being about half of Scotland. And then themselves, they said in 2025, we're going to have to add 20. We're like, wait, what? So this is drastically increasing for them as well. And remember, they're a small rural entity. But they came up with a really interesting business model. They're one of the more progressive small co-ops that I know of. They have a really cool business model for cybersecurity as well, that they built an offshoot, basically a small subsidiary that's their cybersecurity business, so they could make it for profit, so they could actually pay people enough to work for it, which is, you know, interesting point. But they also decided to do that for their data centers. They're having each one register now as a load serving entity, meaning it's a sort of style of utility in the country that separates the financial risk from them. So they're their own entity, even though they're part of the co-op that's serving it. So they isolated their financial risk of doing this. They're good. That's not their problem if something goes wrong there. But they didn't isolate their cyber physical risk because it's still the electrons that are connected to them. So ownership doesn't really separate electron flow, and you're like, oh, why don't they just put a battery on everything and some big generators? That's still electricity, like, so we're on the same page. It's still, they need electricity and the generators and the switches and all the same things that we're looking for the rest of the grid as well. So it's not that separate. I just like to add in these questions for fun, but how many power outages have we had in 2025 related to a woman climbing on a transformer?
Same options as before. Who thinks more than 10? Who thinks 5 to 10? Less than 5, 0.
Technically, we had one. And it wasn't me, so we're on the same page. But earlier in the year, actually, like talking about outages that have happened, a woman decided to climb on a very large power transformer in an area. No idea what was going on with her. It's a really bad idea. I was joking about it, though. I was like, she didn't actually get electrocuted climbing on the transformer, which is kind of wild and impressive, actually. In the same way that people like the FBI wanted to hire the bad hackers because they thought they were good at their job, I think they should be hiring her to work on power, because I'm kind of impressed she didn't get electrocuted. But there was an outage related to that, not because she was on the transformer and touching things, but because they turned off the transformer to not kill her. So they remotely shut down the transformer so she didn't die. Also so they could throw things at her and get her to get off the transformer and not break the transformer. So there's a picture of this. I didn't put it in, but she's standing there. The police are sort of throwing beanbags at her to try and get her to come down, which I feel bad for the son. It's not a great idea. But again, 800 houses lost power that day because they had to shut down one side of that substation to not hurt someone. So again, we have physical events that also can affect this whole situation.
Emma, do you expect this number to go up in 2026?
I mean, just for women?
I mean, that was the question. But I think about, people protesting, right? Or trying to gather attention for it, like this, something to pay attention to.
Yep. But to get back to how many events have we had related to data center load tripping offline without warning?
How many people think more than 10? 5 to 10. Less than 5, 0 to 5, 1 to 5, and 0.
So the last number I saw, there's reportedly been over 200 near-miss events. By near-miss, it doesn't mean the lights actually didn't go out. Near-miss means there wasn't a reportable bulk system event caused by this. So there have been around 200 events that have been caused by data centers tripping offline without notice to the utility. Like, data centers are also sort of sensitive little snowflakes as well. Power electronic load is weird. It's particularly sensitive to fluctuations in voltage in a way that just like your normal house isn't, or normal load hasn't been. So if your voltage starts shifting around too fast, the data center's like, I'm out. You're not going to break my stuff. I'm going to trip offline. They're not really tripping themselves. They're switching to their backup generator where they can get cleaner power effectively. So this happened. Again, I mentioned I live in Virginia. I live in Fairfax. Sorry, just to, you can all come visit. It's fine. But live in Fairfax. I think it was July 10th last year. I remember distinctly what happened because I had also lost my AC for like 3 days, to give a personal version of this story as well. I hadn't had AC for 3 days because I'm not very good at making phone calls to come repair my AC, apparently. But it was really, really hot. And I was slightly dying, and finally got it back. It was over July 4th, got it back. Day later, my power goes out for 4 hours, and I'm like, oh, come on, like, I'm gonna die. The puppies were hating it. I was about to move them to a Marriott. It was all bad. But, yes. But it was a really bad day. There'd also been some big storms roll through, and as it turns out, in the report, a lightning arrestor had failed, meaning that the thing that's meant to absorb if lightning strikes an electrical line, there's a lightning arrestor that's meant to stop it from blowing up other things like a transformer. It failed. There's a whole story about why that failed. But on a large transmission line in the Eastern Interconnect, that resulted in a permanent fault, which basically took down a major part of the Fairfax area. It also, which was included my house. But the thing that also happened during these lightning strikes, there was this kind of power wiggle. The voltage was varying because it was having an impact from the electric strikes on the grid, 60 data centers decided to go onto their backup power, and this is just in Fairfax County. They decided to evacuate the building, get off the grid because they were going to be damaged. And that was a drop in power of about, or of load of about, a large load drop of 1,480 megawatts, so 1.5 gigawatts, roughly. Just, it's about a quarter of Scotland dropped offline at the same time, in just that one county. And so there was an event caused by that. Other things started to go offline because they suddenly lost all of this. They had to get generators to go offline as well because it was so large it dropped offline. And suddenly everyone's like, what just happened? And they were like, did we not have a control on this to stop them from doing that during, because that's really bad. And they were like, no. So there's now been reports, and I'm going through those reports, and about 200 other events related to this over the last few years. So, you know, it's happening now.
So that volatility then, so let me say this and see if I have this right. So the volatility, data centers can't handle that kind of volatility.
No.
And so they move to their backup power.
Mm-hmm.
That shift to backup power changes their demand on the grid.
Yes.
And that further exacerbates.
Like this. And so in talking of my numbers of Scotland, I gave this as well a couple years ago, and this was related to load during sporting events where Andy Murray was winning Wimbledon, and everyone in Scotland during one of the set breaks went and turned on their tea kettles at the same time to go make a cup of tea, because that's what we do, okay? Like, went and made a cup of tea at the same time, but it caused a frequency event in the UK because so many people did exactly the same thing at the same time that basically also everyone sat down at the same time and stopped doing things that involved absorbing load. So basically there was two things that happened. Everyone turned on their tea kettle and everyone sat down and stopped doing things that would mean they needed to generate load. And that caused a frequency event in the UK because they dropped about 220 megawatts at the same time. Again, in terms of Scotland, this was Scotland. So this was Scotland. But they dropped the load and there was a frequency event because it wasn't expected that that would happen, because we have to plan for these things as well. If you expect that one day in the middle of the day when you forecast this, oh, by the way, there's a sporting event, so there's probably going to be an increase in load at a certain time, the grid operators will be like, we're going to have to turn on those generators or do this at that time, and they will have a plan for it. It's built into the dispatch schedule. This was unexpected because Scotland's really bad at sport, and it wasn't like Andy Murray winning was unexpected for everyone. So, you know, there was that. So everyone in Scotland stopped, and that caused an event. So imagine that for these data centers unexpectedly doing things because they're training a different model or doing something else. So, again, yep.
Sorry, basic question. Let me get you a mic.
I can throw this one.
Yeah.
I'm not a power guy, so this is really interesting for me. Help me understand. If everybody in all of these manufacturing plants turns off their power, there isn't a demand on the grid anymore, and so all of a sudden they would have 1.3 gigawatts to spend for everybody else. I would understand that there would be a big demand as they go back into the power grid and turn off their generation, but why would it be a problem when they start going into their own local generation?
Well, load and generation needs to be balanced. So if they instantaneously take 1.5 gigawatts off the system, that's big enough to push against the size of the system and the generation that's there. So there's a bias in every system of basically, it's like 1.5 gigawatts per hertz, meaning if you drop that amount, you will shift the frequency of the system by that amount as well, if that makes sense. So everything is based on our system being balanced. And so if your frequency starts to drop, you start to lose other things because you can't operate that way. So it's similar to what happened in Spain, essentially. So they started to lose the balance of the system. They had to start dropping different things offline to try and get it to balance back together, and they couldn't. So like 1.5 gigawatts is big in that we did this math yesterday because we thought it was funny. I think it's around 14 million tea kettles. So unless you have some control on your system that would have you as a customer were going to turn on your washing machine all at the same time to help rebalance that, you'd have to drop a generator and have something that can drop that fast. So like coal can't drop that fast. It's a kind of base loaded generation. But diesel, for example, could drop offline instantly. Does that make sense?
What's being used, I had to learn this too, what's being used and what's being produced has to be close to each other, if not exactly in balance, as close as possible. There's only
like
a little bit of
tilting scale
tolerance, you know, if it goes off.
If you have a big frequency shift, what would happen? I think that's your question.
Yeah, see the Spain outage. Like, so essentially if you have a big shift in frequency, your protection systems in the grid start to action. So they're trying to save the rest of the system. So they'll start to drop off, say, this load, this generator, pieces of the system that were planned to be taken off to try and bring that back into balance.
Bring the balance back,
And if it
yeah.
keeps going, eventually you get a Spain-style event where you lose everything on your system and you have to restart it, because at some point that volatility can no longer hold. And they trip offline to protect themselves because damage is worse than the power outage, if that makes sense.
Should we take questions now, or do you want to keep going through?
This
and
is just kind of a quick comment.
One second, sorry, there are a few folks with questions, and I just want to be thoughtful. Do you want to try and,
We'll
do you
do
want to
one more
pause?
question and then we'll go on to a couple more slides. Who wants to? Okay, are we
I think
going?
this gentleman back here had
Oh,
his
yeah,
hand
that
up right
first.
there. Yeah. And then if you can, just keep them. We're almost through, but we do want to take questions right here. You sir. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that people are missing is that the tolerances are incredibly tight. I mean, like, we run on 50 hertz.
Mhm.
If you drop
60.
to 49.9, then you're
Yep.
starting to trip stuff offline. And,
The-
and the
the-
damage that can be done is pretty incredible. I mean, you can actually melt lines if you get too far out of.
If we drop like 0.3 hertz, we start to lose parts of the system. So the balance is very tight on our system as well, on purpose, like so.
Okay, let's keep going, and then we'll
Yep.
go through questions. All right,
We'll just, that is also relevant to the next slide as well. So just to bring that up on the tolerance, normal non-AI workload on a cloud data center looks like the left, whereas it's not that volatile. It's not, moving around too much. I borrowed this from the internet, but the AI workloads are kind of insane. So when they start to train models or start to do different things, they can go through, this example was 15 megawatts, so 10 times as big a spike in the system, and a rapid spike. That's why I'm saying volatile AF. Because, yeah, like 10 times the size of a spike, basically saying, I've decided to train this model at this time, or it hits a checkpoint and is pausing. That sort of spike just locally on one data center processing is huge. And that's, again, a variable. You can't trip things off that line. There's only a couple types of generator that can absorb that fast a spike. Batteries and natural gas are two of them, actually. But your coal plant can't ramp that fast. Your nuclear can't actually do this either. So you need a generator that's spinning to be able to do something to help resolve this. And that's really, really hard to plan for when the people training the models are not the grid operators.
In the city on a hot day or otherwise, Con Ed had hotlines to waste management, to other places to say, take this on, or we're going to do this, so that they could communicate when there were big things happening. How many of you think that the AI data centers or the AI companies are going, we're going to retrain our model and give you a heads up that this is happening? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yep, keep
We
going.
gotta keep moving.
We need to keep moving.
Yeah.
So lastly, the interesting part is one of the positives of all this is these small rural entities are trying to modernize. So they're also adopting AI into their operations and into their systems as well. At the same time, they're integrating models for things like managing their customer service. So half the time now when you call the customer service for your utility, you're probably talking to a chatbot initially. It's fine. They're probably pretty good at this point. They don't tell you weird stuff. It's fine. Or they're buying products with it integrated. So you can go buy an outage management system or a wildfire management tool, and it will have some really cool algorithms. And for wildfire management in particular has been one of the areas that's had huge benefits using AI for faster detection of, spark-like events that burn things down. See smoke in Vegas yesterday. And then integrated to devices, most of the meters that you get for your house now, the new ones that are coming out, have integrated edge AI processing for different things as well. That's kind of insane to me, actually. But most things you're buying now have something in it that claims to be AI. I'm not validating that it's real and it's not just marketing material, but they're claiming it, so I'm going to go with it. And again, if they don't have cyber teams, a lot of them are saying, hey, you know where we can get efficiencies for cybersecurity? Again, as you mentioned, using AI. So here we are. So they're also adopting it in these entities. But again, just to summarize, our models don't account for this, for the AI supporting infrastructure. I asked actually a few of the AI-related companies, not looking at any people in here in particular, just like, do your models account for the infrastructure you're working on for your systems? No. Okay. We're defending from AI-driven attacks with AI, depends on this. Backup generators and offsite generation is still electric infrastructure. And it's still electric and it's still water. It's still there. And we're becoming dependent on this. Just one other slight worry. When you go work in a utility operations room, there's usually, and I'm not gonna lie, there's usually some old dude that's there who absolutely knows everything about, he's the grid whisperer. He knows everything about that system. He's there, he's the book of how you do this. We're now looking at those people retiring, and people are saying, you know what, we probably just need to use AI instead. I jokingly called it, I think we're developing old white dude AI, which is unfortunate. Sorry, old white dudes, but you know.
Come on, I resemble that remark.
I know. So I think that's being developed, and essentially we're going to have a brain drain. No one will actually know what it was meant to do on the system. So there's this other issue coming in as well. And again, concentrated large load, we talked about this. It's enough to push against the system frequency and cause a resonate. So that's absolutely new to our system as well. So we need to win. You can say this. You wanted decathlon in here, so.
I wanted decathlon because I think people think about it as a race, and it's not one event. It's a bunch of events. And in this case, China's planning it that way. They think about supply chain, they think about cyber, they think about critical infrastructure, they think about people, they think about economic security, they think about ownership down the supply chain. You want to dominate a technology, you dominate the infrastructure. You want to defend a technology, you defend the infrastructure. I'm sitting next to one of the countries, maybe the world's foremost experts on battery energy storage and ownership of that battery energy storage. So when you hear this competition, geostrategic competition with China, it is not just about the frontier models or who's going to get to agentic AI or even who can buy chips. It's about the infrastructure underneath that. Remember what we said up front. If you want to talk about AI, talk about the infrastructure upon which it depends.
So I think we've mentioned this one already, but traditional planning is failing. These load forecasts aren't predictable. We've got transformer shortages. Guess where everyone's getting their transformers from in this country? Got a surprise for you. Yeah. We've got data centers without models. When I say not models for AI, we've got data centers without models for how they operate on the electric system. So predicting them is quite hard to actually do at the moment. And again, we've got these sort of static approaches to planning that were just never built for this. Well, so that all sounds terrible.
Have a great day.
Sorry. Seems pretty bad. There's things we can do. We kind of need to do it as well. We can't stop this. There's no going to a utility and saying, no, don't do this. They are not going to follow those approaches. So there's no here. There's just a how we make this better. So what can we really do? Understanding the priorities is important. Understand that why they are integrating these large loads to their business models and what benefits that could give us to cybersecurity, being that they have money to hire people and do it now. So helping people with those approaches is really important, understanding it's there and why they're doing it. Again, encouraging good citizenship of the customers. Again, we're talking about consumer and commercial load here are two different things. The world has shifted. We need to understand that. In 12 months, things have shifted really fast. It's not, what can we do? We do need to just know that this has happened. There's not just the small electric anymore. There's a small electric and giant load. Our highest consequences are now dynamic, and we actually need to understand the use cases they have for this. Like if somebody is buying a tool that says we're using AI, helping them understand how to responsibly use that in their own environment in a way that they can actually depend on it as well. So protecting AI's foundation is also important because AI attacks are a thing. But don't tell people don't, because tell them how to do it right. Because if you tell them don't, you immediately stop them from wanting to even talk to you. So when you're a cyber defense type person saying, well, you shouldn't do that, okay, it's not the same as plugging in your phone to a different USB. It's something else. It's a bigger problem for their business model that they need to do this. Resilience planning needs to consider the supply chains for this. And again, defending the foundation of AI, helping small utilities understand their AI creep and demand transparency is really important. You love the demand transparency part, so. That's
Yeah, I think this is kind of cool, the demand transparency. So there's two parts to that. There's us. Remember, no one's coming. It's us. To demand that transparency from those organizations. And there's also transparency about the demand, about where it's coming from, the behavior of it, the volatility of it. When you hear AI, think about infrastructure, and when you think about threats or resilience to AI, AI and the grid are inseparable. I hope if you leave with nothing else today, it is that. And also we should use Scotland as a form of measurement.
In the dictionary. Other parts we've been talking about, if you were here yesterday, Ginger and folks were giving there was a CIE, a Cyber-Informed Engineering workshop, I believe, as well. Again, going to manual for critical functions is something that we've had for a long time, but I'm not sure we have go to manual for this situation. So we need to work out how to get through that. But again, consequence-informed decision-making is really important. I've been using fault location as an example for consequence here. Utilities, they do, I'll cover this with other people later because we're running out of time, but considering criticality is also a problem. These small utilities that I'm talking about were often not considered critical because, they're small. They're now the new critical. It's the new normal is they're the new critical infrastructure. So if you're saving the world with your AI-driven solution, you need to actually understand the resilience of the solution also. So chaos engineering is something I really love, but we've been trying to work on how to do that for the electric grid because that's really what we have now is a chaotic system. It's still operating. Yeah. I want to add, we still have one of the most reliable electric grids in the world, so we're still not failing. But one of the things we've been really interested in looking at is how to abundance plan, which is a whole other world. How do we plan for this? How do we build the models? How do we just assume everyone might make a random decision every given day and work out what that would actually look like for a system? We need to do that for cybersecurity in these systems also. Assume random and assume chaos at all times is my pitch here for how do we actually plan for this. But planning for failure is probably the biggest lesson here. This is an image of Spain. I've got some funny, this is going to be in another talk I'm giving on Friday. But planning for failure is kind of the big thing here. The one thing when people talk about the outage in the Iberian Peninsula, it's always like, oh my God, it was so terrible. I actually have a slide here that was the British were eating biscuits and beer. It was so bad because southern Portugal didn't have, some of the big holiday destinations didn't have power. And they're like, we're relying on our cookies and beer. And we're like, that seems wonderful. Like, you'll be fine. One of the bigger problems that happened was people started to believe it was a cyber attack and then started to panic. So the people that posted it was a cyber attack on LinkedIn started to create this fear, uncertainty, and doubt that spread throughout the world. I even had a call from my dad, who is a forensic scientist, and he still called and said, I heard it was a cyber attack in Spain. I was like, Dad, probably not. Whole other talk on what happened, but planning for failure was key. Spain was able to restart their grid in about 10 hours. They did a full black start in their system, restarted it from scratch. That is actually a huge success. They had planned for that. They knew how to restart it. They didn't run into many problems. They solved them as they went along. They had planned for this to happen, so they were able to restart. We have black start plans. I'm not sure we have black start plans that include data centers. So we have a whole other resilience problem there, but planning for failure is kind of key, and that's the sort of big message here is we need to plan for this to happen, and we need to be able to recover and do the right things. Again, I'm just making posts about this, what happened in Spain, because it annoys me that people said it was a cyber attack, but but yeah, the end is now. So. Would you like to welcome a robot over?
No, it's okay. I think we're out of time. So let's take all the questions, and then we'll try and bundle them. Go ahead, Josh.
All right, so hopefully you can see that why we love Emma and
And Manish.
Emma's
Sometimes.
hype man.
Hype man, what
Emma's
did I
hype
tell
man.
you? I set
Yeah.
expectations.
Okay.
I was just going to jump in a little bit. Not a lot of substance.
But
Here we
like,
go.
really good teammates in this crazy cavalry thing, they don't give you what you ask for, they give you what you need. I hope this is both overwhelming and stimulating, but if you look at the cascading failures with no water, no power, no hospital, this takes it to a whole new level. There's a lot of questions in the room, so I'll just say the levity bit here is my biggest concern is if we have a massive outage, what do you restore first, the hospital or the data center? And in some of the international exercises I'm hearing, the answer is the data center, and the second answer is not the hospital, and the third answer is not the hospital. So we have to take everything you heard yesterday and for the rest of today and tomorrow and realize that this is probably going to win in the ruthless prioritization stuff. So maybe you made that dynamic range of demand green because Loki's holding that chaos together. But I hope we can maybe decouple with small nuke plants or something. But if there's any other non-cyber ways to decouple public safety continuity of operations from data center continuity of operations, I hope those are in the mix as well.
If your restoration options included you needed to process data through a data center to be able to restore the system, then the data center comes before everything else. That's the challenge, is if people are reliant on an AI-based restoration solution, then they need that before they, which, I mean, could mean they could push it offshore, but that's another risk, so.
For time, let's take all the questions. So yeah, please here, and then I think we have one. Keep your hands up so then we can come around and take all the questions. Good.
Great presentation. Was wondering if these AI companies are paying into these small energy companies and to build that up, and if not, where do those decisions come from? Is that at the state level or at kind of the regional co-op level? Thanks.
To say yes, they are. So they are paying money for this to these entities. Like, we're seeing them get grants from, like, not to throw Google under the bus, but Google gave a big grant to a small rural utility because their data center was dominating their load. And
But is that voluntary or is that like written into?
it's voluntary, yeah. So it's,
Yeah.
it's
Wait, to kind of daisy chain off of that, does it matter that the large companies are buying their own nuclear facilities, like Microsoft's turning on 3 Mile Island or 2.5 Mile Island, so to speak, and Google's buying their own
How
nuclear?
do we feel about turning back on an old plant that's been end of life from a cyber perspective? We cool
And
with
also
that?
they may
Like-
have the generation, but the demand is still on the grid. Yep.
Yeah, I hate to bring up the idea of using technology to solve the problems that technology has caused, but as a user of AI, or at least my grad students, the use of batch systems, SLARM and so forth is pretty common. Is there any hope for a data center energy use API that could reduce or increase the delay between the load changes?
There is, but that doesn't mean they'll use it, if that makes sense.
We had a question back here.
I was going to say the API would probably be based on an AI-based solution for managing the AI data set.
Well,
It's
we have
gonna-
to. The point underneath this though is changing the way we're doing load forecasting. This gentleman right here has a
Sorry.
question.
Rapid
I got
fire.
it first.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay.
So a couple things I did not see in your thing, the issue of public safety power shutoffs that we have on the West Coast, because they do that now preemptively to
Yes.
stop wildfires. And my concern is they're gonna prioritize keeping power on for data centers, and we already have giant issues with people not having power in times when they desperately need it to just stay alive. And so I don't know that there's a question, but I think it's an important consideration. And then the integration of small nuclear reactors, small modular reactors into this, I think from an emergency management perspective, that's where I come from.
Yep.
There's very little regulation around those. I've read
Yes.
the regs.
Yeah.
They suck.
Yeah.
And they scare the crap out of me, but they're being touted as the solution, and I'd like thoughts on that. But
I was going to add, as someone
Guys,
who
we
works
got
for
time for
Idaho
one more
National
question.
Lab, I have to say nuclear is wonderful. So patience?
Right there, but just on the safety regs, this is kind of what I think about as the ruthless prioritization that we tried to look at under Cyberspace Solarium or DPA. Like, what are you doing first, and can we get everybody to decide on what we're going to do first? The answer is no. Last question. Yeah, go ahead.
So real quick, I was going to ask this before some of the other questions about decoupling, but what does the ideal power grid look like so that we can effectively decouple the load from the volatility problem and push the cost of volatility to the sources of volatility?
Yes.
Good question. Redesign of the grid?
I
mean, the
would
economics.
like to entirely redesign the grid if we could at this point. It's oh, I was helping. I would like if we could. Again, our grid was designed for like 10% margin on top of where we're at just now. I don't see how we do this without major redesigns, but we also are having struggles building anything. So, I mean, transmission takes about 10 years to build. So designing, that's kind of where this chaos engineering point is, of redesigning or changing how we plan so we can build things for these unknowns in the future as well, but still satisfy what any customer may want to do as well, because you still have free will. Putting solar in your house, buying an electric vehicle, not doing those things is also something we still need to plan for also.
Please
Thank
join
you, everybody.
me in thanking Dr. Emma and Manish. Thank you. Now, so our first hour got us very heated up on AI and the grid, but the uncomfortable discussions are not over. So doesn't that sound great? So for our next discussion, pleased to welcome Mr. Joe Slowick to lay down some truths about a very uncomfortable topic. Oh, people should come in and sit down. We've got seats up front. Don't be shy. Sit down. You can sit down. Everybody can be comfortably uncomfortable in your very fancy lounge seat. So we'll get Joe hooked up here and be on our way.
worry about me. I do not have a technical background, but I did do lots of humanities stuff, and then I joined the Navy because that seemed like a smart idea. So the way that I like to describe it is that I know how to swear, and I know how to swear very elegantly. So we've got that going for us right now as I work through this hurriedly. But the core proposition behind this is that Josh has already pointed this out, that this is a set of discussions not about what you want to hear, but about what you need to hear. And one of the things that I come up with often is that we talk a lot about cyber-physical disruptive events, and as Emma's noted earlier, how many outages in the US are related to cyber events? 0. How many total across the world? Handful. A couple in Ukraine. You could align this to military and conflict zones and so forth. But if we're talking about real cyber-physical operations, what are we really limited to? The S word, which I don't think has been mentioned yet today, Stuxnet. It's funny that I bring that up because what happened just, a week or two ago, there was the congressional panel on Stuxnet 15 years later. We are still talking about this notional boogeyman of the state-sponsored threat actor doing something to cause a cyber-physical impact that's going to turn the lights off, shut the water down, et cetera, and it hasn't really materialized yet. You can make the argument that that's because, thankfully, we have not gotten into a shooting war between China, US, Russia, et cetera, but we are seeing a lot of disruptive events right now. So one of the things that, for those who were attending yesterday, and Josh already hit on this, and last year this came up as well, is that, what is one of the main issues in terms of information security problem sets that we're facing? E-crime, ransomware, BEC, et cetera, that these events are the day-to-day ebb and flow of what's going on as far as what's impacting individual organizations and resulting in disruptions to critical services. So to speed run through my notional slides, which trust me, they do actually exist, that we've already seen impacts. You can go back to the story from a couple of years ago about the ambulance that was rerouted from the hospital in, say again? Dusseldorf, yes. We good? We're going to find out. There's like 3 monkeys trying to hump a football or something like that up here. All right. Damn USB, go in the direction that I want you to, not the direction that you do.
Or you can just hit the space bar.
Yeah, you know what? That's fine. Fuck it. Okay. Thanks, Dave. Yay! Okay. So I talked about this. Quick disclaimer, I'm representing myself today, not my organization. Like I said, Navy back in the day, bounced around to DOE, bunch of product companies, worked at Dragos, worked at Huntress, which actually will come up from an MSSP perspective in a little bit in this discussion. I was at the MITRE Corporation for a little bit. Now I'm at Dataminer. But I'm here as Joe, which means I get to say whatever the hell I want as long as you're not live streaming this to my employer and I say something that they don't like. But anyway, the state of the now, which I was getting into, ransomware, more brutal than ever. 44% of all breaches in the DBIR that came out this year had some ransomware component involved in them. Now, certainly that is a subset of already existing security incidents, but you get the idea. So talked about critical impacts to services and healthcare and education. And this does have important considerations to it in terms of financial impacts. Again, it was mentioned yesterday in the intro to this track that hospitals don't have that many weeks worth of runway that if they're not generating revenue to the point where they are able to continue to operate. But then there's also the service impact component to things as well, where if I don't have IT up, then how the hell do I operate? Whether it's electronic medical records, whether it's everyone here who has a kid in school right now, I'm sure is used to having the Chromebook or whatever else and online education platforms that are supplementing or leading a lot of items, to say nothing of getting into incidents like just being able to do email, et cetera. All right, sorry we're just kind of blowing through this because of our technical difficulties here. But yes, getting to our Dusseldorf example, there was the Doppelpaymer ransomware event that resulted in an ambulance rerouting, which didn't, the ransomware didn't kill someone, but the delay in service ended up resulting in impacting quality of care, which I think is the important way of putting this, which I know Josh has mentioned numerous times, including in congressional panels and so forth. And we've seen this even more recently in studies that have shown that as you start impacting the ability of hospitals to start providing service at a consistent or in expected level, whether you're talking about the blast radius item where Hospital A in region has an impact resulting in patients being pushed out to other institutions, which starts bringing down the quality of care more generally, that we start seeing this degradation in care. But the thing is, what we often talk about, though, when it comes to these items are state-sponsored disruption. So Volt Typhoon, which I do a lot of research on, both historically in past jobs and currently kind of on my own because I'm a friggin' nerd and this is just the kind of stuff that I dig into, that we emphasize that this is this horrendous existential threat to the operations of critical infrastructure, that in a Taiwan Strait scenario, the lights are going to go off and other bad things are going to happen. Or more recently, or well, concurrently, cyber avengers, which I like to say is computer network annoyance as opposed to computer network attack, that defacing HMIs and similar sorts of items, not in itself concerning, but the fact that they're able to access these systems and targeting critical infrastructure certainly is concerning, and what could mean from there. The thing is, though, is that while there's lots of concern over state-directed cyber impacts, the results and actual impacts have been minimal to non-existent with certain exceptions. Back in my day in Dragos and DOE and other areas, as well as working as an independent researcher, I've dug into the 2015 and 2016 Ukraine attacks, the 2017 incident in Saudi Arabia involving safety instrumented system malware. There's been some more recent things in Ukraine that we've seen, but look at the panel that I referenced earlier on the 15 years since Stuxnet and a lot of the expert commentary around that. And we really haven't seen what we expected for something that took place over a decade and a half ago now in terms of cyber physical operations. So we're really focusing on the right thing, because there's significant policy and political focus on state-directed adversaries holding critical infrastructure at risk for disruption and destruction. But the thing is, such impacts are already happening today. Now, it's not some esoteric, exotic cyber-physical payload that we're talking about, which maybe you'll see something like that presented at, up the road at DEF CON or whatever in a couple of days. But rather, we're seeing fundamental aspects of IT operations that underpin the capabilities of these critical networks to operate being held at risk, disrupted, or destroyed as a result of criminal activity. And the thing is, if you look at some of the more impactful elements of cyber offensive operations, targeting critical infrastructure or economies at any sort of scale, you're talking things like NotPetya, which was pseudo ransomware, operating as a wiper effectively as opposed to an actual ransomware payload, or other uses of wipers like we've seen in Ukraine that have actually had significantly more impacts than any sort of science project that speaks an OT protocol and can result after doing multiple sequences of steps to disrupt operations. So a couple of years ago, I gave a Sky talk on what you would actually need to do to disrupt the grid, and it echoes a lot of what Munish and Emma were talking about earlier, is that the possibilities exist, but the degrees to which that you need to get a number of things and a number of things right in the proper order of operations to make it happen at scale is non-trivial. However, being able to have localized impacts by simply targeting and blowing away the IT or higher level OT operations and eliminating the operations of all Windows systems in the environment, that isn't terribly hard. And we're already seeing that reflected in the way that ransomware operators, whether you're talking in Akira, Dragon Force, take your pick of the flavor of the moment, are currently operating, or rather the affiliates that are using these ransomware variants are operating today. So we have to ask ourselves, okay, if we're talking about allocation of scarce resources, are we really focusing on the right or the correct problem by looking at the notional cyber-physical OT attack scenario versus what's going on already in the day-to-day, and we've seen state-sponsored actors actually piggyback off of in very impactful operations. So there's an important consideration about this, though, in terms of how these payloads are actually being delivered. So the route to ransomware. How do I get to a point of deploying a payload? Who are my pen testers in the room? Yeah, I've got a few. Okay. Who are my offensive cyber actors, either currently or in a past life? Don't raise your fucking hand. Okay? Anyway, we're talking about a lot of fundamental overlaps in tradecraft right now. So what are we talking about? Things like credential harvesting and reuse, weak authentication schema, whether you're talking single factor or not very well implemented multi-factor. We're talking vulnerable edge devices. So whether you're talking about the small office, home office router device or whatever that's sitting in your environment, or pick your network appliance vendor du jour, Fortinet, SonicWall, et cetera. Adversaries are identifying fundamental weaknesses either in how these devices operate, or they have vulnerabilities in them that are either being exploited as true 0 days or rapidly weaponized post-discovery to enable access. leading to living off the land binaries and scripts, lol bin, lol bass activity, but also seeing a division of labor in terms of ransomware deployment. The funny thing is that a lot of these same sorts of items are reflected directly if you look at how a Volt Typhoon operates, or even how some of the higher-end Russian APTs are operating in Ukraine. It's not about developing the bespoke, esoteric piece of unique, beautiful malware or whatever that is unique to my organization, but following a script that looks pretty damn close to what you would see for pen testing 101, well, maybe not 101, but like 301 or something along those lines in terms of operations. Because we have to ask ourselves, is this unique? And the answer, after doing some research on this subject, is that it very much is not. That we're seeing adversaries from e-crime to APT increasingly rely on similar operational mechanisms. There has been a convergence in tradecraft. I was hoping this was going to be available by time for this presentation, but I just gave a presentation at the first annual conference in Copenhagen that dug into the data, looking at MITRE attack mappings, looking at the DVIR, looking at the M-Trends report, and we see this reflected in an analysis of intrusions. That whether it's due to efficiency, it's just easier to operate this way, general availability, but also defender failures. We're not talking about really rocket science sort of techniques here, but adversaries are able to leverage these common mechanisms in order to operate quite effectively without looking very different from one another. Now this presents challenges in terms of attribution, if that's something you care about, if you're a CTI weenie and you want to talk about, whatever mythical APT or whatever you're tracking. But it also has potential benefits in terms of defense. Because as we start looking at converging tradecraft, we also talk about converging mechanisms to try to disrupt or dissuade its use. And just to give a quick view, because I know we don't have a whole lot of time here, if you look at, this was just taking the latest MITRE attack release for CTI objects and like, okay, show me what are the common techniques that are referenced after removing a couple of things that are just like basic you must-haves. And we see like adversaries love using PowerShell, adversaries like using spear phishing attachments, et cetera. Looking especially at adversaries that have been updated most frequently, we see that convergence applies even to a greater extent. And similarly in the M-Trends report, looking at what the folks at Google Cloud, because I'm not going to call them Mandine anymore because it really bothers them. That's maybe not nice. But anyway, similar, not quite as extreme, but as you start looking at individual elements of intrusions and forensic investigations that have been performed by those folks, we see, again, lots of commonality in terms of how these intrusions have taken place. Now, this results in some conflicting defensive priorities, though, because from a government, military, strategic sort of perspective, state-sponsored cyber is the primary risk. Like, we can't get around that or whatever. If I am national government, executive, et cetera, like that, this is simply important to me. Thinking about the big picture, disrupting multiple entities, causing whole-of-economy impacts. So I'm talking about Volt and Salt Typhoon. I'm talking Sandworm. I'm talking similar sorts of entities. But the thing is that for most asset owners and stakeholders, the thing I care about is like, okay, the Taiwan Strait scenario is mythical as far as I'm concerned. It's notional. It doesn't necessarily impact me in the immediate sense, in the sense that I'm just worried about day-to-day operations, continuing to operate, continuing to generate, continuing to make revenue. So that means that concerns are generally about more immediate disruptive scenarios that impact operations in that direct fashion. Thinking again, ransomware, BEC, et cetera, like your Akira, your Scattered Spider, your Dragon Force, et cetera. But the thing is that if we could start looking at this as not being a either-or proposition, because whether we're talking about our mythical typhoons or talking about our asshole little kids from the comm or whatever that are doing stuff in order to impact hospitals and schools, if there's a lot of overlap in how these entities are operating, it provides for some opportunities. So certainly, whole of country and specific asset owners have different perspectives and concerns. That goes without saying. The result is that there's a focus on different threat actors and defensive operations, but if we can adopt this perspective of convergence in activity, it opens up pathways for common actions that we can take that would help resolve or help address fundamentally different adversaries in terms of intention and in terms of operation, but looking at those single points of failure in adversary operations in order to kill a couple of birds with a single or a handful of stones. So in looking at this, we talk about things like do the basics, eat your cybersecurity vegetables and crap like that, or shields up. I make fun of those all the time. I blogged about it a couple of weeks ago or whatever and saying that it's a cowardly approach in approaching defense. So justifiably derided in a lot of ways, especially because these are often used in conjunction with abstract, for the perspective of most asset owners, threats that won't hold them at immediate risk. Again, Volt Typhoon, I will say right here, very concerning threat actor that has gotten into a number of environments in some very scary areas. But their actual record of both OT network access and OT impact is 0 to very small, at least based upon information we can talk about right now. So as far as the threat that it poses to the everyday asset owner, or whether we're talking that utility in New England that got hit that made a big splash in a Register article from a couple of months ago, to the island of Guam, it's like, okay, this is a concern, I need to be worried about this, but at the same time, if I can get ransomed and have my entire IT network blown away tomorrow, what do I focus on? But the thing is that if immediate value and impact can be communicated across state-sponsored and e-crime adversaries, looking at the ways in which these items overlap with one another quite significantly, the incentives for day-to-day operators to adopt the items they need to defend their network, not just against the Akira affiliate, but also from a Typhoon, become much stronger. It becomes a much more easier sell, a much more easier way of justifying allocation of scarce resources, where resources even exist, in order to try to address these problems. Because the thing is, we can start extending defensive guidance in ways that start identifying what are the key pain points for adversaries in operating. And having had an adversarial perspective on defensive items or whatever, any of these items would represent maybe not completely eliminating, but definitely crippling things in order to overcome. So starting first off with just authentication mechanisms. I multi-factor everything, and there's almost no excuse, especially for any sort of service that is external facing or accessible in any fashion, that should not exist. It is relatively easy in order to implement at this point in time, and yet we still see single-factor auth externally exposed or weak multi-factor authentication entities leveraged and abused, whether we're talking scattered spider or some other entities that can do the social engineering route in order to get around the help desk, et cetera. We can also talk about, like, okay, if I can't do it myself, do I migrate to a third party, thinking about identity access management, single sign-on, et cetera. A little dicier because now we're talking about money that a lot of these organizations may not necessarily have, but thinking about a lot of the, at least modern suites of software and applications, whether we're talking about M365, Google Cloud instances or whatever, is that we need to start thinking about more options of leveraging what is thankfully being baked into the things that we're using and turning it on effectively. Getting us to things like access. So who has an external facing SharePoint instance that was hosted internally or whatever that was compromised in the last month? Because if you had a SharePoint instance that is external facing and was also hosted locally, you probably did have it compromised in the last month. But thinking about items like, well, why is that asset even exposed in the first place? And doing things like, again, cyber hygiene items to try to determine whether it's my own network as I've designed it or what the integration contractor or similar installed at the point in time. Thinking through how are these items been put together and what is it that I'm exposing to adversaries to take advantage of, and then applying things like that attack surface management and improved vulnerability management in order to try to get ahead of some of these problems as well. Finally, from a movement perspective, again, when we're talking about entities that don't necessarily have the most robust in terms of IT administrators and shops, if we're talking about a rural hospital or a small school district, at the same time thinking about what are the key items or whatever that I know that just simply are important and can't be compromised in some way. First off, thinking how can I migrate away from owning that myself if I know that I can't administer it effectively and going to a third-party provider. But then also thinking about ways in which I operate the things that are residual and left behind to try to improve the way in which these things are put out there and secured. So the funny thing is that this comes from the Joint Cybersecurity Advisory put out by CISA and a bunch of other partners on Volt Typhoon. A bunch of network hardening strategies, lots of really complex items, but also some fairly basic things as well. The thing is, if you start looking at this defensive guidance, it essentially mirrors the items that are necessary to defeat most ransomware entities at present as well. Again, we're seeing that commonality in tradecraft, that if we can start showing that the benefit doesn't just extend into this notional national security issue, which may or may not manifest in 2 years, 5 years, depending if you listen to Josh or listen to Bryson, if you were in the morning talks yesterday, but something that may manifest, but I don't know that it will, but it also reflects on what's going to impact my day-to-day. So in this sense, reframing a shields up language to emphasize immediate, tangible security outcomes should, I think, provide a greater incentive to start adopting some of these principles in order to try to get around the issue and reframe things in a way that would be more justifiable or defensible. So what's the call to action here, since we don't have a whole lot of time here? So first off, I really am a big fan that communication is key for a lot of items in terms of being able to incentivize action or to prompt action by others. And so reframing emphasis when we start talking about the state or even commercial ways of communicating threats and in ceasing our glorification of the potential APT, state-sponsored or whatever activity, and reframe things into more direct, tangible impact scenarios can start changing the conversation in a way that the incentives can start pushing for greater action by critical infrastructure owners, even those that are relatively less well off than others. The result should be improved defensive posture against multiple adversary types that fulfill multiple perspectives. That in the course of defending us against a scattered spider event, which is very prolific right now, or pick a nasty ransomware actor that likes to pop school districts and so forth, that in the process of doing so, I'm also defending against much nastier things as well. So translating our messaging to emphasize immediate security and operational benefits can enable improved posture for those strategic defensive items as well, to sort of link the two together. However, there are limitations in this approach that I do want to acknowledge. So common defensive actions to address multiple adversaries is very good, but many of the organizations, for those who've been paying attention throughout this track this year as well as in past years, is that many of the organizations that operate critical national infrastructure remain below that security poverty line and lack the capacity to even implement these mechanisms. There is a significant disconnect between the resources, talent, and motivation between adversaries, whether we're talking a Volt Typhoon or a ransomware affiliate, and the local school district, the rural hospital, et cetera. And that remains something that is difficult to try to figure out a way to overcome. We can certainly try to incentivize movement that, hey, by doing these actions, you're not just taking care of the 5-year threat, you're taking care of the current threat. But if the resources still don't exist to even respond to that, it becomes difficult to try to figure out where we can benefit from this. As a result, residual risk will remain and must be addressed somehow. There are options for that. We'll talk to a couple items here in a second, where doing the basics is certainly going to be necessary, but it may not be sufficient in and of itself. So we do have to think about what is left behind as a result of these actions and what organizations are still not going to be able to implement this effectively. So from a future consideration standpoint, heightened defensive posture is only going to get us so far. It's a necessary item, but it's not going to solve it all entirely on its own. Additional investments are going to be needed in terms of building resiliency, and I like emphasizing things like business continuity planning, disaster recovery planning, things that we do for physical security threats and other items that have applications for cyber as well if we're talking about the potential to disrupt or impact the delivery of physical services. It's also interesting to note that higher level entities and authorities may need to pursue something a little different to try to dissuade or disincentivize adversaries elsewhere. So this is a point where, the cavalry is not coming, but I don't think that we're ever going to be able to resolve this problem. We'll be able to perform harm reduction to a certain extent, but if the cavalry never shows up, it's going to be difficult to do harm elimination to some extent. So we need to think about what that may mean, because again, we'll have residual risk left over as a result of even some of the best actions individual organizations can take. The last thing I'll say, because I'm running out of time, is we've talked about the fact that the cyber ship has maybe sailed already, that we're already putting ourselves behind adversaries, and so we should start thinking about things like cyber having moved away from being able to defend, mitigate, and build resilience because we're dealing with installed systems. And we talk about things like cyber-informed or engineering in similar ways as approaching this, but we also have to ask ourselves, what is the possibility of being able to rapidly revamp or reconstitute a physical system in order to build more resiliency if it doesn't exist already? Again, going back to trying to, you're fighting the battle with the tools that you have right now as opposed to the tools that you wish you did. And how do we orient these conversations around things like building in resiliency and operational planning to take advantage of what capabilities are already latent to the environment instead of dreaming about what we may be able to implement in the future. So again, just something to think about. So finally, concluding slide, ransomware is basically what we're dealing with in terms of social disruption right now. It may reflect upon what we can imagine a notional state adversary would do in the future. But the thing is that e-crime behaviors are mirroring a lot of the concerning APT behaviors that we need to be worried about, and that as a result, we can take advantage of this overlap to emphasize immediate security needs to justify the investment in the action on the part of asset owners to basically operate against these threat actors and secure organizations against both the immediate threat as well as the longer term. But with the admission that passive security controls will only get us so far, and to some degree, we're going to need to figure out something else if we really want to make these problems go away. So that's all that I have. Sorry for the technical issues at the start. Thank you, Dave, for being able to pivot very quickly and for me to use your machine. Yeah.
Well, I had a question, but you kind of blunted it. So how about we all just say, fantastic presentation, fantastic recovery. So the comment, offer, request to you and anyone else that heard him is, yes, the kind of things you would do to stop ransomware might also help you with Vault Typhoon. The problem is most of these target-rich cyberpoor utilities aren't doing it for either. So I guess the question challenge is, if we get the consequence-informed engineering, cyber-informed engineering, resilience settled, what's the very first set of crawl, walk, run cyber advice that should fast follow the physical resilience stuff? So rhetorical for now.
Yep.
But like, we don't want to install super expensive, brittle cyber that gets them hacked with KEVs. But we might want to prioritize the tangible win-win for both. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Josh. And again, apologies for the issues at the start. I don't know, do we have time for questions? Or? Oh, okay.
If you have a question, then come on up. You come here rather than we come to you. So line up and we'll answer a couple of questions. If you've got a question, come on down.
So some of the things that we talked about, like Volt Typhoon and the difference between local and strategic interest, pull up my talk from Critical Effect or from BrewCon last year or whatever, if you're interested in that. And then the Converging Tradecraft presentation should be available in another month from first, and the paper on that should be coming out in the next 6 months if I can figure out who will actually publish a damn thing. Anyway, thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. So I completely agree that communication is key, and I have to admit, I hate that we're always talking about ransomware, because it puts the problem somewhere where it doesn't feel like everybody can be a part of it. And I mean, to get to ransomware, there's so many steps that happen that we can prevent, that we can raise awareness about, and that is sort of lost on the way about just talking about ransomware. So I hope that this is something that we can focus on a lot more.
Yep.
And I mean, you said it, so one thing that I was also curious about is you were at MITRE, and they're basically just talking about state-sponsored, but how do you see that transitioning and providing something like MITRE does for everything else around it? Do you think there's a possibility to have that somewhere in the future?
I think so. I can tell you when I was managing the CTI portion of the attack framework up until May, when I left MITRE, that was a big point of emphasis for me, is getting greater reflection of e-crime and criminal activity within the framework, because one, it's important, but two, it's also difficult. And we see some of this reflected in adversary operations as well, where we see a division of labor between initial access, infrastructure management, and then actual on-keyboard operations. Criminal ecosystems are much more diverse, whether you're talking about your initial access brokers that sell access onto someone who's going to then work with a ransomware affiliate to deploy a payload, and that affiliate's going to handle negotiations, that it becomes not just a unitary threat actor that we're dealing with, and so it's not just one throat to choke, so to speak, but becomes rather which area of the problem set am I acknowledging, and do I even have the knowledge to track these items effectively to know who it is that I'm dealing with. And it's that diversity in the ecosystem which, both on the government side and in the commercial sector, has been difficult for folks to wrap their heads around, because we like to think about the unitary threat actor as opposed to there being a very diverse division of labor behind operations.
Yeah, and I mean, also the problem that we've run into with being able to communicate the challenges and what we need to do and how we can effectively also reduce risks to the sea level and so on. That's something that's stopping us on so many levels, and
yep.
I hope that we will be able to evolve in that together.
We shall see.
Okay, so we've got 2 more questions. Each question and answer is 30 seconds and not more. Go.
Speed run.
What's up, Joe?
Yeah.
So quick question. One of the biggest challenges in CTI is translating that strategic risk in a briefing report to leadership into tangible, actionable outcomes and getting them to action it, while also maintaining the balance of not crying wolf.
Yep.
So do you have any sage advice for making your strategic risk identification, maybe even around ransomware, land harder?
Yeah, so first off, I'm sorry to cut you short, but we got a little bit of time. Strategic CTI is complete bullshit for 95% of the organizations that are out there. No one gives a shit who the hell is actually responsible for things in the vast majority of cases unless you're law enforcement or the military. And CTI in general should be focused not on reports, but on detections, hunts, and informing security operations. That is my bias. I'm a very tactical, I teach this in my CTI training, that CTI's focus, if you're not thinking about how the decisions I'm supporting can impact the day-to-day defense of my network, if you can't answer that question effectively, you're doing something wrong. And it's that change in perspective we need to adopt instead of going after the geopolitical, like, this is what Russia's intentions may be or whatever in a cyber conflict. Like, ain't no one care about that other than a few people. So how do I actually ensure that this gets translated to a meaningful security decision? And we can talk more about that offline if you'd love. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
Let's see if I can make this really brief and to the point. So I think maybe as a thought, some of this might just come from the fact that, okay, from like the news media, reporting on APTs and all that is maybe a little sexier than like talking about, all the different ransomware attacks. And of course, the problem is too, the people who are victims of the ransomware attack don't want this information out there. Just one thought I had when talking about this, because I haven't really seen anything of it. A good like anatomy, like if we could get information about like the anatomy of like a full ransomware attack, the whole kill chain.
Yep.
Like in specific, like a couple specific examples might emphasize to the people who might have to defend against this about what the actual actions, instead of like just saying, oh, cyber hygiene, shields up kind of stuff, because that's kind of like what does that mean?
Yeah,
the people need details.
Yeah, and some folks do that. So not to shill for anyone, but they're not really a vendor in the traditional sense. But like DFIR report provides excellent examples of walking through from their case studies of how a lot of these intrusions have taken place that go to that level of detail. But I agree that there needs to be a greater emphasis on the part of reporting entities of providing the actionable details that relate to how these intrusions took place, when those details are even possible to identify, because in some cases it's just like, well, we got ransomed and we have no logs. We have no forensic artifacts to look at, or SOL. But where possible, providing as much detail as possible is what's going to drive that sort of actionable decision making that I talked about.
Okay, put your hands together for Mr. Joe Slowick. Yeah. Woo, yeah. Okay. It is now time to go upstairs and see people upstairs, get a beverage, maybe gamble. But at 2 p.m., you want to be in this room to talk about the health system, and it is sick. So you want to be here at 2 o'clock for a 2-hour health overview, and then we're going to come back at 5 p.m. and we're going to learn about food, and we're going to talk about the fact that end of life should not cause the end of your life. So we look forward to seeing you at 2 later. Thanks. Bye.
power, it's a thing. That's better enough. Good afternoon, and welcome to BSides Las Vegas's I'm the Cavalry track. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, Profit and Run Zero. It is their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent. If you have a question, there will be an audience microphone set up towards the back of the room. And so if you have questions, please use that microphone so that the YouTube live stream and everyone in the room can hear you.
Very good. This panel is so important, there's actually 3 introductions. So that helps you understand how important this is. So I wanted to touch briefly on photography. Each of the members of the panel have agreed to have you take their picture as makes sense for you. So you can take their picture, but you can't take other people's picture if you do not have their permission. So right now it is my honor to introduce the co-chair of this track, Mr. Josh Corman, who has some profound words of welcome for our panel. Mr. Corman.
It seems so formal. Who was here for the opening yesterday? Okay. So some of you saw a video. We're going to play a video because neither Dr. Christian DeMeff or Nurse Dina have seen it. We don't have to play it yet. But if you've been tracking the cavalry since we started 12 years ago, we care about everywhere bits and bytes meet flesh and blood, but we have a particular soft spot for healthcare. And it was really meeting someone in med school, working with the FDA, Bo's origin story. The overwhelming lion's share of the trust that we built with the federal government was with healthcare, medical devices, healthcare technology, delayed degraded care. So this is always my favorite topic block of them. And we have some people you know, like Bo, some people you might have seen in previous years, like Christian. And we went from the idea of could cyber disrupt patient care, loss of human life? And now we've got legions of peer-reviewed studies talking about the impact of delayed degraded care. So we're really happy to have, not only did Christian help found Cyber Med Summit as a 501c3 to pull together clinical technicians and nurses and doctors and medical stakeholders to meet them on their turf, learn their love language, find out common cause and common purpose. But that has kind of become the blueprint for what we're now doing with Undisruptible for water engineers and power. And we had to build those muscles and trust. So this is my favorite topic each year. I'm really happy to do so. And then last year, we have a brand new teammate from the medical world, Dina. And I can't wait to have each of you meet her. And she's a sponge learning this stuff. But what does it look like to a non-cyber, non-IT person when we fail or when we have disruptions? So please give a warm welcome to these folks. So we'll play a video and I'll get the hell out of the way. So everyone. All right, 2-minute video.
Picture a hospital. Picture your hospital. When was the last time you were there? Was it to welcome a baby into the world or to say goodbye to a loved one? No one wants to need a hospital, but when we do, we depend on timely access to care, when and where we need it. Irrespective of cause, delayed and degraded care for time-sensitive conditions can affect worsened outcomes and even loss of life. A 5-minute longer ambulance ride has a significant impact on 30-day mortality rates. Time is brain, where even an hour or few could determine if you walk again, if you talk again, if you even survive. Now picture your hospital. What if that hospital was not available to you? If your hospital was disrupted, where would you go instead? Is it across town? More than an hour away? What if they are also down? The chance is not as remote as you'd hope. Hospitals have become a top target of ransomware, cyber attacks that cripple technologies in the vital path of care delivery. Worse, your hospital doesn't even need to be the one attacked to endanger you or your family. We've seen a 10-fold decrease in favorable outcomes for heart patients merely due to excess strains of a ransomware-affected region. Now back to your hospital, back to your family. You and your family deserve better. If we want timely access to patient care and more resilience in the face of accidents and adversaries, we're going to need to advocate for ourselves, now. As we head into an era of hybrid conflict with threats to water and power, these disruptions stand to get a lot worse. But we'll talk about that in another video.
As Josh mentioned, this has been a topic, a staple, if you will, of the conversation. And I bet many of you folks have been, raise your hand if you've been to this event previously. All right. Keep your hand up if you're bored of healthcare cyber. This person in the back. All right. I'm going to take another little audience poll here. Raise your hand if you feel like we've made significant progress since the last time you were here in healthcare cyber. Raise your hand if you feel like we've really made big advancements in ransomware in hospitals or medical device cybersecurity. Raise your hand. And that kind of sucks. I don't think this, what we're going to talk about is intended to be a bummer. It often is because we're talking about some pretty serious things. And I loved that video, and it talked about how no one wants to meet a hospital, but we all, most of us, are going to. And when we do, we're going to hope that it is operating at its highest efficiency, and that every doctor and nurse and technician in that place ate their Wheaties for breakfast that day, because it's going to be us or our loved ones. And what a dystopian nightmare we all live in now, that we have to have these conversations about whether or not the basic technology that enables all this care might not be available for you because of something like a ransomware attack. So what we hope to do here in the next couple hours is give three varying perspectives, kind of slices of this, and bring some alternate perspectives into the conversation to try to convince folks that haven't been familiar with this previously that this is a deal, this is an issue you should care about. 2, empower you to do something about it. And then 3, start thinking about this from a little bit of a broader lens. Much of the amazing content that we've had in this track the last day and a half has been discussions about national security, international security, things with increasingly sophisticated adversaries. And discussing this as more of a strategic or a larger goal, a larger kind of picture is, I think, something that's really prudent for us to talk about there at the end. So each of us are going to take a little bit of time to give our individual perspectives, and then we're going to be able to open it up to some questions at the end and hopefully engage you all in a dialogue, because I think one of the best things about BSides is that you guys aren't passive receptors of this information. You're really supposed to be active participants and collaborators. And if we had it figured out and we were just here to present it to you, I mean, we'd have mansions and we would be like on jets and stuff. No one's got it figured out. And you might be the person that has that revolutionary idea, and you being here in this talk and listening to this and then collaborating and working on this problem might be the thing that cracks it or moves it or saves a patient's life eventually. So we hope to empower you with that kind of voice at the end. You know, we talk about some pretty heavy stuff. I don't think we need like official trigger warnings or anything like that, but I do think that this can be sensitive information. We're talking about scary scenarios and patients. And if you are sensitive to that, just consider that. I don't personally have any materials. At the end, I'll have a little bit of a PowerPoint presentation. I don't have any videos or images that might be disturbing this year. Sorry about last year. So I think that's it for our trigger warnings and kind of the introduction. Anything else you guys want to add before you kick it off, Bo?
No.
Yeah, all right. Let's do it.
All right. So my name is Bo Woods. I started my career working in a hospital. Anybody here work in a hospital now? Worked in a hospital? Worked in a hospital on the IT InfoSec side? A few people. Cool. So there are going to be some people in here who laugh when the rest of you don't, or who cry when the rest of you don't. But I think I was at the hospital for almost 3 years to the week. And I saw a lot of stuff happening on that network. Over at some of the other big conferences, they like to say it's the world's most hostile network. Well, they are right. It is extremely hostile over there. But not too far behind that is hospital biomedical networks, because you have all flavor of types of devices, all types of generations, and you have a lot of malicious software that just bounces around the network there. You know, network worms that you haven't seen on in places for a decade or more. They still exist. They still live in these isolated environments, like a niche isolated environment where you find like crypto animals, like things that time forgot, right? You can still find probably like SQL Slammer worms, which was back in 2003, I think. You can still find some of those old things running around some of these networks, just because of the nature of healthcare and hospitals. Like I said, you've got all of these systems of different generations that are there. And a lot of times, you know, in a hospital, I would be working on troubleshooting things that weren't even malicious, probably. And so when in the cover we talk about accidents and adversaries, malicious intent is not a prerequisite for harm. I remember one case where we had all of the medical devices of one class. I think it was an infusion pump would flash every 15 minutes, like clockwork. And so it was really, really scary, because these are in every hospital room pretty much. And we traced it down to, there was this network packet that one of our IT systems would send out, polling every device in the hospital to see if it was up, to get a telemetry readout, to get just other basic IT information. It was like a proprietary version of SNMP, if you're familiar with that protocol. And these medical devices didn't like that, so they would bounce. So we disabled that packet being sent every 15 minutes. But you deal with a lot of things like that. Who here thinks strong passwords, multi-factor authentication is generally a really good practice to have, other things being equal? All right, pretty much everybody. Who thinks that if you can't do that, you should probably at least just have strong, unique passwords? Everybody has their own credential to log into a system. Yeah, pretty much everybody. Who here thinks at a minimum you should have shared passwords that everyone knows? One person. Who here thinks that that's probably a bad idea? Well, I'll tell you how I found out that that was a bad idea, and it might be different than what you expected. So for certain types of systems, we had a setup where the computers themselves had no passwords on them. So anybody could walk up and they had instant access to the desktop. I saw that as a pretty big problem, and so I went to my boss at the time and I was like, boss, we got this security thing over here. We should probably do a thing. And she said, okay, well, talk me through it. And so we talked through it for a little bit. Said, all right, I tell you what, come back with me on Saturday night. We'll go into the ED, and we'll just sit and look at how these computers get used, so we know that there's nothing in the way. You know, when you put passwords in front of things, you could put something in the way. So sure enough, I went, looked, and after about an hour or two of sitting there and watching, seeing, you know, every 15 minutes, you'd probably have 6 to 7 people come and touch every single PC. And if they had to individually log out, log back in every time to that, how much time would be lost? And this is the emergency department. You've got people coming in with critical cases where, you know, seconds can save lives. And certainly the cumulative effect of minutes of extra login time between these things, with the system having to log out, come back up, oh, somebody forgot their password, they got to call the help desk, 15 minutes for a password reset.
That's true.
That's a pretty big deal. So after that, I no longer ask whether we should put passwords on things anymore like that and have, you know, strong multi-factor. Multi-factor didn't really exist 20 years ago, but like those are the types of things that you deal with in hospitals and in healthcare environments that are unique and different from other environments that you might deal with. I also remember going in and we had a push and initiative that all the systems across the hospital should have antivirus on it. Good idea, right? It's a at least a minimal protection against known bad software that will stop something when it pops up there. But we had all these medical device vendors who would come in, and they're all special, and they know how to make medical devices really, really well. And sure, they're on the top of their game in security, but security isn't really important because it's safety that you care about. So we said, all right, well, how does it react if you put antivirus software on there? They're like, well, it's not really approved. We don't want to go through FDA clearance again for that. By the way, that's a red herring. The FDA never says you have to go through clearance if you put antivirus on it or send patches. But a lot of medical device makers don't know that. They're getting a lot better though. So anyways, we went and we worked with the vendor. We did a site demo. They came out. They said, all right, here's the workstation that will control this device that sits bedside with a patient. And this is going to be the remote piece of that. You can put antivirus on this remote piece of it, and let's see what happens. So we installed Symantec or whatever our antivirus du jour was. And instantly, their clinical app crashed. No warning screen, nothing. It just fell to the ground. Like, all right, what's happening? Let's try it again. Let's reboot the computer, bring it back up, start it up, see what happens. Sure enough, the same thing happened. So went back and looked through the logs. When we had enabled antivirus, we didn't realize it, but their software was using obfuscation techniques that malware uses to hide itself from the operating system in order to, I don't know, protect their intellectual property from people being able to see it or whatever. I don't know why they were doing this, but the antivirus would detect that and kill the software, just stop it from running, and quarantine it, put it in this safe space. And so we learned that you just can't put antivirus on those types of systems unless you can control it and make sure it's not going to accidentally kill the clinical software that's running to help patients. So again, an eye-opening moment. And then when I said, hey, we've got the opportunity here to do some other things where we could put, maybe allow listing software that only known good apps can run on the system. My boss said, all right, cool, create this business justification for this. Like, all right, cool. I went away, put together a one-page document. After a few iterations, it was non-technical enough that we could take it to the business leadership team. And the price tag on it was like $250,000. I'm like, I went and I negotiated with the vendor. We got it down to the cheapest thing it could possibly be. This is the least expensive product on the market. I said, all right, well, what I don't see in here is what's the trade-off? For $250,000, we could get 2 to 4 more nurses. We could get another physician in here. Which is going to deliver better health care? It's like, oh, shit. So I had to crumple up that piece of paper and throw it away because I knew the answer to that. So those are the types of challenges that people in healthcare IT face every single day. For me, the most profound one that I experienced, and this is where Josh and I bonded day one of I Am the Cavalry, right after he had launched. He and I were both in the speaker's room upstairs here talking about different things. And I told a story about literally my first day working security in a hospital was we had a network worm that was going around. It was Zotob. If anybody remembers back, I think it was 2007, 2008, something like that. It was this malicious software written by, I think it was a Libyan and a Turkish guy. And they were trying to steal banking credentials, right? So like this is supposed to go out and like hit grandma's PC, steal her banking password, and then they're going to go drain the accounts. They were using IRC as command and control, so like it wasn't super sophisticated even for back in the time. But it was going around our hospital and knocking systems offline left and right. We managed to get it under control on a lot of the systems that we had. We sent out patches. I think we patched a couple of hundred servers within a day to update it to avoid this type of thing. And we're like, all right, we're good. we're back up and running. The next day I came in and I had a couple of messages. So I called up the department. It was the natal intensive care unit. I said, hey, you left me a message, calling you back. What's going on? They said, well, we know you're not working on medical devices. We've got the whole biomed department that does that, but they can't really help us with this problem with one of our devices. So we thought we'd call you. What happens is about once an hour, this system randomly shuts down, and then when it comes back up, there's a Windows screen on it. We didn't know it was running Windows. It's just one of our medical devices. It's the fetal heart monitor, the thing that is making sure for those babies that we know what's going on with them. And if you don't know, those devices are a massive force multiplier in hospitals. They allow many more patients to be taken care of by many fewer nurses, physicians, and others. So when those are down, there is a huge resource drain on the people in that department. There is also a consistency of care issue, because if you've got to then attend to more patients than you're used to, you've got to move a lot faster. When you move faster, when you're higher stress, you'll make more mistakes. And computing technology, they just do that reliably, repeatedly, right? It's why we use computers. It's why we use these devices, is because we have clinical studies that say they're safe and effective for use, that they can outperform just nursing staff and physician staff alone when they work together with them. So they were like, this is a big problem for us. I said, all right, well, let me see what I can do. So I went up there, checked it out. Sure enough, they were computers running the same operating system. I don't remember, it was like Windows 2000 or something, that had this same vulnerability. It was a medical device. So first thing I did is I called up a medical device manufacturer, said, hey, you guys have this problem. Can you do something about it? And they said, well, it's a medical device, so we can't add patches to stop the malicious software from running on it. Like that, what are you, crazy? You want to fix a computer? You want to fix a medical device that's being attacked by adversaries? No. We would have to go through a whole FDA cycle, and again, not true, but that was the line that they were sticking to. I said, all right, well, is it okay for me to add the patches? I said, no, you'd be out of your warranty. Are you crazy? Why would you want to, put well-tested, reliable software on something in order to keep out the known malicious software? That's crazy talk. Don't do that. So I said, well, all right, that's not really how I'm wired. I'm wired like a hacker. I see a problem, I'm going to go fix the problem. And if there's something in the way, we'll look at the trade-offs, we'll worry about those, we'll make a business decision or some kind of a good risk decision based on that, and then we'll take action. So that's exactly what I did. Is again, I wrote this business justification, having learned a lot of lessons from the first time I tried this, brought it to my boss. We took it up to the CEO of the hospital, asked a couple of questions like, wait, so you're telling me that we have a problem right now that may have an impact to patient safety? Yep, that's right. And what you're proposing might void our warranty, but our warranty is already void anyways because the devices don't work? It's like, yep, that's right. He's like, well, this is a no-brainer. Signed off on it. We had all our permission. And so I used the Metasploit framework to hack these medical devices, to then install the patch, kill the malicious software, and reboot the box, get it back up and running. Called, checked in with the NICU, the Natal Intensive Care Unit. They said, yep, those systems are all up. If we have any other issues, we'll let you know about it. But one of the reasons that Josh and I connected is I said, I've been in InfoSec for 10 plus years at that point. And that was probably the day that I had the most profound impact on people's lives, is being able to help get those systems back online so that the people who take care of other people, some of the most vulnerable patients in the entire hospital, could keep doing their jobs. And so that for me was a very formative moment in my InfoSec career, and also something that has made me extremely passionate about medical device security, about hospital security, about security of these other lifeline systems that we depend on, like water, like power, like aviation, like other things. So that's my set of storytelling, and I'll hand the baton over to Dina, who will pick up from there.
I just want to say thank you. Here, should I come this way? Sure. Because I have to get my Braille computer. Yeah, my little notes. So anyway, let me. I just want to thank you so much for caring. That I feel like our IT people try, but like to be a force and continue the battle all the way up to the CEO, because they don't care. And I feel like I think I'm the thorn amongst the roses right now, because I feel like I'm a science major, but I'm like knocked out by how smart everyone is and how much I'm learning. So let me log on here real quick, and sorry about this.
She does have a password on her computer, by the way, much more secure than some places.
No, I don't share my password. At least I'm that far, though Christian lectured me very kindly and said, Dina, get a VPN. So I will do that. So I'm Dina Carlisle. I'm a critical care registered nurse. I'm the president of a union. My story is we represent 2 different hospitals. And the first one is how I met Josh. We were introduced by a reporter who was investigating 140 hospitals going down, and one of them was who I represented. I represent 2 groups over at Ascension, which is now Henry Ford, Rochester. I have a large group of registered nurses and a group of radiology technologists. At McLaren Macomb, which is about 13 hospitals in their system, they may have lost one, that I have a group of, the biggest group of nurses and a group of service group folks. The service group people are your phlebotomists, the sitters who sit with you when you're not safe to be alone, the people who register when you come in the hospital. So that's the kind of people we represent. It's all healthcare. My local stands for safe staffing, pure and simple. That's like our hill to die on every day. In 2004, McLaren Macomb went on strike, indefinite strike. We were out for 6 weeks. It was very painful, but we took a less % of money and we got a safe staffing matrix at that house. And I'm very, very proud of that. However, from 2004 to now, there's a lot lost in translation. 3 years ago, I put some pretty big teeth in the last contract. I put a big penalty if they violated the safe staffing matrix. They violate it daily. Never in my wildest dreams did I think they would pay later instead of staffing up front. So I guess I'm trying to paint a picture of where healthcare really is. Our sister hospital at Ascension/Henry Ford has no safe staffing matrix, and we are fighting very desperately for that. In June and July this year, both houses went out within 30 days on strike. Again, fighting for safe staffing. One needs a matrix, the other I'm trying to tighten down. Christian and I were discussing like how EDs are so severely understaffed, so severely. And it's never about money. It's about safe staffing and protecting our patients. We survived COVID. One hospital, McLaren, where I work, was hit very, very badly with COVID patients. We had a refrigerator truck out back that was a morgue. So I want to tell you, I've never seen that much death in my life, and I pray I never do again. So imagine healthcare workers' surprise when a cyber attack took us to our knees again. You just don't see this coming. I mean, I'm just now learning the things at such a basic level from all my new friends, and like, what a warm group of smart people you are. So thank you for helping me on this journey of learning what I need to do, because it's taught me a lot. The bigger hospital lost 200 RNs post-COVID. Our Ascension Hospital lost about 100. And the service group lost about 100 folks also. Make no mistake, there is not a nursing shortage. There is a shortage of nurses who want to work in these environments. It's not safe. So I thank God for the people who are fighting to make this safer for everyone. And you don't see it coming. We didn't see this coming, that a cyber attack would cripple us the way it did. So you've all heard of an electronic medical record system, right? We have become very reliant upon it. I've been an RN since 1996. So back in those days, we were chiseling away on paper our charting. I'm aware of what to do. I know my dosages in a different way than these smart young people who are coming up. But let me say, when this occurred, the first one was, I want to say, let me see, get my dates again, May 8th for Ascension and August 5th for McLaren, within months of each other. So we have new baby doctors and nurses who are coming in and have never written on paper before. We have hospital systems who have paper charting that's stuffed in like little areas where we don't even know where it is. The Ascension Hospital, now Henry Ford, had a little bit better of a system that did not go down very frequently. McLaren, it stinks, it goes down like for a few hours, once a month. Every time I think they reboot the system or upgrade the system, right? Like the next morning, it's like chaos, we can't log in, so patient care is delayed. Those EMRs not being available to us as clinicians, these people came in, you would be shocked at the amount of people who don't know what medication they take. You would be stunned. And you men are the worst. So y'all better learn what you're taking, because you're women, it's always like, when I do a pre-op day, well, my wife knows all my medicine. That's, you know, that could be a deadly mistake someday. So be on your best behavior. So we go forward. I've got young doctors who are used to clicking, and I say this with great love, Christian, who are used to, like, we're all used to clicking boxes in the computer for our orders, to get things done, to get patients different places. There's no box clicking. These people had never written out prescriptions. You know, we do, like, the prescriptions go straight to the pharmacies now. This is a huge problem. So now they're writing prescriptions. I was discussing this with my executive board. What was the worst thing that happened to you when we were down? She said, I had a doctor write Tylenol and like walk away. Like no dosage, no route, no nothing. You know, these things are important and can be life-threatening. So, you know, we were really helping our young people, and our young nurses who had never charted on paper were just as new. You know, they didn't know. So then the hospital has no preparedness, no communication. During COVID, we had a different chief nursing officer and a different vice president of HR. Every 3 hours, they pulled me out of my job. I was helping them make decisions on what we were going to do as staff in the hospital. This was a far different animal, different CNO, different VP of HR. They didn't care. They didn't want to include us. The nurses are, I'm telling you, there's 50,000 nurses in Michigan who are not working, who have a license, because they can't take the stress of doing this anymore. They can't do it. We can't not take the best care that's possible of our patients. So to go forward from that, The EMR, it provides us with allergies, what medicine you're on, what surgeries you've had, your medical history, lab work, diagnostic testing. That system that was a great safety net for us since it's come on board, like really decimated us when we lost it. So we didn't know what your lab work was. And let's talk about our phlebotomists who are trying to care for you and draw your blood. It was so time consuming. We had patients going into surgery with no lab results. People who are on different medications, we need to know their lab values. If you're going in for a surgery and we think that you might be losing a lot of blood, that's invaluable. We need to know that before you go into surgery. But I'll tell you what, we worked for a corporation, they didn't care. And as all my friends here have said continually, I loved Joshua's mantra, no one's coming to save us. We all better rise up. And that's what my union is doing. So, let's see. At one hospital, a pre-op nurse had to call every single floor to find the patient. We didn't even know where patients were. It was really dark. And I believe that due to the lack of a computer system in place during this time, there were errors. I think there were people who had very legitimate bad outcomes. And I think it's going to be easy to just brush it under the rug because there's no clear record of it. And that is so disturbing. Medication administration. This is very frightening. There's a machine that is in our med room, and it's either called a Pyxis or Omnicell. Everybody may have a different type of machine that they go into. My fingerprint gets me in. We were overriding every medication and just taking it out. There was no second checks with pharmacy. There was no second checks from the pharmacy system that went into the Omnicell or Pyxis, whatever anyone's using, to stop a hard stop for any medication that could be wrong. We had to be the ones to catch any errors. We found discrepancy from doctor's orders. We were used to pharmacy like being that second hard stop. Hospitals began asking the patients to bring in their actual prescription bottles, to bring in their own lab work printed scripts for testing, and as Bo referenced, the connection between our computers and all our devices. We've talked about before how certain IV pumps can like deliver a lethal dose of medication if we're not careful. So, I mean, kudos to our IT friends who are there for us. The McLaren site is a level 2 trauma center. We continued through all that, taking in patients from all over. They're kind of like a little hub, and everyone would deliver all their patients to us. So we're already overburdened. The understaffing was horrific, and we're still taking in critical patients from other facilities. This just can't happen. And what is that? That's profits over patients, without question. And as we've all said, with those delays in care, due to us searching for medication, verifying, trying to find lab work, what was the outcome? I think Christian was going to reference this later. What are the or possibly do a study on it, I think you said, but like what are the outcomes for these folks who were sent elsewhere? And so I was jamming on Christian on some YouTube, and he did a study that really caught my eye, that it showed the spike in surrounding hospitals. So if my hospital was down and we sent it to another hospital, that hospital can be overwhelmed. as I love that little video, Josh, well done, that time is brain. Even with cardiac things, minutes make a difference in your outcome. Whether you're going to speak again, be able to swallow, all of these things. And when you're diverting people and we're not ready, and we're still not ready, my key thing that is my biggest thing and closest to my heart is safe staffing. So every type of nursing has a different person or association, critical care associations for the ICU. It's like 1-to-1, 1-to-2. Hospitals violate these things daily, and you don't know it when you're a patient. And every one of you, at some point in time, you're going to be a patient or you're going to be a family member there with a patient. And to see these things is heartbreaking. So this is staffing ratios save lives. They do so many good things. And as I said, hospitals violate these ratios daily, and they don't even flinch. They're not even afraid to pay the penalties. They don't blink an eye over that. Some nurses in the med-surg areas can have up to 8 to 12 patients. It's not possible to care for that many people. Not on your best day, not on your best game. So I think people need to realize what's actually going on within hospitals. I want to add that staffing ratios reduce mortality rates, shorten hospital stays, improve patient satisfaction. Patients have fewer adverse situations, falls, things like that. Simple things that we need to take care of. Faster detection of patient deterioration, reduced medication errors. Financial benefits, it's cost effective. It decreases readmissions. How did my little local fight? We had a generous cyber journalist presence that brought our story forward. Our demands were as follows. Because we had little interaction with our administration at both hospitals, we asked for unit shift huddles to be able to have some communication over safety issues, what they were doing, what we could improve upon, and none of that was occurring. Secondly, we asked the hospitals to conduct regular training sessions. I have begged for this for the past year plus. It's not happening. So this new wave of baby nurses and baby doctors still aren't learning those things that are imperative for our patient safety. Third, weekly progress reports to update staff on the status of efforts to resolve the cyber hack incident and restore access to the EMR, address any safety concerns, staffing issues. Number 4, patient ratios. We chose 1-to-4 for the bigger units, and we kept the critical care units at what they were, 1-to-1 for ICU, 1-to-2, that kind of thing. Step down is 1-to-3. We tried to fight for a reduction of elective surgeries and transfers in. It didn't happen. They kept doing elective surgeries like it was no big deal, and it was. Patient safety was completely depleted, and like I said, the biggest example, people coming in with no lab work. I'm just touching on what can happen with understaffing. We all desperately need legislation. My local spent the last year, there was some legislation that was going forward for safe staffing. I know you all have been trying to get something through with cyber security. These things are imperative because no one is accountable. These are people's lives whose lives are at stake. I want you to consider what this can do to communities that have multiple hospitals. Our friend Dr. Damuth states that these cyber attacks can cause our neighboring hospitals to be seriously overburdened. And thank you for that research. That was awesome. So today, what I'm doing, I brought we're trying to get contract language, and it's Appendix C, our cybersecurity contract language, to fight for this to be in there. So if this occurs again, I have something to stand on top of. I mean, and we're one of the only unions who had pandemic language. The women that I started out with in the union were thoughtful enough to throw in one line, and it saved me. So people think, oh, it's not going to happen again. At Ascension, there's a large plaza right next to it, and the vice president of that, who's under me, had gone in there either for food or for a doctor appointment. There's a lot of little offices in there. And she said, it was week 2 of 5 weeks. She said people already thought it was over. Oh, it's over, right? I feel like we're kind of a fast food society. We take in what the initial input from the media is, and then it gets forgotten. And I think people aren't aware of that. Downtime paperwork has not even been redone. It was so outdated. I was talking with Christian about it's got like drugs that aren't even used anymore on it, and wrong dosages. I love that the Josh Cormans and Christian Damiths and Bose are fighting for legislature and bringing this all to light, because it's a dirty secret the hospital holds on to. But I have a big suspicion that if faced with a big fine for not being prepared or doing the right thing, or training the healthcare workers, doing their due diligence with making our computer systems safe for the healthcare workers and most of our patients, I believe they will roll the dice and wait and see if another disaster strikes. There is no accountability. We never give up. There's no one riding in on a white horse to save us. That's why as a union we band together, we're fighting for legislation to keep our patients safe. And it's a good fight. I'm all in it, and with my over 1,000 healthcare workers, I'm gonna fight until we figure this out. I wanna thank you so much for listening, and thank you. I'm honored to be here.
Good job. That's a lot of brave things to say, and a story that, as difficult as it is to hear secondhand, imagine living it for 5 weeks. Mm-hmm. Showing up every day and working a 12-hour shift and being faced with all of those struggles of taking care of those patients, knowing that even on your best day, it's still risky to take care of patients. And then to have all of that completely taken away from you and having to navigate all that danger and all that peril and all that risk now leveled up by 20, just because of how bad these attacks were. That's a heavy thing. I don't know if it's going to get much lighter, folks. So if anyone needs to start drinking, just kidding, I'm a doctor, you're not supposed to do that. We're going to kind of continue a little bit with this, but I think in some ways shift gears to what we've had is what it's like to operate on the technology side of a hospital system, the constraints, the troubles with budgets, some of these medical device issues, that intersection. And then we've had a firsthand account of what it's like to take care of patients during the heart of a ransomware attack, and talk about that from an individual patient level to a unit level to a hospital level to a regional level. So I'm going to spend the next little bit of is kind of doing a little bit of a recap, and then bringing 2 new things for you folks this year. And the focus for my remarks, again, are going to be a little bit more on the national scale or whatever. So I'm Quaddy. That's what everyone calls me during the summer cons. That's my handle. I've been coming to DEF CON and the summer cons for like over 25 years now. And so it's weird when people call me by my real name, but you call me whatever you want. I'm an associate professor of emergency medicine, biomedical informatics, and computer science. I just made associate. Woo! Right. Yep. I'm tenured now. They can't fire me. Just kidding. They can fire you. I found that out. Please don't fire me, boss. And I co-direct the Center for Healthcare Cybersecurity at UCA San Diego. We're almost 2 years now on this mission of kind of an academic healthcare cybersecurity research center. We're going to talk about some of that work. I just wanted to say thanks for you folks for what you brought and just the amazing bravery it takes to talk about something like this. But I bet some of you in the audience are like, wow, what did I get myself into? I saw a lot of heads like nodding. I bet you folks are the ones that work in healthcare or have people, like you get this. But I think some of you folks are probably like, is it really that bad? Like, what did I get myself into? What a mess. This map's going to come back later on. But I've been doing this with Bo and Josh and all these folks in this community. It's great to see so many familiar faces with, for a while now, like over 10 years. And it's allowed me a chance to, I think, take a step back and try to, from hearing these stories of what's happened with Ascension or Change or all these like gigantic attacks, it really causes you to think about how big the scale of this problem is, and how if we're really going to be addressing some of these issues, we're going to need fundamental change in the way we think about this problem, study it, and the solutions that we implement for it. And that even if we're so fortunate to solve it at one hospital, this is an unsolvable problem, like cybersecurity concerns in a hospital, we're never going to solve this problem. But even if we get really good at one hospital, there are over 6,000 in the United States alone. Right? So it is a daunting challenge, a never-ending battle. But I think about this picture, and it'll make sense a little bit later, about really how much we need you folks to step up. And so I hope at the end to, again, instill that charge in you to kind of join us. I'm going to do a quick recap of last year, just because I think it has some stuff that's been mentioned and alluded to. We'll go real quick through this, and just so I know how many people I'm going to bore to death. Who was here last year for my talk? Okay, well, not that. I'm sorry, but hopefully this will be. I'm just going to go through the takeaways real quick and build upon what the other folks have said. Takeaway one was that we are critically dependent on connected technology, right? So how much did we hear about how much the nurses were needing the electronic health record and the pharmacy and these Pyxis Omnicells? Like, you cannot deliver even the basic standard of medical care in the United States without a huge amount of technology, whether that be connected medical devices, servers, all the way up to like operational technology, email, communication software, VoIP phone lines in a hospital. All of these technologies are critical for the timely care of patients. So it's amazing it works just normally, but let alone while we're under attack. But lesson one, we cannot deliver safe, high-quality care in any hospital without technology. And to exemplify that, I talked last year about a study that just says like they followed some doctors around. I'm sure it would be even more so for nurses, and just counted how many clicks they used to execute their job every day. And it was tens of thousands, right? Like, I'm sorry, it was thousands of clicks. It's probably even more now. On just a regular shift in the hospital, a doctor and nurse is making thousands of clicks on a screen to deliver their job, or to actually accomplish their job. Takeaway two, healthcare attacks are rising. This is some great work from Dr. Naprash out of University of Minnesota. An update to this study is coming up, I've heard. It just talked about year after year. The threats are not decreasing. The frequency is increasing, and the severity of them. It's not ransomware lasting a day or two anymore. Like we all know, these are such devastating attacks, and the recovery is so complicated that we're talking about weeks to months. You were saying 1, 5. I don't think some people recognize in the audience that she was talking about weeks of downtime. That's huge. Oops. We've been having a lot of, lately, some contemporary large-scale failures with third-party stuff. So not even ransomware specifically getting hacked, but whatever critical third-party vendors that health infrastructure has will get attacked. I mean, Change Healthcare is a really good example of that, where a single ransomware attack on a third-party vendor impacted thousands of clinical operations, like small clinics to hospital systems. And by impacted, what did I mean? It means it financially devastated many of these. There have been clinics, private practices, et cetera, that have closed because a vendor they used to process insurance reimbursements got ransomed. That's how fine a line so many of these organizations are really treading. Like, they are on the razor-thin margin. Most of the time, they're lucky if they break a 1% margin of profit year after year. Now, I'm not saying hospitals should make a profit. What I'm saying is that if you're always on that financial edge of a razor, these types of attacks that you're not even responsible for, that impact a vendor, could cause you to go out of business. And then what happens to the community around it if that hospital that goes out is the only hospital within 150 miles? Like, that's huge. It has cascading, rippling effects that last way longer than just the downtime of a single ransomware attack. Takeaway 3, cyber attacks impact these technologies and cause patient harms. I feel like we're getting, I was talking about Bo and Josh, like, we're getting old. Remember, like, a long time ago when we were like, we don't have studies that show patient harm. We get this constant feedback from, like, you're scaring people. There's no data that says that this happens, but I think that's changed. I think that it is hard to make the claim nowadays that cyber attacks, like ransomware attacks, do not impact patients. And I think one of the papers, was talked about a little bit ago, if you're interested in this, it's an open access paper, you can go review it. But we just measured what happened around a hospital system that got ransomed at hospitals that didn't get ransomed. So think about it like an ecosystem. If you're in a city and there's 5 hospitals, if 3 of those get ransomed because of the same hospital system, those other 2 hospitals, they don't just continue on their merry way. They take a lot of the rippling ecosystem effects. They get overwhelmed. So everyone suffers in a community when ransomware happens. And we looked at what happened to emergency patients. Their care was impacted. They waited longer. They took longer to get admitted to the hospital. They left sooner than they were supposed to against medical advice at higher rates. Like, a lot of patients in the emergency department at a hospital that wasn't even ransomed were impacted. Ambulances were significantly impacted. The whole system of pre-hospital care, this is a graph that just shows the middle there is what happened during the ransomware attack, and it just shows the cumulative number of hours that hospitals are on diversion. And diversion, there's tons of papers to show that diversion is not good. If it takes longer for you to get to a hospital for care, if it takes longer for an ambulance to arrive at your home when you're having an emergency and then transport you to a hospital where you can get definitive care, that delay can kill people. And so ransomware attacks in communities impact even the ambulance systems. And then that video I thought was great. It talked about time-sensitive medical conditions like heart attacks, strokes, and things. And when you look at these types of really vulnerable patient populations where like minutes matter, hours matter, these patients can be disproportionately affected. And then this is a study we followed up with that just said, like, listen, if you have cardiac arrest, if your heart stops and they gotta do CPR on you and they gotta shock you, all that stuff you see on TV, and you're getting cared for in a hospital in a town where ransomware is happening, you have a tenfold decrease in your survivability with favorable neurologic outcome, just because there's a ransomware attack in your town. That means that you, your loved one, your parents, whatever it's gonna be, have a tenfold decrease in whether or not they're gonna survive and be able to feed themselves after a heart attack, after cardiac arrest, just because ransomware is in their town. This body of evidence that these types of things have impact well beyond the very obvious. Rippling effects, diversion, complications in care, medication errors. We're building more of a literature base to show that. Takeaway 4, hospitals are closing or consolidating. Okay? So I think Ascension's a good example. They had 140 hospitals go out with their ransomware attack.
Yes.
This is only going to get worse because healthcare is in such bad state financially in this country, and it's so disparately funded. That means we have financially well-off hospitals and we have poor hospitals. When the poor hospitals no longer can pay their bills and they want to close, they get absorbed by a larger healthcare system. So we're just getting fewer and fewer independently owned and operated hospitals. Now we're getting mega hospital systems where, like Ascension, 140 hospitals are on a single IT stack, which means if they have a ransomware attack, that effect cascades to all of the systems that are on a unified platform. And that's just accelerating. Hospitals are closing, they're getting acquired, we're consolidating healthcare, and at the end of the day, we're increasing our risk for catastrophic failures across the country. And rural healthcare is particularly at risk. There's a list that got published a couple months ago that talks that there are like imminently 300 hospitals, rural and critical access hospitals in this country. They're at the brink of closure right now. Like that list is going to grow. All right, takeaway 5, we're critically dependent on other critical infrastructure. I alluded to this. You know, it's been great and also terrifying to hear how much an understanding I've had just learning about how critically dependent healthcare is on water, electricity, these types of interdependencies on critical infrastructure that are shared among critical infrastructure is terrifying. And then now we're going to go on to some of the newer stuff. So the last takeaway from last year was that, like, these problems are hard to fix quickly. And I made this analogy last year, and I think it still kind of holds, wherein a lot of what we talk about is about prevention. And we want to prevent ransomware attacks, right? But like, we don't just try to prevent heart attacks and cardiac arrest, right? These are the things that I'm supposed to tell you as your doctor. I'm not your doctor. As a doctor, you're not supposed to do, right? Like, don't smoke, don't get old, I guess. Don't drink, don't eat a lot of unhealthy food like I eat, right? Like stress, diabetes, these are things that can put you at higher risk for heart disease, right? We're supposed to not do these things. If you try to adhere to these recommendations, then your chance of something goes down less. We do that in cyber, like MFA, no shared passwords, network segmentation. We can go over like all of the specific recommendations on how you're going to try to make your hospital system more resilient. You're going to do the good stuff to try to prevent the attacks. And we spend, in my opinion, a lot of effort on the prevention. And that's ideal. We never want to have a ransomware attack hit a hospital. But how much are we really preparing for the inevitable when it does happen? Would you think if hospitals never actually had treatment for people who had heart attacks, we just spent all of our time in prevention? That's probably not a winning strategy. What's the right ratio? Do we spend 80% with prevention, 20% with response? Like, what do we do? And there's like these risk factors. I talked about all the things that are against us, but what is the kind of CPR, if you will? What's the treatment for when a healthcare system gets ransomed, other than just recover as quick as you can? Try to do your best. Try to go on downtime, paperwork, and the young doctors that don't know how, they know TikTok, but they don't know how to do prescription writing. And I have to confess, like, I think I've handwritten prescriptions like 10 times total in my career. I'm sorry. No, not old. No. But what is the acute response to these types of things? And that's what I left on with last year. You know, I alluded to this thing we're doing called the Healthcare Ransomware Resiliency and Response Program, and I got a couple things to show you guys today. And so we're very thankful we're funded out of the Advanced Research Project Agency for Health. It's kind of like DARPA, but for healthcare. And they took a chance on our pitch, which was exactly this, like, how are we going to respond to ransomware attacks in hospitals that can make patients safer? So this is like a 2-year research sprint, and we're almost done, and I got some stuff to show you. Thanks a lot to ARPA-H. You know, the NIH would never fund this. The National Science Foundation would never fund this. I'm an academic, so I got to get my grant funding from the feds. And this type of stuff would never have been funded, so we're thankful for ARPA-H. They don't pay me to say this. I just am very thankful for these folks. All right, so I'm going to just stop and say, listen, the goal of this is to say, how do we rapidly identify ransomware attacks in critical health infrastructure? How do we let the doctors and nurses how do we build resources for them to deal with this when right now they have no playbooks? Raise your hand if you work cyber for an organization and you have a ransomware playbook already figured out ahead of time. Raise your hand. Like, you're supposed to, right? Like, you're supposed to have a guidebook for your technical response. We're going to do forensics. We're going to look at IOCs. We're going to do this. You have a technical playbook. But the nurses on the cardiology wing, on telemetry, don't have a guidebook for how they take care of patients during a cyber attack. They just don't. So we aim to do that. I'm not going to show you that work today, but that's the second part of this work. And then the third is this thing we call like a crash cart system. Like, how do a hospital's been ransomed, what do I need to bring to a hospital to get them off of paper? And how can we rapidly deploy that within hours of a ransomware attack so that doctors and nurses can take care of patients to the standard of care that the patients deserve and the clinicians are capable of doing. So it's not just me. We have a gigantic team of folks We have a bunch of really smart computer scientists, graduate students, and I gotta say, like, these folks work every single day on this project, so I'm gonna show you some of that work, but please, like, if you ever see these folks, buy them a beverage or something like that. They've been working tirelessly on this for like, what has been a really crazy sprint for the last 2 years. So there are 3 technical areas. They have little pithy code names. We're gonna probably have to change some of these names. But right now, these are just kind of our research project code names. We're not gonna talk about the tome today. The first thing I'm gonna talk about is this thing we call ransomware. And it was this question that was really frustrating to me as a researcher. It got born out of the problems we had, Bo and Josh, about like, hey, where's the data that shows what hospitals have been ransomed? Like, what's the data about how long they were down for? What's the data about what the patient adverse effects were? It didn't exist because when a hospital system gets ransomed, they don't want to talk about it. Their PR teams say, shut up. If you talk to the media, we'll fire you. And I'm not, Liz, it's complicated. Why do they do that? It's because they are already under attack. They have these risks that they don't understand fully. They don't know how long it's going to be about. They have a lot of unanswered questions. And their default position is to like not talk about it. They don't want to invite subsequent lawsuits. They don't want to have any more brand reputational damage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But those are reasons why they say don't talk about it. So I can't, as a researcher, go up to them and be like, hey, will you give me all of your data about this? And be like, no, thank you. I'm like, sir, this is a Wendy's. Get out of here. So I was really frustrated by this. So I had this question, this idea, like, well, can we figure out if hospitals have been ransomed without them ever having to tell us, without having to find out about it on the news? So we did that. We built a system we call ransomware. It's like an academic project where we have a prototype system that scans over 6,000 hospitals hourly. We've spent the last 1.5 years reverse engineering the public surface of every hospital system in this country and have a really good understanding of like what services they're all running and all of this stuff. And we have been scanning it for over 1 year. And we've amassed a gigantic data set. Over 6,000 hospitals, we know. And we've been, kind of looks like this, right? Little dashboard, little red dots saying, oh, stuff's down, little yellow dots, some stuff's down, green dots, everything's cool, right? And so we've been collecting this data, and we've been successful in identifying 3 instances of ransomware attacks we detected on our system before it was ever publicly available. So anyone here from Chi-Town, Chicago? I like your pizza. I know people from New York hate it, but I love it. We detected Lurie Children's Hospital when they got ransomed earlier this year, before they publicly announced it. Our system saw a bunch of their stuff drop off. And we've had this benefit of scanning at a nearly hour. We initially were scanning every 6 hours, every 3 hours, but now our frequency is every hour. But we have like longitudinal data about all of these services and when it's up and down. And we've been measuring it. Now I'm going to show you guys a study we just published. I have some important caveats I have to say ahead of time. Number one is science is messy. It's also sometimes controversial. So I'm going to show you this paper, and you can read it yourself. I have to put out some disclaimers ahead of time, which is I'm going to show you association data. Does anyone can quickly explain to me what an association is in research? Like something is associated with something else. Raise your hand if you want to quickly take a stab at it. Yes?
Who pays for it?
Ah, that's a different type of association. But that's a funny, I like that. All we know is that 2 things kind of temporally or spatially or something happened at about the same time. Okay, so I'm going to show you, it does not show causal data. I cannot tell you with certainty X caused Y. I can say X and Y happened at the same time, and I can show you the data, and you can ask yourself what you think happened. All right? Number 2, this is one of what happens when I want to do is lots of studies about this type of stuff. So it doesn't answer every question you're going to have. So we had this system running for about 1 year. We were seeing evidence of ransomware attacks. It was pretty cool because we could also see how long they were down for. We could see what services they brought up first. Oh, their email servers came up first. Or hey, their their ServiceNow came up first. That makes sense. They bring up ServiceNow first because they can do all the tickets for what needs to happen on the response. Like, we saw these hospitals recovering as well, and it gave us a lot of tremendous insight. We had the system running. And then something happened a little bit over a year ago. Does anyone remember what happened before DEF CON about a year ago in the news? I'm sorry? Yeah, CrowdStrike happened. So I know I'm going to tell you, if you want this QR code, you're going to have to trust me. But this goes to this study. We published this last year, and I'm talking about association data. I'm going to show you some stuff. I really encourage you to read this paper. And I also encourage you to read the limitations section of this paper about what this paper does and does not. And then if you have any methodology questions, you can ask me. But I ask you to read the paper first because it talks about a lot about how we did this and what our data was. All right? So the question I had is, what did we see go down around CrowdStrike? I can't tell you that CrowdStrike caused this. I can say I know what we had seen prior to CrowdStrike, what happened during CrowdStrike, and what happened after CrowdStrike. And I can tell you what I saw go down. So the question is, what patient care outcomes or technology outages were associated with CrowdStrike? There was also a Azure outage that day, I've been told. So maybe it was that as part of it. But we actually did 2,200 hospitals in this data set. And we looked at, again, before, during, and after a CrowdStrike outage. This was not an attack. This was not a ransomware attack. This was not a cyber incident. They had an outage. And we identified 759 hospitals that had outages occurring associated at the same time as CrowdStrike. So we saw 759 hospitals have some outages right during CrowdStrike. And then we went and looked at every single one of those and what services were available before, during, and after, and tried to characterize every single one of those services and say, were they ones that take care of patients, were they ones that help the enterprise, or we were not able to identify? I think this graph speaks for itself. Some people want to say that, how did you know that they didn't do a firewall configuration, or that they didn't do like an update, or that something else? So this graph shows daily the number of, there's a technology, an API standard called FHIR, Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resource. This is a healthcare-specific kind of API standard that lets your hospital share your records with a bunch of apps and other providers. So this FHIR endpoints is what we call it. We have been monitoring FHIR endpoints for over a year. On average, we see 5, 8 go down on a daily basis of the hundreds that we measure, thousands that we measure a day. At that orange line, that's when CrowdStrike outage happened, and you can see an associated huge spike in these FHIR endpoints that went down. These are healthcare delivery organizations, not individual hospitals. And then we looked at all of our IP data, not just our FHIR endpoint data. We went and looked at, again, all of our IP scanning data. And we saw, these are the hospitals that had downtimes associated at the same time temporally as CrowdStrike. And we have the duration. We know when they were up and when they were down. And again, we're not scanning every minute, so I don't have minute granularity, but we have like hour granularity for most of this stuff. And then we went and looked at every single service of that outage, and we categorized them into 4 buckets. One was patient-facing stuff. We saw, prior to CrowdStrike we saw things like EMS ambulance dispatch software. There's software that allows an ambulance to communicate patient information to a hospital. That was one of the services that we saw go down. We saw a whole bunch of patient portals go down, so you couldn't access your patient records. We saw a whole bunch of other kind of clinically focused stuff, and that was about 22% of all the stuff we saw go down associated with CrowdStrike was patient-facing. Then we had about 15.5%, 15.4% of it be operationally relevant. These are things like email servers going down or ServiceNow portals going down, these types of things that matter to the healthcare delivery but aren't necessarily directly focused at taking care of patients. We saw a bunch of research stuff go down. We saw about 5% of what went down had to do with like recruiting patients for studies or educating patients on clinical studies for new drugs and trials and things like that. And then about 57% of the time, we couldn't tell what this particular thing was. So we just put it in this unknown or not relevant bucket. And I think this kind of shows a couple things. One, that a single issue could maybe cascade is associated with this like really large healthcare disruption that we saw. But how many of those are there out there? If you would have asked me, I'm going to be honest, if you had asked me if I would have thought CrowdStrike would have had an outage like that a year and a half ago, I would never have thought it would have happened. I would never have thought that would have occurred at the scale it did. But it did. My question, and what happened was significant. It wasn't just healthcare. You guys saw airline industry, all these other things happen. How many different systems it impacted? My question is, how many analogous dependent third-party vendors that are critical for the delivery of healthcare are there out there that we don't even know? We have no idea. Like if there's an O365 outage, how many hospital and trauma centers are going to completely collapse, right? If there's an Azure outage, or if there's an Amazon EC, like how much stuff is hosted, critical healthcare stuff that's hosted in the cloud? Change is a great example. I talked about that before. If you think someone knows those linchpins, those digital linchpins in healthcare infrastructure in this country, you are wrong. And I have not seen a single person that can coherently explain to you the scope of the risk. No one knows how many of these are out there. No one's mapped it. So it's a kind of scary thing. The other thing I would say that this speaks to a little bit is, again, just how critically dependent healthcare is on these types of third-party vendors. So that's the first thing I want to show you guys. And if you're interested, you can read the paper and the limitations section. I'm looking at you. All right. Next. Rapidly, we're going to talk about the next project, which is this, like, hey, what's the CPR for a hospital that's been ransomed? And the question is, like, what would you need to bring to a hospital that's been ransomed to, like, get them off of paper? Like, what would you have to give the nursing staff and the doctors and the technicians and the registration folks and the phlebotomists? Like, what could you put in the back of an 18-wheeler, drive to their facility, and deploy within 2 hours to say, hey, you're not going to be down for 5 weeks? Or you might be down for 5 weeks with your own systems, but we brought this other thing. And you can work on at least this somewhat better system until you can recover. I have questions like, that's a scientific and a usability question, right? Like, what do you actually need to bring and how would you engineer it? That's what we sought to do with what we call Crash Cart, disaster recovery crash cart. And we spent the last year and a half building a prototype of it. And it fits in the back of a 9-foot van, and it's scoped to try to restore the technology of a 20-bed emergency department. We're not anywhere near being able to do it for a whole hospital. But we're like prototyping this for like, hey, the emergency department needs to function. We need to deliver patient care. If anyone has a heart attack or a stroke or gets stabbed, what do we need to bring to basically do it? And that's what we scoped it at. And so the other interesting engineering challenge for this is like you have to build this into an entire, you have significant engineering challenges because you are going to set up this replacement system right next to a hostile network that has active malware. So we can't touch any of their switches. We can't use any of their existing infrastructure. We can't use any of their existing spectrum because they're going to be bringing up their own Wi-Fi, right? So we have to operate on a different spectrum. We can't use their backhaul internet. They won't let us touch their fiber because they're worried about data exfil, right? They're worried about command and control. So they'll cut their backhaul as part of their ransomware response. So you have to bring your own internet. You have to bring your own spectrum. You have to bring your own endpoint devices, your own electronic health record, your own laboratory devices. You have to be able to quickly integrate with their own CT scanners and their ultrasounds and all that stuff. And you have to bring all that infrastructure in a mobile set. And that's what we did, and we call it Crash Cart. And so some of the stuff I'm going to highlight here is like we use Starlink as our internet backhaul. And we co-aggregate a bunch of 5G. So we have a system where we can basically bond every commercial cellular provider in an area and then bond that also with the Starlink backhaul to get, we've achieved some pretty significant bandwidth throughputs to try to support the system. But is that going to be the same bandwidth that we're going to have in rural Idaho, rural Nebraska, downtown Manhattan? I mean, these are constraints that we have to make the system available anywhere in the world. We spin up our own private 4G, 5G network. We don't use Wi-Fi. I told you, it can't compete on their spectrum. So we actually we run our own private little cellular towers, our own little cellular access points, and we run all of our endpoints and all that stuff on cellular. It's not an air gap. I'm not stupid enough to say that. What I'm trying to say is, like, they're going to be infected on their endpoints. They're going to have, we can't touch their APs and all their stuff, but we spin up our own things and run everything over cellular, private cellular. We bring our own laboratory devices. We bring our own endpoints that are hardened. We bring our own monitoring system so that we can monitor patients if they deteriorate. We can't use their existing stuff. And so I'm happy to announce that we deployed this not during an active ransomware attack, but about 2 weeks ago. We went out to a small hospital in the Imperial Desert. It was 110 degrees with our U-Haul van. And we deployed this in our first, we had done this in the lab, we had done this in our sim center, but this is the first time we deployed it in a real hospital system. So we brought it, we set it up. It took us 39 minutes from the time we opened the back of the truck to when we had a functioning electronic health record, our private 5G network, and all of our endpoints booted, all that stuff. It took us 39 minutes. We print our own labels, our armbands, this stuff. And like, what is this? Like, this is proof of concept for a different way to approach the problem. We can spend a ton of money trying to prevent stuff from happening, but we don't have a plan clinically for when it does happen. And the question I have is, like, if we had this and we scaled it and it was a national resource, like if we had that type of stuff available, would hospitals pay ransoms? Would ransomware operators go and attack them because they know, hey, there's a backup system we can rapidly deploy within hours of response? That, can we bend the arc of ransomware economics with something like this? Hey, this healthcare is a complicated example. You got to do labs and imaging and all that stuff. But can you apply this to other verticals that get ransomed as well? Like the idea that, can we take the sting or burn out of ransomware enough with something like this that we can hopefully try to prevent them attacks in the longer term is kind of the goal. And so I'm like really happy to talk to you guys about this. I mean, I know there's going to be a lot of questions maybe, or like flaws in our logic, and we welcome them all. But it's been like a whirlwind 2 years that we've had building ransomware, building CrashCart, testing this stuff. And what we need are folks to like help us make it better, because I think our patients deserve it. And like, you're going to be a patient one day. I think you deserve it. That's it.
Great job.
All right. Alrighty, so I'll do Dave's job while he's getting the mic turned on. We have a microphone over here. We have 38 minutes for questions. We've got 2.5 smart people who are ready to field them. Got one question ready to go.
Dina, if you have it handy, one of the things I had socialized to people is you had a demand letter of 5 things that you felt would equip the nursing staff to maintain the quality of care and the communication. Could you maybe enumerate those 5 while people are lining up?
I did throw it in my presentation, but yes.
Use the microphone.
Yes.
And by the way, I loved them. We hadn't even spoken or met yet, and I think arguably this room could maybe add to and refine these for intent, but already on their own, they're pretty impressive.
Well, we threw them in a cyber attack appendix for the contract. We altered it. I kind of like our article. Even we improved upon it. If there's a declaration of an authentic, and I'm telling you, they don't want to say cyber attack. We had to cross it out. Authentic electronic operational failure. Bargaining unit RNs will not be required to take any more than 50% of the patient load assignment as designated by the CBA staffing matrix. So I felt like that was an improvement on the 1 to 4 at the time. Like, we just did that for the bigger units. The immediate recruitment of service group ancillary staff through a letter of understanding is crucial to alleviating the burdens placed on our RNs, ensuring that patient safety is not compromised. It's essential that when calls for additional staffing need to be communicated in a timely manner within 8 hours of the start of the shift for a successful response. We added daily meeting times as we did in the petition. We put in daily unit shift huddles, weekly huddles with the union and HR addressing all the issues going on in the House. Alternate measures of communication. One thing I didn't say that was mildly enjoyable, the VP of HR had to come to me because my text blast and email blast, they could not communicate with the registered nurses in the service group. So they came to me and said, will you please send our emails? And there was some mild enjoyment of that. Just saying. So anyway, that was what I felt like we improved on it in our contract language.
I might be misremembering this, but a follow-up. Did you ask for simulations and trainings like fire drills?
Yes, we did. And
Can you repeat that?
Save us the question.
we asked also for training for these cyber attacks because no one's ready. I sent Joshua a picture the other day. In the corner in my unit was this big stack of like just thrown together papers that we're supposed to figure out if there's some downtime issues. So it's just incredible. But it's profits over patience. So thank you.
Hi, Dr. Demeth. Thank you so much for your display of Crash Cart. I've been excitedly waiting for Crash Cart because I got $40,000 waiting with your name on it, basically for Crash Cart for my community. Do you know when you'll be releasing any of the information or the data from that? Because I really want like the equipment list or the training list that you've been developing.
Yeah, we just finished writing a paper and submitted it to a journal, so hopefully it gets accepted and then it'll be available for the whole world. Our 2-year sprint with ARPA-H for the research funding is supposed to end in September. And so we have a couple extra like large-scale deployments we have to do, some more proof of concept kind of integrations with some of the clinical tech. But we're kicking the tires at the end of the prototype now. And now it's going to be about scaling, right? So it's like, I think there are a lot of unanswered questions. Like, the hospital system's probably not going to be able to buy their own crash cart and keep it in their, like build their own crash cart and keep it in their basement for when they need it. So like, we have these questions about like, well, should it be deployed as a critical national resource? Like we have this thing called the Strategic National Stockpile for drugs and vaccines and stuff that are like strategically positioned around the country. Do we need something similar for healthcare IT, right? Like, do we have this around so that we're within 6 hours of any large area of people in hospitals that we could drive a truck there? Like, there's these questions about how do we roll this out, and then there's questions about scale. Our prototype fits in the, like, it's almost like 60% of a back of a 9-foot truck. But if we were to do that for a whole hospital, it's gonna be much bigger. It's good. Each individual parts of the hospital are gonna have unique considerations. Like the ICU is gonna need different stuff than like your family practice office across the street. So scaling this to be able to say, could we roll into a hospital and replace an entire 200-bed hospital's total stack? There's a lot of more work that has to do with the scaling of this. That doesn't answer your question, but what I'm trying to get at is, right now I think what we need to do is have people deploy this, do a test deployment in their area, and then say, have you considered this? Or what about this? Or hey, we need to work on what do we, because right now during ransomware response, we throw the baby out the bathwater. So you get hit, your technical playbook says, cut off your backhaul, turn off all of your systems, and then do forensics, IOC. Like there's a technical rationale for why we do all this stuff, but what it does is it basically takes a system where we maybe could use 30% of it, or 40% of it. You know, there are not many cases that are documented of CT scanners being primarily infected with ransomware. I'm aware of one. That means maybe it's the case that we can use your MRI machine and your CT scanners. We don't have to not use them during a ransomware attack or other clinical stuff. I'm just giving an example. But this work of like, what can we use safely in infrastructure that's been hit? What do we need? What assurances do we need before we can reliably use it? How do we do that quickly? These are all these questions and things that are still research questions that we need to do before this is ready for prime time. But in the meantime, we're going to get it out there, and we're going to have people kick the tires on it and make it better. Because this was our first swing at it, and we had to do it on a crazy timeline. Like we had 2 years from start to finish, and I've been pretty proud of what we've been doing, but we have a lot more to do.
Good job.
Just in a minor response, so I'm thinking the hospital preparedness, our healthcare coalition, and then maybe our public health emergency preparedness grant recipients might be able to fund these local implementations. And to your point, like that NDMS, right? It's like, can we deploy these mobile hospitals? Can we deploy these through the Arizona National Guard or other things like that? So yeah, thanks.
Yeah, great ideas.
One question, one analogy. I'll start with the analogy or story before. So there was a very small little hospital in, yeah, I figured it was a little small for me. In Los Angeles, Hollywood. I'm sure many of us have heard for it. It supports, very cool things and lots of important people. I was the incident commander for an event that occurred, and it started with basically somebody looking at x-rays, going to sites that they should not. Those devices were not really on the network. Those devices were vendor owned. Those devices were supposed to have a vendor managed antivirus. They did not. And so that went reasonably well. There was no actual impact to any other surrounding systems. Very localized. We did find it because ransomware artifacts started appearing on other domain systems, like the domain controller, which started the panic attack on a Saturday morning. The sad thing is we actually had that same problem, the computer right next to it about 6 months later with the same, medical technician kind of doing the same thing, going to sites that they should not have. So obviously there's a whole aspect around vendor managed systems and everything else like that. And so you mentioned, like, I've never heard of CT machines and some of these others of, doing that. Like I actually have. It's exciting. And this was, just for clarity and everything else like that, over 10 years ago. So if that's helpful in terms of explaining that. My question is completely different. We talk a lot about the medical stuff and ER and everything else like that, but how does behavioral health have any impact on some of those things? Because we know, especially coming out of COVID, there's been this big push for behavioral health having just such an impact on our communities and everything else. Has there been anything around behavioral health being part of that emergency preparedness kind of conversation?
We have a really large ER in the hospital I work in, and we have a huge area for behavioral health. A very kind governor many years ago got rid of all our mental health services, like virtually most of them. So it's very hard to move these folks to the place they need to get to. We hold them for a horribly long time. The one good thing about their issues is they're not on a monitor, but their meds are of the utmost importance. So it's kind of the same as everyone else, medication-wise, because when you start messing up medication for someone who needs it for their mental health, it's even more, it's just as important as everything else. So I don't think anyone looks at anything differently. I think they package them in with all the other important things. But mental health, it's a crisis. It's terrible. Thank you.
Hello. New to the field, this is my first con talking about these sort of things, so thank you for the amazing work you do. The question I have is, with the crash cart, is there augmentations or overlaps into more national disaster situations, such as there's no power here, or something of that sort? What does that timeline or effectiveness look like from your perspective?
Yeah, great question. There's no reason you can't take crash cart and deploy it in like a gym at a high school. Other than our engineering constraints, we did not assume we'd have to bring our own power. We gamed it out. We could do it with a pretty readily available commercial generator that could run multi-fuel stuff. So to answer your question about, I don't know if I'm answering your question right, but crash cart has multiple potential applications other than ransomware. And we feel like that is one of the most challenging engineering cases for which, if it would work under that circumstance and we've solved some of those problems, then I think we've solved a lot of problems for some of these other things. Now, there are undoubtedly, I'm not a disaster medicine expert. I'm not an expert in earthquakes or floods or tornadoes or anything like that. I'm not going to pretend to be. But my feeling is that we're going to get a lot more applications from this. And that, I think, lends itself a little bit more to this model, like strategically positioning the stuff around. We do have some analogies for this in like military systems. They rapidly deploy field hospitals and these types of things already. So this is not an entirely new situation. But one of the things that we wanted to focus on is how do we leverage the existing people at an organization. So if you're like a FEMA team and you're responding to a hurricane, you bring your own doctors and nurses and you deploy your technology in a field hospital, but you are training your folks for that system and they know how to use it. It's an entirely different game when you have to use doctors and nurses and phlebotomists and registration folks on site. So one of the things that we've built the system around is to be modular in the types of things like electronic health record views. The idea would be we have, there are several flavors of electronic health records like Epic and Cerner and Allscripts and these other things. They constitute a majority of electronic health records. If you give a Cerner nurse Epic and they've never used Epic before, you might as well kill the patients then. You might as well just kill them right then.
It's true.
You give a cardiothoracic surgeon who thinks they're God Cerner and they're an Epic doctor, they'll kill you and they will not be prosecuted. What I'm trying to get at is these usability issues are really real. So how do you pre-position cloud infrastructure to be able to be modular in your deployment? You're a Cerner shop, we'll give you vanilla Cerner, so at least your doctors and nurses know how to use that. You might not have all your fancy bells and whistles and all the customization you had before, but at least you'll have the basics of usability. You'll know how to use it at an elementary level. You have to design a system that can, on the fly, deploy these different things. Is another consideration to this. I don't know if this is all answer your question, but yeah. All right, sorry.
Question on the crash cart. For the 4G cell backend you have, are you using just consumer grade 4G, or is it on is the 4G on the FirstNet, first responder networks, or is it just consumer?
Great question. So on the, if I misspoke, forgive me. Our internet backhaul is using Starlink bonded with, we have like a Cradlepoint router that will bond Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T FirstNet all into one signal. So there's the cellular backhaul side of that. And then we deploy private 5G on the CBRS spectrum in the hospital. So for folks that don't speak cellular, we basically spin up our own private cellular network in a hospital. So you look at your phone, you look at the top, it says T-Mobile or AT&T or whatever. When we have phones that we issue to folks in Crash Cart, on the top it says Crash Cart. It's our own private network. That's a separate cellular network that we deploy in the hospital. Why did we choose that? We couldn't use the spectrum that they were on, but two, I only have to deploy one AP, so it has much better penetrance in a hospital. I only have to deploy one of AP instead of like 5 or 6 Wi-Fi APs. So there were other reasons. We more quickly deploy that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, FirstNet's been rad. Like, not the fastest, but definitely deployed in a lot of areas in the hospital, in the nation.
Hi. As an EMT and a cybersecurity engineer myself, I think the concept of the crash cart's really, really cool. And one of the things I wanted to ask about, it sounds like crash cart is going to be deployed during an incident. So what does kind of like the incident management process look like when you're working with the hospital?
Yeah, great question. Hey, I heard you've been ransomed. Can I drive an 18-wheeler up to it and deploy a bunch of crazy stuff in your hospital like within 4 hours? Is that cool? To be determined. My mental model for this is, anyone seen Field of Dreams? Come on, like, I'm getting old now, huh? Like, I have to say that and qualify it. Like, none of my med students I teach or my residents I teach have seen that damn movie, so I'm now getting old. Like, so many times I had this idea for Crash Cart, and I'd tell people, and they'd say it's too hard. So they wouldn't even, like, engage in the premise. Like, so I almost had to build it, and they will come. Like, I had to show that it was feasible before people would ever really wrestle with, well, how would we do that? And so I think if we can show technical feasibility, if we can show the benefit, if we can teach a hospital like, hey, you might lose $100 million on this ransomware attack. I mean, there have been documented cases of hospital systems losing over $100 million because of a ransomware attack.
There's been documented cases of hospitals being completely shut down from ransomware attacks, from losing all their funding, essentially.
So if we can get far enough with Crash Cart to be like, hey, this might be the difference between whether or not you shut down or whether or not between you lose $100 million or $50 million. Then it might make those types of conversations a little bit easier. But there's still a lot of work that has to happen. We've built it, and now we have to see if they come and play baseball. So you guys are like, haven't seen this movie, you're like, what the hell is this guy talking about? But anyways, build it and they will come as the kind of faith, if you will, that we're having in this. But to answer your question, it'll probably depend a lot on the hospital system, the governor of the state, how it's actually deployed. Is this a commercial product? Is this a national resource? Is Congress going to fund this? Will impact a lot of what you're talking about. Hope that answered your question.
It does. Thank you for all you guys do.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. So first of all, love Crash Cart. I have two questions related to it. The first one, I'm not super familiar with like hospital networks, systems, architecture in general. So I'm assuming that there is like some difference between like those environments from hospital to hospital, right? So if you have like a prepackaged like Crash Cart kit, right? I'm curious about some of the considerations that you've taken in terms of like adaptability, right, from one hospital to the other. And I know you spoke a little bit about like the mobility, some of the flexibility you have with like modularity, right? But I'm curious more about like adaptability, like, hey, I have this kit, but maybe a specific vendor needs a specific tool or that kind of thing. So how you kind of took that into account. And then in terms of the kit, you know, I'm assuming like you don't have a ransomware attack like every week, hopefully not. But you know, in terms of like maintenance is one of the things that came to mind, right? Because you're gonna have like like the kit like kind of packaged up, probably sitting in the back just like ready to go. So like how much maintenance do you need to like keep that like going, you know, so that you can rely on it once you actually have to deploy it?
Yeah, that's the first question first, and just say like, yeah, clearly, however this gets implemented, they need folks like you thinking about the logistics, like, and the actual scalability of that stuff. Yeah, undoubtedly there's going to be a lot of operational and logistics part of this that are going to become even more important as it scales. So maintenance, we assume our system is going to be more secure than the standard hospital system, but that might not be the case. And I'll tell you, how embarrassing would it be if like we didn't patch the endpoints and like we get into the clinical environment and then like we get ransomed too. That would really suck. That have to just say I'm sorry at that point. But to your point, like you need a whole program around that. And that's going to require like the organization of either like a dedicated unit, company, something is going to have to make sure that considerations like that are addressed, especially when talking about another thing, which is like the scalability problems. I told you Ascension's got 140 hospitals that got ransomed. You can't build 200 crash carts and have them ready to go. So like these catastrophic failures, crash cart might not be able to scale that quickly, especially when we see a single point of failure cascading to so many other hospitals. So to your first question, a lot of what we've done, and hopefully this comes out in the paper when it gets published, is like we had to figure out the question if we could use a cellular backhaul for hospitals. One of the questions you have is, well, dang, 6,000 hospitals. How are you, if that's your critical backhaul for your internet, what's the cellular connectivity for most hospitals in this country? So we did a little mini study where we went to open source, like we used Wiggle. Anyone use Wiggle? Yeah. So we used Wiggle data to be like, here's every hospital in the country geolocated. What cell towers are around them and what services are around, like what providers. So we could say reliably, could we take crash cart to the middle of Nebraska at this hospital and have an internet backhaul? So we had to do experiments like that. We built a set of tools, like, hey, you have to get, what if the ICU is on the 4th floor? And how do you get from your internet backhaul on the ground to like a system up on the 4th floor? So we've been experimenting a lot with like point-to-point Wi-Fi. We've been talking about building stuff to shoot through windows, like cellular connectivity, all this other stuff that I think to your point is not every hospital is the same. They're not built the same. They're not located in the same way. So what you really need to do is build a set of tools and techniques and a toolbox to be able to take it to a hospital, anyone, and say, all right, I have these things to help me accomplish this goal, and you're not just have one piece of technology that if it doesn't work, the whole thing doesn't work. Hope that answers your question. A lot of open questions.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about all the crash cart questions, guys.
I love
Please
this.
hop in.
I love it. Good.
Hi. So I am actually a dental hygienist, and I worked at an office that was a recipient of a ransomware attack, and that's kind of how I am now here, because I just was like, how did this happen? And so it's kind of my new passion, moving from the clinical aspect into the security aspect. But my question isn't super tech heavy, but I am curious about I keep seeing all these unions for nurses, doctors having to fight with companies in order to get proper staffing ratios, equipment that they need, basic things for patient safety. Do you see any path forward with any organizations or individual either senators or congressmen that we can apply pressure to that would enact statewide legislation that would help with those issues?
It may be 3.5 years before that happens again. Last year, not to be political, I love everyone. However, last year we were very, very close to getting some nurse-to-patient ratios passed in legislation, like at the Capitol. We're super excited. They're also talking about mandating nurses. Because I'll tell you what, I'm almost 63, and you push me to 16 hours, I'd be a goner. So we were that close. However, my union banned, there's no mandation, so there's that. But we were trying, and then it died a horrible death in January. So we fight. We're not going to lay down and stop fighting, but that's exactly how you make the change. Because right now I have contract language that says they can't violate the staffing matrix, and if you do, you're going to pay a lot of money. They don't care. Someone else higher up needs to make them accountable. There's no accountability anywhere. So I hear you, sister.
Thank you.
But contact your representatives, contact everyone, and tell them how much that means to you. Because all together we are in our solidarity fighting together.
I think the crash card idea is a really interesting idea. One question I have is on like the data piece of it. So you're talking about like EHR systems, getting those working, but the value there is in the data that's in the system, so Epic or something like that. So how would that work in theory, like to populate the crash cart system with the data? Would hospitals really need to start thinking about, can we localize our data? Can we have backups of our data so that in a crisis we can populate this new system? And my sense is, as with most other organizations, it's very siloed now based on vendors and their application and their cloud infrastructure. So hospitals probably don't have or own that data. And so how do you solve that problem?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So I think I'll handle it in two parts. There's value of the electronic health record outside the data. So if you folks aren't familiar with this, we keep talking about the electronic health record. We talk about things like Epic and Cerner and these things. I cannot express to you significantly enough how critical that piece of software is for healthcare. You can't do anything without the electronic health record. It is a phenomenal repository of data. But you also can't order medications without it. You also can't order imaging. You can't, nowadays we're using it to communicate with staff. We send messages in the electronic health record to nurses and other doctors to do tasks. It is such a monolithic, critical piece of technology that if we just deployed CrashCart with a vanilla, there are no patients' data in there, you're going to register every patient again, and you could do that. And then you get the value of an electronic health record without the value of the data. So that's one. So even if we didn't get the integration or the backup integrated into the system, there's still potentially value there. Two, hospitals are increasingly hosting their electronic health records in the cloud. So Cerner got bought by Oracle. Epic has been increasing their percentage of their customers that are hosting in their data centers. Now, we could talk about how terrifying that is for me. I'm not going to get into that part right now. But there is a situation where we could hook up CrashCart to their existing cloud infrastructure. Now, there are security bugaboos with that. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
If you've been compromised, you might share AD. Are you going to flush all those credentials? How are you going to handle all that? That is definitely still some considerations. But the model I have is like, if we could hook you up to your existing cloud infrastructure with CrashCart, and we can handle these concerns about AD, maybe go to manual physical authentication alternatives, et cetera, then cool. Or if we can't, and you just have to get it vanilla from the start, re-register all your patients in a brand new system, and then we'll integrate it afterwards after you get your system up, we might be able to do that. So there are different ways that we can approach it. The devil's in the details. And so how Epic does things and how Cerner does things is completely different. But I do think the last part also a bit, if we have a system and we give them clear instructions on how they could back up their master patient index, and then how we could integrate it quickly, we could actually have hospitals preparing a little bit to integrate in the CrashCart ahead of time, which will also have added benefits of they actually will have like a secure backup of their patient health record that independent of CrashCart they should have anyways.
Right, because what Change showed us, right, is Epic could be the target in addition to the hospital, right, or CERN or whatever. I mean, you're assuming those are available, but they may not be. They may have been involved in the same incident that took out your local network. Yeah.
You're trying to give me nightmares.
I don't handle microphones often, so anyway. So first of all, I have a kind of experiential and anecdote. So my local hospital experienced a ransomware or cyber event, I'm not sure. And I had a potential aggressive cancer scare during that event. And so my experience was they wanted to get me into a special facility to actually look into it, but then that message didn't get passed along. And so 2 weeks later, my doctor's going, "Did you go?" And I'm like, "I never got." So it was just kind of this potential perilous moment of just what's happening. So, but I appreciated your experience as a nurse because I understood when I'm in there in the office and they're all operating on paper is their world is chaos. And so I was just kind of you have no idea what I do for a living. I understand, So, but I didn't fully. So I appreciated your perspective. So from the CrashCart perspective is how do you know what equipment you have to have or what specialists you have to have? And I don't necessarily expect you to answer that. It's just kind of from that perspective of that experience that I had, I was wondering are you going to have that particular specialist to look for my potentially aggressive cancer in that moment? Probably not. I don't know. But anyway, my other question was about HIPAA, and it's I started my thought process when you were talking, but I feel like HIPAA kind of hurts us in the cybersecurity protection of healthcare organizations. A lot of my clients are healthcare organizations that have experienced ransomware events. And so contingency planning is obviously what is that? It seems to be kind of the experience. But I don't think that, HIPAA requires it, contingency planning. They expect you to have that in place. But there's no it's a compliance checkbox. There's no do you have all of the staffing needs that you have? And I'm over here wondering, do I need to be asking those questions? Do I need to be asking them, are you preparing in your contingency planning for staffing? So now, thanks for that. My clients will either be happy or very unhappy with that experience. But, is HIPAA helping is kind of my question, because I think that they want to pay the fine as opposed to staff or something along those lines. But for those smaller organizations, which are a lot of my clients, you talked about them going out of business or closing as a result of these events. Is it because of the HIPAA breach fine impact that they're closing? Could we be preserving those rural organizations that we need, their critical infrastructure, right? Could we be preserving them by avoiding those fines and actually providing them some cybersecurity assistance? So that's kind of a question, if you guys have thought about that or anything. So.
I think there was one about CrashCart, one about HIPAA. Do you want to take the CrashCart? I'll take the HIPAA.
Sure. Can you remind me real quick, the CrashCart question was how do you, so if I understand correctly,
specialists and
your
special
referral
equipment.
didn't get sent. It sounds like they wanted to send you to another
A specialist.
specialist,
Or, yeah, an
and that
organization
referral
specific
never
to that
got
situation.
sent.
Yes.
I'm sorry that happened to you, first
Oh,
of all,
thanks.
and I'm
Yeah.
sorry about that terrifying.
It was fine. Just
Okay,
whatever.
good.
But I'm sorry too, because that's exactly what's out there.
Right. Right. Exactly.
So I think that referrals are one example of dozens of considerations that we have to take into account when we think about ransomware impacts. Many people would never have thought about what happened to you being a consequence of ransomware.
Right.
That you had this cancer scare, and the person that was going to tell you whether or not you were going to live or die or need chemo or something like that never called you because an electronic message from the electronic health record never got sent to that
Right,
provider.
right.
Raise your hand if you've ever even considered that scenario as a consequence of ransomware. Raise your hand. There's a couple. Not many people do. And how many of those similar things, other than referrals, sending prescriptions to the pharmacy, blah, blah, there are many, many examples like that. To answer your question about something like crash cards, we do not have all the answers, but systematically going through and having people like you kick the tires on it means we add it to this list of like, well, how is CrashGuard going to handle referrals?
Right.
And how is it going to handle this, in this case, in this case, in this case? And that's what the things that we need to get, prioritize, and then build into it. Because if we can't win hearts and minds about its effectiveness, or if people say it can't do all this stuff, we're not going to use it, then I think we miss an opportunity. So to your answer, the way we handle referrals right now is that a referral gets printed on paper, it gets signed, and then you go and have a referral that you can take to the person. You don't have to wait for them to call you.
Right.
But there are many things we're missing on that
Sure,
same line.
Sure.
On the HIPAA question, we've got a very, very limited amount of time, so I'll try and be as brief as possible, and we can commiserate on that. HIPAA is a law passed in 1996 to protect the portability of patient information. Primarily, the two parts that come into play with security are the security rule and the privacy rule. Privacy is, do you have agreements with other people saying that they can't do bad stuff with your data lawfully? And then the security rule is, how do you ensure that no one can break into your systems and steal stuff unlawfully? Both of those are over confidentiality rather than integrity or availability. And they also don't have anything to say about the safety and effectiveness of the systems. So you could totally have a situation in which the data you need is offline. It is tampered with when it comes back online. The systems that you use to implement things with that data go awry and hurt someone, and everything's fine with HIPAA. That's a massive policy failure that some of the I Am the Cavalry stuff has spent many, many years trying to unravel and improve. And I think we've actually made a lot of improvement in the medical device space, helping to empower the FDA over the past decade to have better pre-market and post-market guidance to medical device makers. However, that does not always translate back to the hospitals. We still think about security as primarily a privacy thing rather than a safety and effectiveness of patients and treatment thing.
Thanks.
Can I just add one tiny thing to that? I don't think anyone knows if hospitals are closing because of the HIPAA fines. My anecdotal, again, bad evidence, is that that's actually the smallest part of the issue. Is that it's the class action lawsuit, and more also is that they lose a lot of money. Yeah, so cash flow goes and they see less patients because they go on diversion. The patients they do see, the way that hospitals bill is by documentation. When they go to paper, the documentation's so shit, pardon my French, it's so bad that they don't get the amount of money that they normally would for the same care for the patient. And so they lose money from revenue for the patients they do care of, they take care of less patients, and then they're fined on top of it, and then there's a class action lawsuit 5 years later that they pay a big thing from. So what I'm trying to say is, I actually don't know if we said you're not going to get HIPAA fined, that would change the equation. And I don't think you're going to be able to give them like class action lawsuit indemnification because they got ransomed. I don't think you're going to be able to stop the revenue. Like I don't think CMS is going to pay them the same amount for the hospital, for the patient care before the ransomware attack or after, so they still make the same amount of money. Like what I'm trying to get at is, we don't know. I don't think it's HIPAA is a significant portion of that. I could be wrong. But what we should do is a study, right? We should take all the hospitals that got ransomed and ask them like, how much they lost and why they lost it, so that we can say what the best policy targets are. If we want to stop hospitals from closing, we better get good data to make that decision. That data does not exist to my knowledge.
All right, great. So I work in IT, and your comments about staff safety resonated very strongly with me. I've recently been learning about the National Incident Management System and the Healthcare Incident Management System, and it's been very interesting. One of the side notes that's not related to healthcare or IT is the the National Wildfire Coordinating Group and its set of standing orders. They have 18 standing orders for all firefighters that fight in wildlands. A couple of them are the fire is not scouted or sized up. You are firefighting in country that has not been seen in daylight. Their safety zones and escape routes are not known. Now, while that's very useful for firefighters and not useful for healthcare or IT, these are 18 orders that are, if you are in this situation, you need to stop. You need to take a step back and assess what it is that you're doing. Could IT and healthcare benefit from a set of standing orders that says, if you are in this situation, it is better to do nothing and not become part of the emergency than it is to do something and become part of the problem? So what would those standing orders look like, do you think?
Nobody's coming, brother. So I'm just going to tell you, I am affiliated with many other nurses.
Mm-hmm.
We're all fighting for the same thing. We're all trying to do the same thing. And until we get some legislation in there, like I said, I've had staffing matrix in my contract since 2004. I put big teeth in it, and they're still violating it. They don't care. They need to be accountable either to the state, on a state level or federal level, because until then, they're going to go profits over patients. And that's exactly I love the idea. I commend it, and that's what we're out there fighting for. So I'm with you 100%.
Thank you.
Okay, please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists for this fabulous.
You guys are wonderful. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. I love you guys. Love you guys.
Thank you so much. We are back here at 5 p.m., so for 58 minutes. Mr. Joss asked me, what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about two very important things. One is food and food safety and food safety relevant issues. We all like to eat, don't you? I like to eat. You can look at me and say, Dave, I can tell you like to eat. So we're going to talk about food, and then we're going to talk about end-of-life devices with the stipulation that an end-of-life device should not end your life. Probably you're interested in that. So come on back at 5 p.m., and we're going to talk about both these things. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to BSides Las Vegas's I Am the Cavalry track. A few announcements before we begin. First, we would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, Formal and Profit. It is their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. As a reminder, these talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. If you have a question, there will be an audience microphone placed down this aisle so that the YouTube live stream and recording can hear you. As a reminder, the BSides Las Vegas photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. However, we have explicit permission for pictures of the presenters. So pictures of them okay, pictures of everyone else not okay.
All right. We're going to do just a little audience participation here, kind of get everybody in the right spirit. Who likes to eat food? Raise your hand. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of hands out there. We all love food. Well, we kind of need to eat food. I am delighted to welcome Mr. Curtis Hansen, joined also remotely through the internets by Mr. Andrew Rose. Wave to the crowd, Andrew. There we go. Yay, he can hear me. That is awesome. We did very many fancy technology today to accomplish this. Big thanks to the AV team. It's a team of people. Like, we had not eight. We definitely had 3 people running around doing stuff. So that was super cool. Help us understand all of the areas that we should be worried about our food supply and what we can do about it, because no one's coming to save us. So what should we do to save our own selves? Over to you, Curtis.
Thank you. Well, I think do a little bit of intro of who I am, who Andrew is, the organizations we're representing, because I think it sets the scene quite nicely, and then we'll dive into it. So with that being said, Andrew, you want to represent BioISAC for us?
Absolutely. You guys can read the words on the screen. When we talk about the bioeconomy, we're talking about the entire life sciences continuum. And within the life sciences sits agriculture, and that's what I take care of. But life science is going to encompass your pharmaceutical companies, biomanufacturing, pretty much genetics, pretty much anything that touches somebody on the planet in some way, form, or shape or other. And we're small, but we do punch above our weight class. And I'm happy to have Curtis there as our proxy, as one of our members representing us there, and a total lifesaver in this instance here. And thank you for allowing me to stream this in here too. I know this was a big change of plans, but thank you.
Making it happen. And I'm here representing a company called Invictus Incident Response, and well, it's in the name, we do incident response. And myself, I became a member of the BioISAC this year, so just happened to be here in Las Vegas for Black Hat DEF CON, and Andrew couldn't make it. Whitney also, who is one of the co-founders and directors of the BioISAC, also basically got dragged into other meetings elsewhere, couldn't make it. So you're stuck with me, unfortunately, in person, but hopefully I'll make it worth your while. And Andrew, we've had many conversations together, is really, I learn something new every time speaking with him. It's an awesome guy, so hopefully you guys will walk away learning a lot of stuff. And with that being said, take it away, Andrew.
Sure. Let me give you, if you want to go back to that slide a little bit, let me give you a little color on who I am and why I'm even qualified to stand here in front of you. About 10 years ago, I accidentally found some significant vulnerabilities at a $300 billion bank that finances agriculture. And it terrified me to the point where I wondered if the entire ag supply chain was as vulnerable as this institution was. And the answer then is almost the same as it was today, yes. And not only is it vulnerable, there's a lack of awareness in both communities, both the cyber community and the agricultural community. The ag community views cyber attacks as a weather event, something that is an act of God. It happened, we'll move forward and we'll get on. Once I realized, standing between the two fields, just the lack of communication between the two, I began a series of national conferences and conventions around awareness building within the ag supply chain. Now, with the BioISAC, I work on future threat modeling. So understanding where all the dots are, then what the lines are between them, then validating our assumptions and probabilities in those lines, and then bringing together several states, and we'll tabletop these different vulnerabilities. Another piece too here, and this is shout out to Josh. He goes, Andrew, he goes, it'd be perfect if we can talk about water, agriculture, and hospitals. I'm like, this is great. We just did a TTX out in North Dakota, and that was one of the, we had multiple complex layers in here, but that was one of the layers that we extrapolated. And all I'm gonna do, since we're live and streaming, I'm not gonna give you a lot of the stuff, the information behind the lines. I'm just gonna give you dots, and you guys are pretty bright, and maybe put some together, and hopefully we can protect this piece of our supply chain. But Curtis, thanks for giving me that little bit there.
Absolutely. You want to dive into it now?
All right. Yeah, I do. So I'm an agricultural futurist, and everyone's like, well, would you go to school for that? No, I didn't. I worked in capital markets, and I was trying to finance novel plant and protein production. So how do you finance a seaweed operation or insect operation and make that normal? In order to do so, you need to project that loan out 7 to 20 years. So really understanding what are all the variables out there. It's not hard to be a futurist when you're playing with bank money. So that was part of it, but you can't really be an agricultural futurist without being a climate futurist. And meteorology, like any other field, is massive. So I just picked a little tiny niche within the whole meteorology field and focused on flash droughts and fire weather. And as all of you are aware, it's getting hotter outside. And when air gets warmer, the capacity to hold moisture increases. And in the upper right-hand corner, that's a shot from a satellite called EDDI, E-D-D-I. And Dr. Mike Hobbins is the fellow who compiles all the data and gets it to where it needs to be. But basically, this shows you how thirsty the air is. It's a sponge. So kind of where you're sitting right now, it must be pretty dry out there. And when I say dry, that means the plants will give off their transvaporation. Everything evaporates up from the ground up, including us when we're walking around. The other piece of this is it's a good precursor to fire weather. As many of you know, there's more wildfires occurring around the place, but this is a good way to sort of understand when are the conditions, when's the probability the highest for an event happening like that. Curtis, you can bump the next slide up there, buddy. So as you know, in the water field, the majority of water that's used on this planet is used for agriculture. And one of the ways we get that water onto crops is by using these things called center pivots. And there's a pump that pulls it up out of the ground, and it goes out through the pivot, and it will move around and do the things it needs to do. In addition to water, these center pivots can then also apply fertilizer and other inputs, the chemicals, herbicides, pesticides, things like that, needed for conventional crop production. These systems are operated, I'm not going to say click the video there, you guys can click that later, but these systems can be operated from your phone, from an iPad, from a great distance away, and I think many folks understand that when you're able to manipulate something that from afar, that's always a window that needs to be checked to make sure it's locked appropriately. And there have been some incidences of attacks on these systems, but it's one of those things to see as a probability that this could be an increasing point. And if you go to the next one, and this is where you get the neat hospital or the handy hospital tie-in. Right now, if any of you guys are from Iowa, especially in the Des Moines area, you know what nitrates in the water are all about. You know it's dangerous to drink your water there. And nitrates will accumulate on the soil surface from the application of synthetic fertilizers, conventional fertilizers, but also if a center pivot were to malfunction and over-fertilize and underhydrate, that's going to lead to a concentration as well. And right now in Iowa, it's fairly dire. And what happens on the downstream effect of the nitrate in the water system is children, especially children, it might manifest itself in other places too, but children, it inhibits the uptake of oxygen in their cells, and they get what's called blue baby syndrome. So their skin turns blue from lack of oxygen. So anytime there's a nitrate spike, the hospitals need to be prepared for a possible incoming of the blue baby syndrome. Curtis, you want to bump ahead there, buddy? Hope I'm doing okay here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be quiet now, and hopefully I came through clearly there, but Curtis is really the genius here. And I've got some pieces towards the end I'll pop back in for.
Definitely not the genius here. No, I think hopefully Andrew kind of highlighted that when we talk about food, it begins with kind of the source of life, which is water, right? And we're all heavily dependent on, well, water getting to us when we need it most. And also that can be impacted, as we've saw in the previous talk, with healthcare, with cases like ransomware. And coming from an incident response perspective, we kind of live, eat, and breathe this stuff on a daily basis, unfortunately. And I kind of wanted to wrap the reality of this into what we see in the real world and kind of underpin it with, this is kind of our canary in the coal mine moment. It's not something we're not trying to be alarmist, but we're also trying to show you that things have happened in the past that could have resulted in something much more catastrophic and worse than what they were. And we can take some lessons learned from that today and hopefully make a better future, more secure future, so we can actually have our food, right? We all raised our hand, we wanted our food in the end, so I think that still stands today. And one of those cases that I think really puts us in a perspective of this could have been a lot worse than what it was, but this actually happened almost 3 years ago, to date actually. And this was actually in the UK, so over in England, a company basically called South Staffordshire was hit with ransomware. They service 1.3 million people, 35,000 commercial customers. This is basically the equivalent size of Dallas-Fort Worth, equivalent size of San Diego. Those are quite large cities when we put it in that perspective, right? They're not little towns. So you can imagine kind of the rippling effect if water was cut off to all of them. What would happen to those crops? What would happen to those hospitals? Short answer, not good things, right? In this case, you might ask yourself, how did this happen? Who was behind it? What actually was the gist of this? And, you know, I said I'd do incident response. Before this, though, I did threat intel. I used to track state sponsor groups for many, many years, PwC, at Unit 42. And CLOP was one of those that we always kind of put up there as a top tier ransomware groups. They're not just kind of these script kiddies, if you will. They actually are, dare I say, sophisticated, financially motivated. They used to run a lot of ransomware via encryption, so one of those that would lock your computer up and you couldn't get anything. And they've kind of shifted away from that to more just pure data extortion, just taking data and extorting you for it. And that sort of shift is better for us when we talk about critical infrastructure because, well, we can still access systems, but our data has just been leaked. So that's kind of a good thing that this group has kind of shifted away from that encryption mechanism. But they're very much known for high-profile cases. Acceleron, MoveIt, Clio most recently. What they decided to do is go after file transfer applications, seeing that they can just pop one organization that uses the technology to get to like 100 other customers downstream. Very clever, very thoughtful. But this kind of happened around 2023, this shift. I think MoveIt was a big one. But prior to that, it was very much more targeted attacks on those heavily industrialized organizations, national critical infrastructure, if you will. And actually, I was doing some research, and Water ISAC actually looked at victimology from CLOP around this time of this incident and saw that almost 45% of those victims were industrial or infrastructure related, right? So there was that clear sort of, hey, the metrics match this sort of motivation of going after these organizations that are probably going to have to pay because they're so critical to society, right? If you cut off water, well, you don't get food, you don't get healthcare. Everything kind of goes, well, south. So this is CLOP. It's a good case study of they're still around. I was just looking at ransomware figures for H1 of this year, and they were the second most active looking at their leak site and victims. So very much still around, still much causing harm. And in this case, what actually was the impact or outcome of this incident? So first off, it happened in July, the actual incident itself. You started to see the extortion methods in August, and then a second wave in September. And I think that's something important to recognize and realize. And I think the previous talk, if you were in the room, talking about how ransomware cases, a hospital being down for 1 or 5 weeks. In this case, it demonstrates that for 3 months, ultimately, this incident or the tail end of the incident was still occurring. And so that's something to remember. Like, these incidents just don't happen in a vacuum. Recovery takes a long time, negotiations take a long time, etc. In this case, according to the victim, who worked a lot with the National Crime Agency in the UK, basically came out and said it was an IT breach, customer data was taken, maybe some of our internal data was leaked as well, but nothing that affects the delivery of water or the levels of water, whether it's chemicals inside, was altered or potentially changed. And I think that's key and important, right? We don't want them to have access to important OT assets to actually turn water off, or maybe alter it in a way that could actually harm us if we drink it, or if it's going into our food and we consume it that way. So that's really good. At the same time, the threat actor themselves basically came out with some of these images, if you can see here, basically saying, hey, we had access to SCADA systems, basically OT devices, when I say OT, operational technology, and we could have altered those things. Now, this was never corroborated. It was never proven this was true. The threat actor also said, oh yeah, we also had access to water utilities in London. We could have done something similar. At the end of the day, they're trying to get you to pay a ransom, right? So it's kind of one of those things that we take this with a grain of salt. Did they or did they not? We will never know, probably. But this is also a case of the threat actor wasn't so malicious that they decided to actually turn this water off or tamper with it in some way, shape, or form that it affects our crops, it affects our hospitals, it affects everything in our daily lives. And again, that's kind of that wake-up call, like, hey, this happened 3 years ago, and it could have been way worse than what it was. And so this is something that we can kind of learn from of, hey, how do we maybe prevent the next one for the threat actor who isn't so mindful of not turning things off, not tampering with things. And as the famous Intel analyst DJ Khaled says, and another one. Yeah, there's plenty of case studies here, but this one like just rung into my head because I used to track a lot of Iran activity. And so 2023 of last year, or 2023, not last year, October 2023, we saw basically, it hasn't been confirmed how many, but at least 10, if not less, water facilities in the US were hacked in some way, shape, or form. On record, it's confirmed that a municipality in Pennsylvania servicing 15,000 residents for sure was hacked. But this was done by an Iranian group, state affiliated. I'll talk about them in a second. But this wasn't ransomware. This was something else. It was actually, kind of spoiler alert, defacement of actual OT assets. It was a specific PLC, Ultronix PLC, meaning a program logic controller. Those are the devices that actually control the flow of things, whether it's water. In this case, water and waste management facilities were using these. So again, sort of a way to allow water to flow or a way allowed to restrict certain things within water so it's clean. All stuff that is quite necessary if we want to grow crops, if we want to have clean water in our houses, our hospitals, etc. So this was one that was kind of also a wake-up call within the US of these threat actors are able to come in and actually get access to these PLCs, right? We're moved beyond from an IT breach into something that could be super harmful. So who was doing this and kind of what was that outcome? Well, I gave it away. This was an Iran-based threat actor, called themselves the Cyber Avengers. This was a group that was very much sabotage focused, and their sort of focus was on primarily information operations, amplifying something that could be bad and kind of just trying to drive home that we got you. And it resulted in a defacement. I'll show you on the next slide what that looked like. But there's also been some indicators that some of the malware they developed has some, say, wiper capabilities disguised as ransomware. I used to track this group as a different name and clearly see that they were connected to one of Iran's major intelligence organizations, the IRGC. They've been active since 2023, and they weren't all that great. I'm not saying they were the best, the brightest of the bunch, but at the same time, they got access to about 10 different water facilities in the US that is providing us all clean water, is watering our crops. That's pretty serious. And if they're not that sophisticated, like, how did they do this? And as I said before, they went after actual OT assets. They weren't going after the IT network. They were going after something that could actually cause quite a lot of harm and impact if, well, done right, let's say. And thankfully, what happened here was they didn't go to that extreme of like bricking those PLCs and just causing them to go offline and shutting the water off, and we wouldn't have food on our tables, we wouldn't have clean water in our houses, hospitals wouldn't have running water. Instead, what they did was they defaced it. They put this politically charged message around Ultronics being but being Israeli owned and affiliated, that, hey, because you buy this, you're supporting Israel. And at this time, this was around the attacks in Gaza, the terrorist attacks. So this was all very politically motivated and drawn from Iranian groups. And kind of similar to what we see with Klopp in that sort of, hey, we have access to SCADA, it's in London. We also saw the cyber Avengers posting a lot of BS, really. So they were saying, oh, we hacked a bunch of other things. It turned out to be false. There was actually sort of corroborated that those were false claims. They were trying to amplify, again, conduct sort of this disinformation operation. But in the other sense, they had actually hacked other things that were real. So it's one of those things like, hey, if one thing is real and you make up 90% of the rest, how do you discern actually if all 100% is true or not? So that's something to keep in mind here. But at the end of the day, you know, I said they're not sophisticated, but yet they had access to these PLCs and could have caused real harm and damage, and chose to basically just deface them with a political message. How did they do it, right? Well, basically these organizations had these devices internet facing, which most likely they did not need to be, and they either had no passwords or they were using default, basically admin password 123, right? Not the best cyber hygiene when we talk about, well, anything really, IT, OT, IoT, et cetera. So this was, again, kind of low-hanging fruit for the adversary, but on the flip side of that, it's low-hanging fruit for us to actually do something about, right? Segmentation, not making sure OT stuff is internet-facing, because why does this need to talk to the internet? Probably doesn't. And also maybe let's throw on a password there rather than just using the stock or nothing. So kind of lessons learned of those cases. I think this one goes for every industry, every sector, but the attack surface is constantly expanding. It's just kind of the nature of things these days. I think post-COVID, we've really seen it. But when we talk about agriculture, when we talk about water, we talk about hospitals, we're just getting more and more technology within those industries. More and more things are touching the internet. And that means a lot more opportunities for bad guys to exploit them, and it means a lot more work for us to go in and harden and secure that stuff. And that's just the reality we face. And, you know, a lot of that is a burden on us. It's kind of our own. But there are some basic things we should always be doing, right? And we saw, I think, on the last talk how actually some of those cyber hygiene basics are actually an impediment to actual business operations, right? Putting on MFA to a station that a nurse needs to log into, well, that stops them from doing their job, because ultimately patient care is going to decrease. So that's something we also need to balance within these critical infrastructures of, hey, we should be doing cyber hygiene, the basics, but also what's the business cost to that? In this case, I think a lot of what we can argue is like, well, maybe exposing stuff to the internet probably isn't a business downturn. You know, putting a good password on there, probably in the PLC case, you know, not causing much harm to that business, and that's something we can do. But I just want to raise the factor that we as security professionals, and especially in IR, when we come in post-incident, we can suggest a lot of considerations. You might think, oh, that's easy, but actually it has an actual consequence for the business in terms of actually being able to do your job. The other thing is the complexity of this. I don't think this gets acknowledged or is understood quite enough. And I would actually like to see this more sort of understood, but also talked about. And again, in these cases, we talked about IT, OT, but it's easy to say those words and not recognize the complexities that come with it. It's oftentimes these networks are very extensive. Within those IT systems, you have cloud stuff, you have on-prem, you have different people that own the cloud stuff that are in charge of the on-prem. The OT network is managed by something else. You have IoT devices now. As Andrew talked about, those center pivots that are out in the fields, right? Those are something that, it's not a guy holding a gardening hose watering our food. That's stuff that's all now automated, and it runs off the internet. And it's something that requires actual connectivity from a remote station. So that's something that, you know, when you think about how do we defend this, how do we respond to this, it's complex. It takes time. Creating a response plan isn't easy. We saw in the last talk, right, too, about CrashCart, a cool system to actually be able to respond effectively. You can kind of adopt that sort of resiliency mindset to, say, agriculture or any sort of sector you might operate in. But just realizing that it's not simple enough to say, hey, we got an IT network, let's secure it. There's a lot more moving parts. And doing that response effort is probably going to require a lot of different parties to play nice and intersect. Internal teams, external teams, people with areas of specialty, knowledge, etc. And I'm here representing not only incident response, but bio-ISAC as well. And ISACs are all about intel sharing, right? And I'm a former TI guy. So it can go a long way sharing IOCs, TTPs. You know, in the case of that UK water incident, you know, that can be sort of the tipping point of, hey, we got all these IOCs, let's share them with all the other water facilities so they can actually go do some threat hunting, do some hardening, et cetera. It also helps organizations contextualize the threat. So understand that if you need to relay this to management, to the board, whatever it may be, having that value of this is CLOP, this is how sophisticated they are, this is what they've done in the past, this is why we need to care and respond today, can go a long way. A lot of times that's missing, but being a part of an ISAC really sort of helps that community effort get that established. So I'll speak to some actions we can take today on the cyber side, and then I'll pass over to Andrew, who can talk a little bit more about what we can do on a personal level when it talks about, well, when kind of critical infrastructure fails and we need to, well, keep living, keep eating, keep surviving. So from a cyber side, this is less about us individually, more about our organization level. First off, join bio-ISAC, right? If you're part of life sciences, if you are part of agriculture, come join us. We do cool stuff. We are a great community. We're always helping each other. We are highly confidential in also what we share and everything. So yeah, join us. We'd love to have you. As well as that cyber hygiene, the basics are always important, right? We can always talk about MFA everywhere, but ones that I really find valuable is just like inventory of everything. Again, coming from an IR mindset, when we come in and we're like, hey, do you have the logs for this? Do you have an understanding of what your network looks like? And they're like, no, not really. It's like, well, this is going to be fun. And they're like, yeah, we have network diagrams, but they're from 20 years ago. Okay, cool. That's useless, but we'll take them. Maybe we can find some value there. So just certain things like that, which, again, I don't want to oversimplify because there is a lot of time and effort that goes into doing that, creating that inventory. But along the way, you'll oftentimes find shadow IT stuff stood up 10 years ago by the sysadmin that eventually left. And that's usually what gets popped by the threat actor, and that's how they get in. So it's one of those, yeah, it's going to be a lot of effort, but we might find some valuable stuff along the way that actually harden our security posture. And of course, be ready for an incident. IR plans, this includes, you know, who's in charge of what, contact details, out-of-band communications. There's a lot you can do in a very pragmatic perspective that doesn't require a whole lot of effort. But again, just knowing contact details. You'd be surprised that you talk to someone and be like, do you have an IR plan? Like, yes. Be like, okay, what happens when it's 4th of July weekend? Who do you call? I don't know, because that guy's on holiday. Well, who's the backup? What happens if you're using Microsoft Teams, it's part of the ransomware incident and it doesn't work? What's your comms method look like? I don't know. So there's little things like this that people just forget to ask themselves because they haven't been in that moment of crisis. And you don't want to be asking yourself those questions in that crisis, right? You want to get ahead of that. So little things like that, of course, backups, regularly tests. One that I really enjoy, and Andrew already mentioned, TTX, tabletop exercises. I think these are really important. You can have the best plan that you want, but actually testing it, rolling out, that's really where you learn a lot of valuable lessons. And again, before the crisis has happened. We saw, again, not to keep referencing the last talk, but they kind of rolled out that crash cart system actually at a hospital to see like what are the weaknesses, where if we set this up, does it fail, where can we improve? And that's ultimately what you need to be doing as an organization operating in these sectors that are dependent on our life, right? Understand that, hey, if we run this TTX, what can we learn from it? What can we improve? What can we make better? And just one last notion here is, Andrew will talk about this, but we're kind of moving, we're heavily dependent on technology. I told you before, like lots of our stuff is becoming more and more internet-facing, connected, but we also need to have that realization of dependency on the past, that analog methodology. And I think, again, the last talk talking about when you have to go from electronic health database records on the cloud to actually handwriting prescriptions, that's kind of a lost art. And I think when you talk about agriculture or water, also having kind of those manual overrides, having those manual sort of ways to test, ways to actually act is really key. A great example of this, again, from a TI perspective, Stuxnet, something that happened over a decade ago. If for those who are familiar, it's basically malware that caused disruption in Iran's nuclear facilities to basically break their reactor. If they had a manual actual gauge that was measuring how those centrifuges were spinning, so it wasn't electronic completely, but just a manual sort of sense check, they actually would have caught that there was something off. But since there was no manual actual visibility there, it was all trusted on technology, they didn't catch it. So it's, again, good examples out there of like, hey, let's trust technology, let's use it, but let's also have a redundancy when, again, stuff hits the fan and we need to act. And with that, Andrew, you can walk us through some real-world resilience rather than just the cyber stuff.
Outstanding. You've earned yourself a glass of water, that's for sure. Good job. Going back to the incident response plan too, one of the things that it really helps with is muscle memory. When you run through something like that in one of those sessions, it really builds, okay, who are you going to call? Yeah, you're going to find gaps and blind spots too, but you're going to build that camaraderie amongst the team. So when something like this does occur, we're not relying, hopefully someone's written something down or someone has that phone number, or who is this agent who's coming in to run our cyber command center. And another piece too about incident response plans, in the old days, we used to say, it's not if, it's when, but nowadays it's when and again. We're seeing just cycles of attacks happening constantly, and the more prepared you are for that, if you haven't been hit already, God love you, because it probably means that you haven't realized it yet or something like that. So, and Curtis, you stole a little bit of my thunder there as well. I love to tell people, as a futurist, the further I look, the more analog it gets. I don't really see any other way around where we are. We're pretty close to the apex of technological advancement and what can be supported on this planet as it is. So when I speak to other futurists like myself and others that are in the risk management point of view, we sometimes joke and say, well, how much dry food do you have in your basement? And it's kind of one of those little litmus tests that we pass back and forth. And 6 months is kind of the bare minimum that people like to have, that are aware of what could happen. And when we talk about 6 months of food, it's typically one dried cup of food per person per day. That could be beans, could be rice. We'll certainly need water for that. But in terms of that dry food, and I found this out the hard way, if a mouse gets into your food store and it has a choice of eating the rice or the beans, it will eat 18 pounds of rice before it even looks at those beans, and they make quite a mess. And if you've ever seen those videos on YouTube of those mice infestations in Australia, if they get in there, trust me, they're going to replicate. So I spent 10 hours cleaning my basement, understanding exactly the science behind rice versus beans and a mouse's diet. In terms of capturing the water, a lot of people will overcomplicate this with life straws and things like that. Very basically, you can capture water through evaporation. DARPA had a challenge back in 2020 called AWE, atmospheric water extraction. And what they wanted to do was find a way to pull water out of the ambient air to service troops in the desert and places like that. And I contacted them to see if they'd be interested in running a pilot in the mid-Atlantic, and they said, no, it's too easy there. we want a place that has less than 15% ambient moisture. So they solve for that. There's multiple different iterations on the market today. I haven't investigated them, but I think for drip agriculture purposes, it could be an interesting thing to look at. So don't overcomplicate that. And one of the easiest hacks you can do is get a whole bunch of 5-gallon buckets from Home Depot or something like that, clean ones. And if you do have an air conditioner that has condensation, just keep them topped off from time to time, because you just never know when that flash is going to hit and how long that power could be out for. Now, we talk a little about being self-sufficient. I'm in the mid-Atlantic, so I've had some time to experiment with different crops. I love collards because in the middle of the winter, you get these giant elephant ears of green, and they're so rich. And if you're from the South like I am, you just cook them for a long time on the stove, and they kind of lose their bitterness and become more like vinegar. And it's a good green to ingest during the wintertime. Lamb's quarter is a common weed that grows pretty much all over the country. Tastes like spinach, great vitamin A in it. Turnips, for whatever reason, do real well here in the mid-Atlantic. You take the greens off, you saute them, but you also got that kind of bitter potato thing at the bottom. I still haven't figured out a good way to prepare it, but it'll keep you alive. And then in terms of the chickens, Rhode Island Reds, I've raised all different breeds. They tend to be the hardiest. You know, they're pretty mellow. They're decent layers, you know, kind of low maintenance. A lot of people when they start getting livestock curious, then they get some goats. And I can tell you right now, don't get a goat. Goats, if you've ever had a goat, you know that if there's a way for the wind to get through that fence, the goat can find a way through that fence. You're much better off getting sheep. And for those of you who are vegetarians or vegans, you might want to cover your ears for this one. But sheep are nice because you get a boy and a girl, and they replicate. And the little boys, those are the lamb chops. You know, the little girls, and you can raise for the wool and stuff like that. But it's a gift that keeps on giving. They'll consume the same things that goats do. Sleeping outside, I don't know if you guys make a practice of sleeping outside or not. I would encourage you, though, a couple times, just see how little it takes to sleep outside. Obviously, I've gotten away many times with a tarp and a yoga mat. Garbage bag's kind of a luxury if you got that with you, but a tarp and a yoga mat's all you got. And we talk a lot about global warming and daytime temperatures and 120 degrees on the surface. Yes, that is dangerous, but the real danger is at nighttime, because if the temperature doesn't fall below 80 degrees, we as a human being, our bodies begin to degrade. It can't reset again for the next day. So when you start watching the weather forecast, yeah, look at the daytime highs, but make sure that nighttime temperature falls below 80 degrees, especially if you're going to be outdoors. I'm planning to do a webinar on gray zone warfare. And right now, domestically, we view warfare as kinetics, as boots on the ground, as bullets and bombs, and things that we can respond to with the military might and force. Our adversaries, on their hand, have a full stack of different types of warfare: espionage, sabotage, information warfare, cyber attacks. All these things for them are in the same warfare playbook. If we migrate from gray zone warfare where we currently are and move into that kinetic warfare, one of the first things our adversaries will target is our GPS systems, our ability to navigate, our ability to have a credit card transaction, to have the internet. So I've sort of made it a side quest to collect as many paper maps as I can and keep them in my car just in case. And they're not as readily available right now as they have been in the past. And I can't see the audience, but if there's any of you that are under 30 years old, you may have never even used a paper map, because GPS has been around for 25 years. I would encourage you to practice now. You know, as they say in ag, make hay while the weather's good. Don't wait till it starts raining to try to figure out how to find your way back home with a paper map. And then last but not least, Josh was asking me, what kind of firearms should you have in your house? I'm a big believer. You can't eat bullets, and I've seen, I know preppers. I know preppers that got a whole like bunkers full of guns, hundreds of guns and stuff like that, which is great. But you know, there's only so many deer you're gonna be able to hit with that gun, and you're not gonna be holding an army off by yourself. You're a lot better to understand who are your neighbors. What is that community around you? Who are these people? What do they do? Where do they specialize? And even if you're an introvert, it makes a lot of sense to go out of your way and just understand who these people are, because if the shit hits the fan, it's going to be that community, that's that sort of that tribe that moves things forward. It's not going to be a whole bunch of rugged individualists fighting it out in the street like gladiators. And then two fun facts here. When I speak, I tell people in the audience, listen, if your kid goes 5 days without food, you're likely to break a law. and 3 weeks without food and our government falls. That tends to hammer home how important food is for our society and how we operate. The longest I went without food was 5 days. And that's why I say 5 days in your break log, is that was one of the most miserable things a human being can experience. And if you've never gone a day without food, I certainly encourage you to do at least 1 or 2 days and just see what that feels like, because it's good to prepare for the eventualities of what can come. And with that, I believe, Curtis, we are taking questions.
Yeah.
Good. I hope I didn't speak too fast. I get real excited about that.
Alrighty. Thank you very much. So this is your opportunity. I'm staring at the crowd. 4 questions, and if you've got a question, come on up to this fancy microphone and ask your question. We'll get fancy answers.
Really interesting talk. Thank you very much. What about the sort of kind of communications part of this? I know, like, yeah, ham radio is one of the things that you hear a lot of people talking about, but I'm hearing more and more about other alternatives to ham radio that might be effective in a situation where, you know, infrastructure is broken down.
Well, I'll take a quick stab at that one. I asked Peter Zion, if any of you guys know who he is. He's YouTuber futurist. Anyway, we hired him at the bank several times to come and give private presentations. And I asked him one time, so what happens if an EMP goes off over the U.S.? He goes, it'd be bad. But what we have here, if you go outside, we got copper wires hanging from poles on the streets. He goes, if you go to other parts of the world where they skipped over that part, went 4 or 5G, they don't have that backup system. So, I mean, we might be talking a baud rate of 1,200 or something like that, but there'll still be at least that sort of backbone of communication available. And I do encourage other people, too, to really think about analog communication. What does that look like? What does that mean? We certainly live in a world of on-demand luxuries. And, I'm thinking we're pretty close to the apex of what can be accomplished. But just, if you were born if you're born pre-digital in the analog days, just think back to how we got around then.
Thank you.
Well, Curtis, if you want to jump in there, buddy, you can too.
Hey, so you guys talked a lot about sort of the inputs to the agricultural enterprise, not so much about the processing that goes on with lots of technology like tractors and combines and other things like that. How do the BioISACs engage that element? And what are your thoughts there?
I love this. That was almost like a planted question there. So we had our annual event earlier this year in February, and we did bring a brand new combine in that had not been experiencing the headline hacks the way most of the main brands did. And we were able to manipulate it from the stage and do things to it. That is a major area of concern. And if you think back when we had the solar flares earlier this year, there were a lot of people that had issues in North Dakota and southern Canada because their LiDAR or the GPS was not tracking in the fields the way it should have been. And it caused a lot of havoc there. The vulnerabilities are vast in the ag supply chain, and we can use all the help from the community there to help us to identify these and disclose them ethically to the manufacturers.
Okay, thanks.
I might have missed this. I had something distract me for a couple minutes. A lot of this track and a lot of the Undestructible 27 is predicated on the idea that we may have hybrid conflict during the Taiwan Straits and activities as early as 2027. Part of that that we focus on is the no water, no hospitals in 2 to 4 hours. It's the interdependence of water and power generation. No power, no pumps, no water, no hospitals, no water, no power generation. We talked this morning about data centers. One thing we didn't talk about in this room is it's widely believed, and there's confirmation of some of the ports and the smart connected equipment and the cranes in the ports where we get most of our food imports are also compromised and part of the risk posture and maybe part of a campaign. So therefore, it would put an even greater dependence on domestic production, movement, cold chain, cold storage, spoilage prevention, food shelf safety, etc. And then there was an exercise done by MITRE Corporation. They shared part of the unclassified where they simulated something resembling Salt Typhoon, and it was additionally complicated by being in December, further constraining some of the responses and repair times in the extreme cold. So, can you pontificate for a little bit on how all those things would come together from domestic production and distribution of food supply? Like, how long would that last? I've heard some people say, oh, we can make plenty. And I've heard other people say, no, it's about 11 days. So I don't know. And I thought I'd ask people that spend more time on it than I do.
Yeah, I think 11 days is highly optimistic. I would think 3 to 7 typically is what we're looking at with the on-demand. I've been preaching, let's shorten the supply chains as much as possible in the communities where you are. Focus on local production, local procurement. Typically, an urban area is not going to be able to produce enough to support itself, but there is the ex-urban, and the suburban, and the rural. So you can form whatever you need to have around you for that purpose. I gave a presentation to the Global Protein Supply Society or organization back in October. And one of the things I told them, I said, the future is one of survival and scarcity. We can no longer count on the abundance that we have on the grocery store shelves. And your marketing people do a really good job right now. If they went and talked to the agronomists and the farmers and asked them in 10 or 12 years, what can you grow? What can be supported here? And then sell that to consumers. So, again, we're kind of at this weird place. We've known this our entire lives, this abundance, this choice. And I think we're starting to see that sort of tighten a little bit, and who knows how quickly it will tighten. But, that's a great question as well. And Curtis, I'll let you opine.
Yeah, no, it is a great question. And I think two things. One is we also need to realize or take into account, as I said before, complexities on the technical level, but also the complexities of geopolitics and economics, right? Because stopping, say, the ports of the US or something else within here has rippling effects throughout the rest of the world, right? And so in this scenario of China taking Taiwan, is China ready to actually cause that rippling effect, which will impact them economically, politically, et cetera? That's something I think is well above my educational level of, I know nothing about Chinese politics to actually make that determination, but it is a factor, right? And that's something we also need to take into consideration, which lends me into my second point of, again, lessons learned, what's happened in the world recently that we can maybe draw on to actually kind of assess how cyber would be used in that scenario and how it actually might impact, say, us on a practical level. And we have to look no further than Russia-Ukraine, right? Russia has deployed numerous wipers across Ukraine over the last, what's it now, 3 years, since February 2022. The cause and effect hasn't been as much as a lot of people originally predicted before 2022, which is honestly is a good thing, right? We don't want that. But nonetheless, it is a factor that we need to take into calculations. And just because that was a failure, or we can consider it a failure, doesn't mean in this new scenario it will be the same, right? There's always a factor that it could be more successful. We also can look at what maybe was targeted in those cases, and does that mimic or mirror what this scenario would look at? Thinking, historically energy sector for Ukraine, thinking logistics. Viasat was a big example of that, taking communications offline, but not really. So it's one thing, again, to say that's feasible if China's attacking Taiwan and they come after the US, and they use cyber. What does that actually really mean, right? What is the actual practical implications? What are the actual economic fallout? What's the calculus there? It's complex, is the best consultant's answer to give. It's complicated.
Yeah, so you've kind of touched on it a little bit, but I was curious to get both of your takes about the way in which culture has to change, the approach to, if you think about agriculture, farmers, dairymen, they don't know anything about cybersecurity. They could care less. And I worked in the electrical industry when we were trying to put forth NERC SIP compliance and all those things, and the culture was the hardest thing to deal with. I would walk into a room and try and talk through procedures for incident response with INC technicians, and they'd write FU all over the procedures. They were just done with it already. So how have you kind of gone into these cultures that have had nothing to do with cybersecurity and convinced them that all the automation, all the things that they've paid for over the years is actually a risk?
Yeah. I can take a stab, and if you want to add, Andrew. So not even say agriculture, but just in general, all sectors of industry, security is one of those things that it's not the balance sheet. It's always in the red, right? It's not producing money, so it's never one that's sexy. It's just one of those it's a hard pill to swallow. So the best way I've seen to approach it is either put it in terms of risk, which is probably less of the crowd for, say, guys in the dairy business or whatnot, but put it in dollar value. If you do X, it will save you Y amount. And again, it's not easy to maybe calculate or quantify that, but there are ways and methods to kind of put it into perspective, especially if you can say, hey, that farm across the state line had a ransomware attack, and this is actually how much money they lost because they didn't spend, I don't know, let's say 100K arbitrarily, but it cost them 10 million. The ROI right there is very easy then to articulate to them, right? And that's something that they can kind of grasp. So I think it's all about bringing it back to reality, giving real world case studies, and putting it in something that means something to them, right? And usually it's dollar value, but it could be something else, right? It could be loss of life, it could be loss of land, something that represents utility to them. So yeah, Andrew, I don't know if you have something, you talk more with those guys than I do.
Yeah, well, let's talk about culture. As a society, our culture doesn't move or respond to things until after they've happened, until after the bomb has gone off. So a lot of that culture is not going to be realized, or not a lot of that response time to be realized until they've had something occur, and then the pieces didn't come back together in an appropriate way. Now, how do you get around that? And that's something I wrestle with constantly. And I look back to 2007 during the first cyber war, when Russia attacked Estonia with their best weapons and their best cyber warriors. In Estonia, a tiny little country, and they used some knocking over statues as a pretext for this. Russia was hoping Estonia would have a kinetic response, but they didn't. Instead, starting in kindergarten, they began cyber training their citizens, so their citizens become their strongest defense. In high school, they still refought those same cyber wars they fought during the first cyber war there to learn from that. And then Russia realized that they were a much harder target to penetrate and went to England and facilitated Brexit happening and took them off the world stage. But that just shows how a society then can harden themselves. The state of North Dakota was very prescient in inviting some consultants over from Estonia to teach them as a state, how can they become more resilient? And Governor Burgum, who is now the Secretary of the Interior, at the time had a mandate that K through PhD, everyone had comp science. And they've got every high school in the state. It doesn't matter if you're on a tribal lands or in a regular Bismarck or Fargo, you've got high-speed internet access in the high schools. This is to the core of what that state is. And I think, not everyone's going to follow that lead, but if we look to where there's a domestic example of the citizenry becoming more resilient, North Dakota is a good place to look.
All right, we are at time, and so can you please put your hands together for Mr. Curtis and Mr. Andrew? So we really appreciate, and Andrew, thanks so much for a 1 hour green room experience. I'm sure it was one of the best of your lives. But you don't want to leave now, and I'll tell you why. The reason you don't want to leave this room is because you do not want end-of-life equipment to end your life. You don't want that. So we're going to, in just a few minutes, as soon as we get our next speaker set up, we're going to hear about how to prevent end-of-life from ending your life. So thanks again. We will resume at 6 p.m. Thank you.
and welcome to BSides Las Vegas's I Am the Cavalry track. A few notes before we begin. First, we would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, DropZone AI and Profit. It is their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and the audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. If you have a question, there will be an audience microphone placed in the aisle thusly. Please use the microphone to ask any questions so that the stream and the recording can hear you.
There's a live stream.
And as a final reminder, the BSides Las Vegas photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in the frame. These talks are being recorded and will be available on YouTube in the future. Our presenters have kindly granted permission to take pictures of them, so you may take pictures of them, but not anyone else.
Only
Thank
good
you very
pictures.
much.
If my eyes are closed, no sharing, please.
All right. Well, this is the final, very high-powered panel of the day. We are super excited to welcome Ms. Stacy Higginbotham and Mr. Silas Cutler and Mr. Paul Roberts to help us understand how to deal with this problem of end-of-life equipment so as to not end our own lives. Over to you.
I feel like our title may be a bit of an overstatement. I hate to start on that, but I'll start with, my name is Stacy Higginbotham. I am a policy fellow at Consumer Reports. Can everyone hear me in the back? Yes. Okay. And I'm going to let each of my colleagues introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Silas Cutler. I'm a principal security researcher at Census. I also work as an adjunct for the Institute of Security and Technology.
And I am Paul Roberts. My day job is Director of Content at Reversing Labs, which is a malware analysis and software supply chain security firm. And I'm founder of a nonprofit called Secure Resilient Future Foundation, which is focused on promoting smart cyber policies for the future.
It's a very broad goal. I like it.
Yes.
Okay, so why are we here? To scare the pants off of you. Are you
Yeah.
ready? Just to get this started, we're going to talk about this issue from the consumer, enterprise, and OT side, starting with the consumer. But first, what are we talking about? We're talking about the risk of end-of-life devices on networks. And is this even a problem that we should worry about? Yes. On the consumer side, Consumer Reports has done some work on this, but if you don't trust us, the FTC actually in November did a study, and they noticed that of the hundreds of connected smart IoT devices, only 11% actually clearly told consumers what the end-of-life product or policy was. So when those things would go offline, which is crazy. We'll talk about it in a minute.
So additionally, last year at Census, we found 400 exposed human-machine interface devices, HMI devices, which were mentioned briefly on some of the talks before today. We found 400 of them in the US related to water treatment plants that you could visit with a web browser and see the tank levels for water holdings in various communities across the US.
And big problem that we have right now is a population of between 900 and 900 million, 90 million and 100 million SOHO routers deployed in homes and small businesses throughout the country, a significant portion of which contain exploitable vulnerabilities and or have been declared end of support and end of life, meaning they no longer receive security updates and patches from the manufacturer. These are being actively targeted by state actors, including China, as well as cyber criminal groups. And there are immense repercussions from that. We're going to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so starting right off and continuing with the things to worry about. So a lot has been talked about the sort of threats that are being seen across various sectors right now. And one of the ones that most people are familiar with is Volt Typhoon. I come from a background investigating ransomware actors and targeted intrusion actors, and I've struggled actually for quite a bit with Volt Typhoon specifically. I keep trying to break it into a model similar to what I remember from like ransomware groups, where it's something that, like, I try to wrap my head around them as a group, because I want to find an office or some unit that is the ones that are day-to-day conducting these intrusions. But as I've looked more into Volt Typhoon, thank you, and as I've continued to track on things, it's important to think of Volt Typhoon not necessarily like a traditional threat actor in the sense that it might be one unit. It's not going to be something like that. Something like Volt Typhoon and the Salt Typhoon actors that people are talking about these days as well. These go to something actually that we started talking about in the security community back in 2018, 2019, called supra threat actors, in which it's multiple different units all working together towards what essentially amounts to a national effort. And we've talked about this with China as part of the Taiwan Strait conflict. Specifically, the technique, as I've always been told, what they're trying to accomplish is what's called a fire sale. This was part of Stuxnet, or supposed to be, or Nitro Zeus, I think was the parent operation. And the idea is that in the event of a conflict, you want the ability to disrupt transportation, financial utilities, power, all of the critical parts of a country's utility sectors. Volt Typhoon represents fundamentally the targeting of the energy sector and building this long-term capability capable of conducting a disruptive action within a timed window as part of a larger effort. So the challenging thing is we trying to put it in like a shape that we understand often. Folks may be familiar with things like the KV botnet, which Lumen has done some fantastic reporting on. And it's important to remember, like, the KV botnet itself likely is only one part, and it may even be a contractor supporting this broader Volt Typhoon effort. But groups like this are highly sophisticated. They know how to conduct these attacks. The term living off the land to this day bothers me a lot. So we'll dive into a little bit more as we go.
All right, so we've just scared you. Why does EOL matter in a connected world? And we probably instinctively understand this because many of us are probably dealing with connected devices in the cybersecurity community, but connected devices establish this ongoing relationship between a consumer and a manufacturer. You no longer can sell something, throw it out into the world, and pretend that you can leave it alone. You have to continuously update these products and continuously communicate their status. And for a consumer, and by consumer I mean anyone who buys these products, but specifically consumers, the lifetime of a connected product, it no longer ties directly to its physical life, right? So I think of this as a light bulb. A lot of us probably have smart light bulbs. Historically, when your light bulb burnt out, I know this is before, pretend we still have incandescence. The little tungsten thing, it burnt out, literally, and your light bulb would turn off. And you knew it failed and you would replace it. My smart light bulbs don't do that. When they are end of life, I have no idea, right? But then they become part of this larger attack surface. So when you think of the EOL issue, this is about reducing the overall attack surface and capacity for people to use, like to target or hurt the US. All right, nobody likes maintenance, and the industry isn't set up to support it. We have heard this like a million times today. The issue is we're all excited about innovation, we're excited about doing new things, but we're not excited about going back and making sure the existing things we have stay operational and are still getting security updates. I mean, it's basically like changing the air filter in your house, right? How many of us are excited about that? Literally no one. Okay, so I'm sorry. You are on the maintenance team, and bless your heart. So what happens when we ignore the end-of-life issue? At Consumer Reports, we call all of these connected devices in the home, it could be in the enterprise, we call them zombie devices. And I like to tell people that today, zombie devices are running amok. They are everywhere. And we just don't know it. And the other issue is these are supportive devices with unsupportive owners. And what I mean by that is in the enterprise, especially in the consumer home, if you're not doing automatic patching or updates, the owners of these devices, they have to do it. And a lot of them aren't paying attention to it. And underlying this whole issue is the fact that we need herd immunity against malicious actors. So again, reducing the attack surface, getting everybody, if everybody pays attention to their end of life, then we reduce it for everybody and we're all ultimately safer. I know this is a hard sell, but this is the sell we have to do. All right, so in this talk, thank you for coming, we are going to explain the problem of zombie devices on the consumer side. We're going to show how EOL affects us in IT and OT environments. We're going to expose this obscurity by security disinformation that is promoted by vendors. Paul is going to do a great job on that. And we are going to provide practical ideas and policy suggestions that you can advocate for or vote for if they ever come up. And yeah, are we ready?
Yes.
Consumer time. How many of you guys ever do an audit of your smart devices in your home? And
wow.
I love you. And y'all are security people, right? So I do it in October.
Not representative of the population at large.
Yeah, this is absolutely not.
No.
But every October, because it's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, I actually go through all of the connected devices in my home and I check to see if they're still supported. I used to run 80-something devices in my home, so this was a long process. Since I've been doing this in the last 2 to 3 years, I think it's year 3 was this year, I only have like 40 devices now in my home. But I do call, and a lot of times, y'all, it is calling because most vendors still don't have this information readily accessible. I have to call or email. And about a third of the companies never get back to me. So this is what consumers are dealing with, and it's no wonder there's all these consumer zombie devices running around. We did a survey in December where we actually asked consumers about this whole issue. Like, how well do they understand that any connected device in their home is a potential zombie? The answer is not well. And then what is their impression? So for 40% of consumers who have purchased a connected device, the only time they figured out that it stopped getting any sort of feature or security updates is it just stopped working for them. That is insane, right? I mean, if you're just relying on something and suddenly it just stops working. But what's worse is only 39% got any sort of notice from their manufacturer. And this is just people who realized it's a zombie, right? There's other people who have no idea, and they're not doing the security audits. So this slide has way too much information for you, but I'm happy to share it. We have it online. But basically what this is trying to show is how consumers don't actually understand that their connected devices will one day die, and they will die because their software stops getting supported. Because I don't know how else I could explain to the 43% of people who think their Amazon Echo or their Google smart speakers will remain working after software updates stop. They're like, yeah, it's totally gonna work for me. And I know some of you guys are like, they can hook it up via Bluetooth and then they'll still be able to control it and use it offline. Don't. Most consumers aren't doing that. I mean, I want them to, but no. Okay. And this is just a general sense of how long consumers expect certain devices to last. And if you can see here, a lot of people have some kind of crazy expectations. I don't know how many people really think a smart light bulb is going to last 10 years. Actually, I do, because they're right there. I will tell you, though, just in the, let's call out some good actors, Philips Hue light bulbs, I've owned those for 10 years, and they are still getting software support updates. And I can go to the Philips Hue website, and they will actually, if you Google your Philips Hue light bulbs plus end of life or security updates, they have a nice little chart that shows you exactly what they're supporting and how long. That's the sort of change we want to see in the world. So on the consumer side, what do we want? We want manufacturers to set up what we call minimum supported timeframes on products. That is a clunker of a statement. Think of it as an expiration date, but we can't call it an expiration date because I want to give manufacturers the chance to extend it. So we're calling it the minimum supported timeframe. And basically, when you buy a product, I want you to be able to look on the label and say, these light bulbs will get security updates for 3 years. Awesome. These light bulbs will get 5 years, even better. And I also want the manufacturers to be like, hey, I'm going to extend that, and I'm going to let you know via email or on the website, and it's going to be easy to find on a product page. We also want manufacturers to proactively notify consumers. So that 40% who didn't know their stuff was going to stop working, We want the manufacturers to be like, hey, in 6 months, it's going to stop working. We also want to help consumers understand what to do when this happens. It is very hard to tell a consumer that that $180 Amazon Echo that they bought back in 2015 no longer is getting security updates. But you know what? If you have one of those Pringles can Amazon Echo devices, it's end of life. It is not getting security updates. You should probably unplug it. Just a PSA for y'all. But it's hard for consumers to do that, and I don't blame them. And then we think longevity and support should become a market differentiator. And that disclosure up front is going to drive that. We've actually seen this in the smartphone industry, smartphones. The iPhone used to have like 2 years of support, and Google was like, hey, we'll give you 3. And then Apple was like, okay, fine, we'll give you 3. And now we're up to 7. We're seeing it in the smart TV space. LG and Samsung TVs are both offering 7 years for your smart TV. By the way, that's only 7 years for your TV. I don't know if you think your TV should last that long, but you at least know. Okay, so those are some of the things on the consumer side. Now let's go to Paul and talk about enterprise.
Sure. First of all, let me start by saying that in 1986, my mother redid our kitchen and installed a Sub-Zero 550 refrigerator. And 40 years later, that refrigerator is still operating. So all those people who said, I don't know, maybe like 5 years for my refrigerator, 10 years, try 40 years. But that's obviously not most refrigerators. But it's a way of sort of thinking, like the way we're thinking about these devices and their lifespan has been curtailed by vendors. And it's good to kind of pop out of that sometimes. Think back to when things lasted a lot longer. So my name is Paul Roberts. I'm the president of this nonprofit called Secure Resilient Future Foundation. Again, we're really focused on promoting policies that promote secure, transparent, and resilient future, addressing cybersecurity risks. So yeah, as Stacey said, I'm going to talk about this sort of end-of-life problem as it relates to what we would consider IT, whether it's enterprise, just kind of the technology that businesses and nonprofit organizations, public and private sector organizations rely on. A lot of our economy relies on. And I know at conferences like this and Black Hat and DEF CON, even up here, we have consumer, OT, IT, kind of siloed, right? The way we talk about these problems. But the truth is, of course, as we know, they're all intertwined with each other. And we've had incidents in recent history that have made that really clear. And one, of course, as you would indicate up here, would be the Colonial Pipeline hack back from 2021. That was a compromise of Colonial Pipeline's IT infrastructure, I think through a compromised VPN account, if I recall, by a ransomware group. And to kind of contain that breach, Colonial shut down their entire pipeline system that transfers natural gas and up from Florida up into the Northeast. Or actually gas, just not even natural gas, just gas. And huge disruptions, lines at gas stations and so on. Was it a compromise of their OT environment? As far as we understand, no, it was not. But the result was the same, which was a shutdown of this critical infrastructure that provides fuel to a big chunk of the U.S. population in the Northeast. And that's not the only one. More recently, we've seen attacks on St. Paul, Minnesota, and I believe Abilene, Texas, where ransomware groups compromising public sector infrastructure. As we all know, local governments, state governments, underfunded, understaffed, and not secure. And once again, those organizations shut down critical services used by residents in order to contain and respond to the ransomware risk. So when we talk about IT, OT, consumer technology, yes, they are very different. Different vendors, different architectures, different support ecosystems, written in different languages, communicating in different protocols. Those are all legitimate distinctions between these different technology types. And consumer IT, consumer electronics, IT and OT are often deployed within the same environments and are interlinked. Vulnerabilities in one can lead to compromises of the other, whether that's a direct compromise or an indirect compromise, like with Colonial Pipeline. And of course, as we know, the malicious actors, the Volt Typhoons, really don't care what their mode of access is to your environment, right? They are results oriented, they're focused on the objective they want to obtain. If they're coming in via a smart television set in the kitchen where your employees gather, that's okay. If they're coming in via a router, switch, firewall, public-facing application server, that's fine too. Doesn't really matter. What matters is the objective. And we all have examples of this. There was the, I think, casino that got hacked via the fish tank. Yep, that was a fun one. We remember Target that got hacked via the HVAC system in a contract. That goes back, 15 years now. So we all understand this, but it's important to keep in mind that these distinctions are kind of, don't really hold much water. And an example of that, of course, is SOHO routers, right? So SOHO, small office, home office routers. There are, as I said, around 100 million of these deployed in the United States. That's based on statistics of about 130 million fixed broadband subscriptions in the US, and around 80% of those households own a broadband router. So that gets us to around 104 million SOHO routers out there in homes, small businesses, you name it. And these are actively targeted by malicious state actors, Volt Typhoon, cyber criminal groups, ransomware groups, and others, Chinese, Iranian, North Korean, Russian, you name it. And why they build botnets out of these devices, we knew that years ago with the Mirai botnet, which targeted IoT devices. And those botnets are used for a variety of purposes. Could be distributing phishing emails and other content that are used to gain access to sensitive accounts that they then use to move laterally. Could be malware distribution. Could be for command and control and moving data that you've stolen off of an environment. Password spraying, hard brute force attacks to crack accounts. One of the advantages that these have, and why actors like Volt Typhoon like SOHO routers deployed in residential settings, is because it gives them a really good way, if there are thousands of them or tens of thousands of them, of spreading out malicious activity across a large population of devices. That makes it much harder for the target to spot patterns, and also avoids the types of threat detection. It's going to say, oh, that's traffic that's coming from Russia or from Eastern Europe or China, and so we're just going to block it. Hey, that's traffic that's coming from suburban Boston. It's probably legitimate. So they serve a whole bunch of purposes. So SOHO routers are a great example of kind of this cyber risk problem around smart and connected devices. So I'm just going to ask you all, raise your hand if you've got a broadband SOHO router at your home. Yeah, okay. I think that's an underrepresentation, but okay. And raise your hand if you actually purchase that yourself, deployed and actively manage it. Okay. Raise your hand if it was supplied by your broadband provider. And I'll raise my hand too, right? Okay, and now raise your hand today. If sitting here today, you can state with confidence that that broadband router has not been declared end of support or end of life. Pretty good. Self-selecting population, okay? Not reflective of the population in general. But, and I'm going to say, I'm not 100% sure. I logged into my router maybe a couple months ago, but I didn't go and say, oh, what version of firmware is it doing? Is this still supported? Is this device still supported? Do I need to upgrade? Unclear. One other question. So, how many of you have actually hardened your SOHO device? So, strong password, shut off FTP and Telnet, and that's okay. You guys aren't representative of the population. I'm going to stop polling you. The reality is, of course, these devices are kind of set and forget. For many, of that 104 million, what percentage are set and forget? People have no idea. They haven't been updated in months, years, decades. That's a big proportion of what's out there. As Silas said, there's been a lot of really good research done on botnets by like Lumen and Black Lotus Labs, cyber criminal and state-sponsored, that rely heavily on compromises of these devices. So a substantial population of these devices, whether it's millions, tens of millions, are end of life, end of support, meaning they no longer receive software updates and patches, and therefore are vulnerable. So if they're running a vulnerable version of a known that's been identified in firmware, attackers that can identify that router can compromise it using that known vulnerability. So end-of-life SOHO routers are a big target, and this is just a quote from Lumen kind of explaining why. They're associated with home and small business users. They don't have as Stacy pointed out, consumers generally don't have the time, knowledge, or expertise to actively maintain them in the way that many of you are. And because they're SOHO routers, they're fairly flexible. They can handle a lot of traffic. They're very effective as infrastructure for conducting malicious activities. Case in point, as Silas mentioned, is the KV botnet. This is a botnet that dates back, I think, to 2022. It was kind of first identified, called out by Lumen and Black Lotus in 2023. It's not huge. It's not like it's a huge botnet. I mean, it's hard to know exactly how big, but thousands, tens of thousands of devices, maybe. But highly effective. And it's been used in attacks by Chinese state actors, Volt Typhoon, targeting U.S. critical infrastructure, as well as those in U.S. allied countries. And it's being used to basically target communication systems. I think the idea is in an incident like an invasion of Taiwan, being able to shut down the ability of the U.S. to communicate and coordinate with its allies in Asia and Taiwan and so on. Seems to be the pattern. And the devices, by and large, that make up this botnet are end-of-life SOHO routers by Cisco, Dratec, Netgear, more recently Axis IP cameras as well. So these are all being targeted. And this is ongoing. So I mean, this was written about 2 years ago, but this botnet is still out there, still operating. It technically got shut down by the DOJ back in last year. Really what that meant was they, you had a court warrant. They, according to them, removed the malicious software, the KV botnet software, and cut off access to the command and control environment. Although Silas says that might not actually be what they did.
There's weird legislation around where they're allowed to uninstall, from what I understand.
Right.
They had a notable impact.
Yes.
Yeah.
However, those devices are still out there. They're still end of life and unsupported, right?
And somebody could also just walk back in.
That's right.
And the thing is these environments as well are target rich and actor heavy rich as well. Like,
yeah.
Mirai is a routine thing where someone will break in, break back in, somebody else will break in the next week.
That's
kick
right.
off the existing Mirai infection with their own.
Right. They're like abandoned homes, basically. It's just like, who's squatting in it this week? Who's squatting in it next week? One of the things that KV botnet operators did when they compromised these devices was remove other malware. So like a lot of these devices already had malware on them, but the botnet operators were like, no, we need to be the only malware on this thing. But for the DOJ to be like, we shut this down, it's like doing an end zone dance on like the 20-yard line. It's just like, yeah, you took care of this version of these devices being misused, but mission accomplished, right? The other thing I'd like to point out just before I hand the mic to Silas is that this issue is not of end-of-life devices and end-of-life software is not specific to the consumer space. It's not specific to SOHO routers. And an example of that we've seen more in the traditional IT space is with the Ivanti VPN appliances. These are really widely used virtual and physical VPN appliances for obviously a virtual private network, remote connection into sensitive networks. By their very nature, they are public facing, right? Because they're giving other people access into your environment. And these have been the target of a string of attacks going back 3 years, targeting serial, remotely exploitable zero-day vulnerabilities in the Avanti firmware. Volt Typhoon is generally, these attacks are generally attributed to them. There have been numerous reports written. There was 1 month where like 5 separate O-days exploited in a single month. And the targets were Department of Energy, EPA, Transportation Security Administration, the UK's National Cybersecurity Center, New Zealand, Five Eyes targets. So these are highly targeted state-sponsored attacks. What's really interesting is that Eclipsium, and after this sort of string of like attack after attack after attack, this firm Eclipsium that does embedded device security decided to like really take a look at what's going on with this Avanti firmware, the stuff that's running these devices. And Avanti actually is one of the few vendors out there that actually encrypts their firmware images, so it's not as easy to sort of reverse engineer them, figure out what's in that firmware. They do that ostensibly to secure them, but what Eclipsium found really makes you wonder if that was the actual purpose of encrypting those binaries, because what they found was end-of-life code. The base operating system for the Avanti devices was CentOS version 6.4. That was originally released in 2013. It was declared end-of-life in 2020. And this analysis was happening in 2024. So these devices out there deployed in 3-letter agencies, sensitive government agencies, are running a end-of-life, unsupported, open source operating system. They're also running an end-of-life version of the Linux kernel, 2.6.32. That had been declared end-of-life in 2016, so 8 years before the analysis happened. And they were running a version of OpenSSL that dated to 2017. So again, these were software that had been updated, patched, secured, but those, like with OpenSSL or with Linux kernel, there were more recent, more secure versions of it. Those had not been adopted by the vendor. Also, and this is something I see through my work at Reversing Labs and the work we do with supply chain security, very vulnerable code. So Eclipsium found numerous outdated libraries, open source and third party, 396 CVEs or software vulnerabilities that had a rating of high, and 111 of those, around a third of those, had known exploits. And 2 of them had remote exploits. So this kind of speaks to the larger question. So end-of-life software, how long vendors are going to support software, is one aspect of a larger problem, which is around software integrity, software supply chain security, and so on. Without clear guidelines around support and maintenance, as well as transparency about what's in software and the quality of that software. Huh? SBOMs, that's right, software bills of material. Consumers, businesses, critical infrastructure are at a huge disadvantage. So my take on this is the emperor has no clothes, emperor, emperor. And this kind of comes out of the work I've done with the right to repair movement. So I testified in front of Congress back in 2023. I've gone to a lot of hearings and advocated for a right to repair. And yes, there is, yes, yeah. The message, the sort of, I would call it disinformation from the software industry, including including vendors who sell cybersecurity, is that, and this is what they would say in hearings, like, the security of our products and the security of our customer data is our top priority. There is nothing we take more seriously than that, and, any regulations you pass are really gonna, hinder our ability to innovate and protect our customers. And then there's this sort of, there is security and obscurity line of argument. Let us build a walled garden that will be a beautiful, pure, uncorrupted place where we will protect our customers' data and environments from compromise. Walled gardens are beautiful and safe. What that means practically is monopolies on service, maintenance, and upkeep, latitude to kill products whenever you deem them no longer profitable, and really limiting the ability of customers to actively maintain, repair, and sustain the products and technology that they bought. So there is this kind of idea that third parties, independent repair operators or the customers themselves can't be trusted to patch, maintain, update their own stuff. You have to have our authorized people come in and do it. And that end of life is a purely vendor-based decision. It's our decision when to end of life or end of support products. It's based on our own calculations. And there are no, that you're going to bear the burden of that, but it's our decision, uncorrupted, uninfluenced by anything else. So this is a major phenomena in the industry, software industry, and there are a lot of cybersecurity consequences to it. What are the solutions? So Stacy had her ideas. I think there are a lot of, one of the things that we proposed is model legislation around, okay, we're not there, okay. Some of the things that we can do is mandate vendor transparency. So Josh mentioned software bills of materials, absolutely. What's the ingredients list for your software? Are you using a 10-year-old end-of-life operating system? If so, that might influence my decision to buy your product, renew our subscription, what have you. What is the support life cycle for this product? Like Stacy said, if consumers know how long you're planning to provide security updates and so on, that might influence their decision and might create positive market forces to do more support rather than less. One idea might be mandating patching for high-end critical vulnerabilities, even for end-of-life products. And when you think about it, that would really, for customers, address probably 90% of the issues with end-of-life declarations, right? It's like as long as you're getting security updates, but you're not getting any more feature updates, that's probably okay for most vendors, right? And it would have a huge impact on just the security of the larger population. And then some kind of graceful handoff around end-of-life of end-of-support. It can no longer be like, we've just declared end of life, we're turning our back and walking away, and the burden falls on you to either replace the device or just take the chance of getting hacked. Some kind of graceful handoff where you say, we're declaring it end of life, but we're going to open source the software, or we're going to put the software into escrow and let third parties come in and maintain it, patch it, and so on. Okay. And with that, so those are all ideas to discuss, and we can talk about them more. I'm going to pass the baton to Silas. Talk about OT security.
Thank you. So I will fully admit, I'm a fairly new person when it comes to entering the OT world. I've started doing a lot more of OT work as part of my role at Census and trying to understand what we see on the internet. And one of the things that has historically been told to me by every person I've ever talked to in the ICS world or in the OT world is that OT systems function differently. They are designed differently. They have different priorities, which in fairness, there are some very critical ones, but there are a lot of overlaps between our worlds. One of the kind of things I've heard from both of you actually has been how critically important it is for folks to be paying attention, to be aware of their devices. And the thing I heard when talking to a lot of folks going into this talk was, yeah, end of life is commonly found in OT networks, but it's justifiably that way. It's infrastructure that they have a plan around, that they know about, and so I'm actually here to say that there's a lot we can actually learn from the OT space in how to bring better practices and better planning around end of life in terms across both enterprise and consumer as well. As I said, there's a very different focus for OT environments. The focus is often on availability. You're expected to maintain these systems not just for the 40 years, I think you said for
40 years, 39 years.
That's incredible. Wow.
That's unusual.
Yes.
I wish I'd gotten 4 years out of my last refrigerator. Oh my gosh. But it's like those devices are designed for a short lifespan. The sooner they replace it, the better. Whereas if you're, think about like a traffic light system through a town. That's an OT environment, those traffic lights and the interconnection of all of those. That is not designed for 4 years. If every town had to come in and replace their traffic lights every 4 years, it would be a disaster. So end of life is very common to find, but it's justifiably so. Next slide. So there's a couple things we can take away from the OT world that apply directly to enterprise and consumer. So let's talk about what some of the healthy practices look like. Everyone here has also talked about the advantages of of open standards, where if your smart light bulb communicates through the Philips app, but there's an alternative app that you can use.
Zigbee.
Yes, love Zigbee stuff. And Meshtastic, I think, is built on Zigbee as well. So there's other implementations where these open standards allow for a lot of really cool innovation as well.
We won't talk about Zigbee profiles, but yes.
Yeah, that's fair. So one of the common things as well that I found is when folks in the OT side of the world are looking to maintain infrastructure long term, is they have plans around how to deal with obsolescence of devices over time. So if they know that they're going to be putting the system in, they're expected to run it for the next 40 years, and that's when there will be a refresh. Along the way, they're going to have to replace parts, and they're going to need a longer-term relationship with their vendors to ensure that they not just know when this device is going to be end of life, but also when support is going to end, when part availability is going to end. And something as well that I really wish was, like, there was a better way to measure this, but it would be sort of the like end of attention. Like when do folks stop looking at it? And interestingly, from the stat from earlier when I talked about the 400 HMI devices, one of my favorite things so far with engaging more with OT users and vendors, they are much, much more responsive. So of those 400 that we were able to identify, I think we had like I'm going to estimate low because I can't remember the exact number right now, but it was either like 91 or 93% remediation. It was incredible. When I've done malware cleanups in the past, if we have 1,000 victims and we clean up 20, that's a great number. Wow. Just because going individually to each vendor is incredibly difficult, and we wouldn't have been able to do it for this cleanup without the support of EPA and others as well. Additionally, in the OT environment, there's other things that help, I guess, maintain the attention of operators longer. So for some different utilities, there are various regulations that they're going to have to adhere to, such as the NERC CIP standards, NERC, so North American Electric Reliability Corporation. Additionally, there's IEC 62402, which documents how an end-of-life obsolescence plan should be laid out and some of the key things that are going to be in that. Yeah. Yes. My slides don't advance at the same time. That always tricks me up. So I wanted to kind of close on one other thing with OT. And unfortunately, this slide has been a fun bit for me. So as I've followed a lot of the OT threats over the years, beyond just the work I'm doing now, I did research on one of the precursor variants to Stuxnet. I was heavily involved in a lot of the research around Sandworm when they were going after controllers in Ukraine. A lot of the times, the threats that we see day to day to a lot of OT environments aren't necessarily the sort of CVE, like remote exploits that you typically would think of. Unfortunately, that statement was turned on its head recently with a vulnerability that came out in how train coupling protocols work, and such a cool vulnerability. But often, vulnerabilities that I've been seeing regularly for OT environments typically fall into two categories. Either it's vulnerable by design, which would be such as like HMIs that you connect to the internet, you have full administrative control, there's no passwords. That's poor design standards. Alternatively, things like misconfigurations. Maybe a device wasn't meant to be connected to the internet, but somebody decided it would be great to access it while on vacation. But more often tends to be the vulnerable through supporting tools. So groups like the Iranian one mentioned in the previous talk, Cyber Avengers, they've been prolific in targeting Open Remote Desktop, Open VNC, and even if you go on Shodan, they have a site where you can view live captures from VNC and RDP screenshots that they see, and you'll see things occasionally. Most of them will be like log into your Windows 2010 server, but there'll still be quite a few that will have a SCADA-like interface up on it, and those are key examples of vulnerable through implementation or supporting tools. And it's very rare that we find adversary tools that are truly designed to operate against OT systems or things that would speak OT protocols like Modbus and things like that. These are rare. So when we see them, usually they're incredibly fun to look at as well. So.
All right, so we promised you solutions. These are not, it's security. We're gonna get like part of the way there, y'all. And before I start with solutions, I wanna caution folks, because on the consumer side, I hear a lot of this. They're like, just shut off the devices. When it's end of life, kill it. You cannot do that in consumer homes. You cannot do it for so many reasons. One, there's a lot of really old people who spend a lot of money on this device, and maybe they rely on it for something important like, I don't know, detecting fires in their homes. And many of these devices, they still will do that even if they're vulnerable or being used by malicious actors. So you can't shut those off. It sucks. That would be the best, like easy, well, it wouldn't be the best. It would be the easiest. It would be terrible from an e-waste, from a consumer rights. We're very against it. So just, that is not an option if you think it might be. Don't do it.
Bad for the planet as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone hates that.
Yep.
Except that it's easy. So we do see people suggest it.
Yeah.
What we have suggested, and that Paul foreshadowed for you, is Paul's organization, Consumer Reports, CDT, and PERG. We actually are putting forth model legislation at the state level. It could go federal, but that's gonna not really happen. Advocating for a lot of the policies we talked about. So disclosure of how long something will be supported, proactive notification. We even have a line in there about your ISP equipment, those routers and set-top boxes. Set-top boxes are incredibly powerful. They're not managed well, and they are end of life in a lot of ways, or not a lot of ways. They're just end of life, and they're used in a lot of ways in attacks. So it requires your ISPs to maintain this. And I'm not talking about Comcast. They're actually pretty good about it. I'm talking about like the WISP in Iowa who's like, oh, end of what? Okay. There's another thing on the consumer front, the US Cyber Trust Mark, which you guys may have heard about. It might be coming. I hope it's coming. It's probably not going to be coming when we anticipate it. I'm part of the organization that's setting those standards, or the committee that's setting those standards. It's really great. That will have a minimum supported time frame on the label behind a QR code. So theoretically, in the future, if you buy a connected device that has the US Cyber Trust Mark, you can scan a code and you can be like, oh my God, it's supported for 5 years. It is still up in the air whether or not the FCC will say, hey, if you support it for 0 years, that's sufficient to get the mark. If that's the case, pay attention to me, because I will totally rail against it, and you could all submit comments. Please do. Okay. And then we could provide incentives for organizations to build non-cloud dependent devices to combat e-waste. I'm just going to, okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to pitch Consumer Reports just a little bit more. We're actually going to put out research about longevity by design. So it's like security by design. It's going to tackle a lot of these things for connected consumer devices, and it covers cloud, legal models, but it's very exciting. Anyway, look for that. And those are our policy solutions. And here's some practical solutions. Oh, I have one more. Hey, Oasis, which does enterprise software.
Not the group.
Not Liam. Not the Gallaghers. No. I was trying to make a firewall joke, and I was like, it's not going to work. Don't do it. They have proposed standardizing language around end of life. And this is really important because some people call it end of support. But what the heck does that mean? Like, I'm only going to support it for 6 months? I don't know. So we can't have that level of confusion at the consumer level, especially because they're very unsophisticated. But even at the enterprise level, it is confusing when you're like, the end of life, end of support, end of service, end of maybe I'll provide security updates if I feel like it. It's terrible. All right. And then.
Oh, yeah, this was my one. So one of the things that like regularly folks have talked about is, actually it was talked about in the last talk as well, where cyber incidents are treated as like weather phenomenon, where it's an outage that can't be avoided. So one of the things for organizations which can, devise a path for offline operation. If there is the likelihood and knowing that ransomware attacks do have the ability to disrupt businesses, practice it. Have a plan in place for if you were to have a situation in which your internet connectivity went offline, could you maintain operations still? And this goes into things like, I love the crash card idea for hospitals because that's such a cool idea. And especially if it could be done in a situation when communications are broken, but care still needs to be delivered.
Okay, yes, end of life plan, routinely audit, practice your fire drills, and finally, avoid hardware on the US sanctions list, or the covered list, as they call it. And maybe if something is talked about being on the covered list but hasn't quite made it, because it's quite the process, maybe reconsider sticking that in like a really important place.
Yeah. And even in some cases, we may not know what's coming on the sanctions list, but like when you hear politicians talk about TP-link routers all the time, like maybe consider that when making purchasing decisions.
I will say that yes. Okay.
And also start looking at things like, can this device that I'm buying run software other than the vendor's software, right? That's a really, especially with something like a Soho router, really important question. I can tell you, for an example, and this is based on a little bit of work I did with Reversing Labs, that even if you look at OpenVPN and the free version of OpenVPN versus the premium version of OpenVPN, and analyze the security aspects of those two versions of basically the same software, but one's premium, one's free, you'd be really interested to find which one's actually more secure.
All right, so hit up the mics. It's time for questions. Yep. We're going to zoom through it.
Okay, quick hits. The end of life that could lead to end of life. Sometimes you have an OT, ICS piece of equipment from like a Schneider Electric. I'm saying that because they're one of the ones putting an effort in on their newer models. But the owner and operator continues to use a long dead, unsupported end of life, much less secure by design or default. So there's could you try to describe the shared responsibility between putting out defensible, maintainable, higher quality things and availing yourselves of them? And is there some way in the context of this Volt Typhoon ticking clock to maybe have a program to drain the swamp or cache for clunkers or something like that? And then the second point, if you can weave it in, we started making a list of bad edge devices or dangerous edge devices like TP-Link or those with frequent known exploited vulnerabilities. We had a harder time finding a list of, if there's a naughty list, what's the nice list? So is anyone like Consumer Reports or Census like looking at the least bad options? Because if we tell people stop using something, we should probably hint it to them for the current available pool, not the future available pool, of what to use instead. Thanks.
It's like the UL model, right?
So Consumer Reports does have, this isn't exactly end of life, but we're building up a cache of research. What I have looked at recently is the top 75 smart home brands. I have actually looked and researched whether or not they have a dedicated security contact. Actually, most of them do, and the few who didn't the year before when we started it have actually added one, so that's one, and whether or not they have a VDP, a vulnerability disclosure program. So not end of life, but still an indication that they are secure and are developing mature cybersecurity policies. I don't know what else you asked. Oh, that's back to that herd mentality. I don't know how to communicate that to people, so I'm going to pass on that.
I mean, the notification work we do is small, and we're not going to reach everyone, so part of it is recommending better products as well, as you said.
There actually is interest in Washington. It's the FCC manages a program for getting Huawei gear out of small WISPs and ISPs. We've actually talked about it in the healthcare space because there's lots of hospitals running ancient stuff that should not be running. It is an easy thing to get people excited about because they're like, yeah, this is really important. It is very hard to get that funded. I don't know how we do it. That's why I think the resiliency and the practice kind of elements come into play here because.
I mean, one of the things we're missing here is a federal government that actually takes, and I mean, we have in the last 40 years, as all of this infrastructure has grown up, has been a period that in the history of this country is going to be remembered as one of intense deregulation and high degree of skepticism about the role of government in everything. The example you mentioned about managing risks, I mean, you can easily imagine looking across the country at the critical infrastructure, the providers, and saying, let's let's figure out what are the key providers and assets and resources, and really direct a lot of resources towards securing those and understanding how attacks may play out. Is that going to extend to every suburban home and Soho router? Absolutely not. But if the focus is on coordinating that response and preventing huge disruptions, that's very doable. But we're living in a system where, you know, the lobbyists descend on DC, the emphasis to get that done dies. That's okay, you know, and nothing happens, and we all kind of bear the results of that. Hospitals going down, St. Paul, Minnesota getting hacked, you know, you name it. So, I mean, I do think we need to really reframe our thinking about what a solution looks like. Yeah.
Okay, 30-second question, 30-second answer.
Yeah.
Okay, so you talked about life cycle time frames for manufacturers that will actually come with EU Cyber Resilience Act, where the vendor must specify for how long they will support, and that will likely spill into the US, and so it will go in the direction of the US cyber trust. Is that correct?
Yes, it actually takes 80% of 303645, the European. It's great. Actually, if you are a consumer buying connected products, any product certified with the CE mark for the EU, after August 1st. As of today, anything coming out as of after whenever,
Friday.
that's going to be really good. It will have really decent cybersecurity. Next question.
Yes.
Hi, so to make a pitch for the manufacturers without any clothes, I'm at Siemens Energy. We're highly economically incented for customers to buy new control systems. And we have a several thousand person sales force whose only job is to sell new control systems. And yet, when you look at the fraction of customers that buy a new control system for $1 billion power plant that decide not to buy the updates for that control system,
Yes, right.
it's well over half.
That's right.
So, you know,
Right.
I see you smart people up there in the policy space saying, oh, the manufacturers need to do stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
What more do you want us to
Well,
do?
yeah, no, I agree. I mean, and the policies will not necessarily all be focused towards the manufacturers or the vendors. They will also, right, the point is to set up guardrails, and so, right. So maybe they have the right to not do that, but that creates more liability for them if some adverse incident happens, and that changes their calculations about whether to invest in that update, right?
So I will say, I had 2 slides just on Siemens as defining several different things, because end-of-life procedures, first published thing I could find. Like, they were easy to find, easily available.
And profitable, but those customers say, no thanks.
Final shot.
Yeah, I think we've pretty much gotten there, but enforcing economic incentives on people. So you're talking about requiring them to, there we go, a little higher, requiring them to patch for a certain amount of time. Where do we get the teeth? You're saying the government, you know, we've got deregulation, right? Are these going to do any good if there's no way to go and hold them accountable? I'm
inspired by I'm a member I'm on the board of the Repair Coalition, and I've spent the last 5 or 6 years deeply involved in the right to repair movement. So that had a bunch of very thinly funded nonprofits going up against trillion-dollar corporations like Apple, Microsoft, Google, Samsung, and we won. We've got 6 states that have passed comprehensive electronics right to repair. Some of them ban parts pairing. And so on. And so that's my model. And so, yeah, I'd say DC is a tough environment right now, but the states are actually, and in fact, Texas just passed a pretty decent electronics right to repair bill. This is a bipartisan issue that has bipartisan support, really speaks to the needs of small businesses and consumers. And so I feel a lot more optimistic about that. And I do feel like these are issues that state legislatures might be willing to take up.
And all of them depend on the attorneys general. So the next stage is actually enforcement.
In enforcement, yes, right.
And that's where, once these get passed, help them get passed, and then start tracking who the heck isn't doing it. And then CR will do the job of organizing and taking
That's right.
things to the AG's office.
Yeah.
And now we're stopping. Now, I love you. I'm sorry.
All right. Join me in
STFU.
giving a hand for our fabulous presenters. All right. Thanks so much. Thank you, presenters. We're back here at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, if you can believe it. Wednesday at 10. See you all then. Get some rest.